Kagura told me. He has settled his grudges with Lord Orochimaru and believes that these matters should no longer be kept from you, which is why I have told you all the truths of the past today." After Kabuto finished speaking, he seemed to truly believe it. Can this really be settled so easily? Orochimaru's chest was boiling with rage. When Kagura told Orochimaru part of the truth, Orochimaru wished he could engage in a fight to the death with Kagura right then, but had to retreat due to his insufficient strength. At that time, Orochimaru was barely able to maintain his composure and grace. Even after Kagura later willingly undertook to fund all expenses for his experiments, Orochimaru decided to suppress his anger for the time being. Now he was faced with this blow. How could he easily write it off? Who could simply erase such deep-seated hatred born of being manipulated? Whenever he tried to calm his mind and slowly release his anger, Kagura always managed to bring up new stories, sparking fresh hatred in his heart. During these days, Orochimaru felt something was off while moving with Kabuto. Why did it seem like Kabuto was untroubled? Kagura didn't seem like a generous person. Judging by Kagura's behavior during the Chunin exams, he must have known about Kabuto's manipulations behind the scenes. Not only did he generously let Kabuto go, but he even allowed Kabuto to use the Edo Tensei to revive Dan Kato, a strong Jonin. Could it be because Kabuto was an orphanage kid? That seems unlikely. While Kagura wholeheartedly saved Kabuto, Kabuto harbored thoughts of betrayal. Given Kagura's petty nature, he would definitely make Kabuto experience the pain of this world. In Orochimaru's heart, doubts lingered, but he still remembered how Kabuto had risked everything to save him in the past. He was still helping Kabuto find reasons, and Kabuto was indeed a qualified assistant and a talented medical ninja. Then, Kabuto bluntly revealed the truth. That bastard! He even suggested Kagura kill him back then. That bastard! Orochimaru's injuries could have healed in a month, but Kabuto, that bastard, forcibly treated him for 3 months, paralyzing him for 3 months. At the time, Orochimaru thought Kabuto had tried his best. Kabuto! Orochimaru, looking at Kabuto standing at the door, felt his anger rising rapidly, almost bursting into an ironic laugh. Should I thank Kagura-kun for not following your suggestion to kill me, but instead sending you to play with my life? Should I thank you for only paralyzing me for 3 months instead of leaving me bedridden for life? Kabuto bowed humbly and continued. I really did think that way, but over the years of working for Lord Orochimaru, I realized Kagura was right. Lord Orochimaru's value is unique in the ninja world. Perhaps the future will never see another scientist like Orochimaru again. This was Kabuto's sincere thought. Although Orochimaru continued to pose a threat to them, his value was indeed enormous. Just the vast knowledge in Orochimaru's mind and his unbounded ideas were far beyond what others in the ninja world could achieve. As for your illness, a look of apology flashed across Kabuto's face, sincerely apologizing. My medical skills are limited. Afraid that Lord Orochimaru might see through the flaws, I dared only delay it for 3 months. Orochimaru took a deep breath. Kagura and Kabuto, these two who came from the Konoha orphanage, really made him feel both love and hate. These two didn't fear scientific technology like others in the ninja world. Instead, they held great respect for it. But wasn't this going a bit too far? If he continued to cooperate with them, unable to vent his hatred, he'd almost wish to devour them. If he gave up on cooperating with them, his heart wouldn't quite accept it, neither from a standpoint of interest nor emotion. You and Sasori. Orochimaru started to speak, but then paused, sitting back down on the tatami mat, commanding in a deep voice. Tell me everything as it is. What else did Kagura do to me? It's best you tell me everything to avoid future misunderstandings. Kabuto hesitated for a moment. First of all, the matter of Kagura planning to remove the people Orochimaru trusts and sending spies to his side again was definitely not something he could reveal. Initially, it was I who drove Lord Orochimaru into a desperate situation because only then would Orochimaru trust me more. I understand. Orochimaru nodded, no longer caring about that. Since Orochimaru had already thrown out his trust in Kabuto, he didn't need to be overly concerned about these matters. Just cursing in his heart for a while would suffice. Anything else? Kabuto furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment, then continued. Back then, when I was poisoned by Sasori, he had already given me the antidote in advance, even though Lord Orochimaru also guided me to prepare the antidote in time. No wonder you dared to block the poisoned needles for me. That's the genius of Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto shook his head, taking the opportunity to praise Orochimaru. Even though I already knew the antidote, I might not have been able to quickly analyze all the materials, but Orochimaru, without an antidote, guided me to prepare one. Orochimaru really didn't feel happy. Even with Kabuto praising him, Orochimaru just couldn't feel happy. As for the rest, after Kabuto pretended to think for a while, he shook his head again. There's probably nothing else. This bit of information should be enough to account for something to Orochimaru. If nothing was mentioned, Orochimaru would definitely suspect Kabuto of hiding something. As long as something a bit excessive was disclosed, Orochimaru probably wouldn't be so suspicious. The information about the Konoha village you gave me. Orochimaru's gaze was still stern. That's true. Kabuto bowed his head, continuing. All the information I gave to Lord Orochimaru is true. Kaguya didn't mind Lord Orochimaru knowing these details. Orochimaru felt a sigh of relief. At least Kabuto had done some work for him. But Kabuto looked at Orochimaru, bringing up the real business. Kaguya plans to keep me by Lord Orochimaru's side, to assist Lord Orochimaru in continuing experiments, to ensure Lord Orochimaru doesn't share your achievements, and to avoid betraying your alliance. You! Orochimaru's lips curved into a smile. Yes, Kabuto nodded, very sincerely, continuing. Although my strength isn't strong, escaping from Lord Orochimaru shouldn't be a problem. The reanimated Dan Kato can report the events to Kaguya if I encounter trouble, of course, but these things there was no need to tell Orochimaru. Orochimaru snorted coldly, no longer speaking. Let's go find Tsunade. Orochimaru didn't say anything more, coldly saying, once Tsunade finds out you've become a rogue ninja when she returns to the Konoha, will she really not suspect Kaguya? No, she won't. Kabuto shook his head, unconcerned, continuing, because I'll be manipulating Dan Kato from behind the scenes to help Lord Orochimaru without showing myself. These two bastards thought of everything quite thoroughly, but even if Tsunade becomes suspicious, it wouldn't matter. Once the other Hokage get permission for resurrection, appearing directly in the Konoha, Kaguya will immediately use these Hokage influence to take control of the Konoha's politics. Regardless of what Tsunade wants to do, she won't be able to bypass Kaguya. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto looked at Orochimaru, proactively reminding him. According to our plan, Lord Orochimaru might have to fight Lord Jiraiya and Tsunade at the same time. Will you really not be in danger at the critical moment? HMPH. Orochimaru stood up, a cold smile hanging on his lips. No one understands Tsunade better than me. Even though I might have to fight both of them at the same time, if I don't hold back, I might not even need to use Dan Kato. On the other side, Tsunade and Shizune had just left the gambling den when they heard a hoarse, familiar voice. Tsunade lost everything again. Damn! Tsunade cursed, turning her head and even voluntarily lifted her money bag. This time I actually won big. Orochimaru, Shizune saw the person talking, somewhat panicked, immediately stepping in front of Tsunade, coldly saying, haven't you just recently caused a riot in Konoha, killing the third Hokage? Don't worry. Orochimaru laughed lightly, waving his hand. I'm not here to kill you, Tsunade. I'm here to discuss a condition. Let me borrow your slug. Tsunade furrowed her brow. I've mastered a special jutsu. Orochimaru grinned, continuing. This jutsu needs the power of the slug sage to be even more powerful. What jutsu? A jutsu you've dreamed of. Orochimaru's smile suddenly became intriguing, interestingly saying, this jutsu can let you meet the people you most want to see. Tsunade involuntarily widened her eyes. Orochimaru spread his hands, continuing, just by borrowing the slug sage, they can appear exactly as they were in life. This was Orochimaru's sincere thought. This was also something Orochimaru learned from Kaguya when he performed the Edo Tensei. Among the three great sages of the ninja world, only the slug sage is most likely to be utilized. It might also be the strongest in terms of vitality. Kaguya could use mere snakes as a sacrifice to bring the first Hokage's strength nearly to its peak. Orochimaru believed using the slug sage as a sacrifice would definitely allow the reanimated to possess their power from life. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Orochimaru's revival of the first and second Hokages was no secret. This guy might really be able to revive the two people most important to her. Over the years, Tsunade has lived in pain and confusion, not knowing what to do. Now, having the chance to meet the two most important people to her again, Tsunade's heart was somewhat swayed. Tsunade, don't you want to see them? Don't you want to see those two? Orochimaru, extremely familiar with Tsunade's past, even witnessed those two people die in front of Tsunade's near-collapse emotion. Lady Tsunade, what are you using the slug for? Tsunade looked at Orochimaru as if already moved, just coldly inquired about his purpose. Slug's vitality is very strong. Orochimaru didn't disguise his purpose, lightly laughing. As long as the slug can be used as a sacrifice, the dead can be revived by me, then regain their terrifying power from life. Only then is there a chance to defeat Kaguya. Tsunade wanted to speak to refuse, because the slug had been her companion for most of her life, saving her life countless times. She absolutely wouldn't want to betray the slug, despite Tsunade really wanted to see those two people. Tsunade, you can think about it slowly. Orochimaru interrupted Tsunade's thoughts of refusal, laughing using his own example. After all, Manda has already become a sacrifice. We are humans. There's no need to lament these summoning beasts' lives. Although it wasn't he who made Manda into sacrifices, but when Orochimaru saw Manda become sacrifices, he didn't actively stop it, even wanting to see the experimental results. After speaking, Orochimaru instantly left the place. Lady Tsunade, Shizune watched the silent Tsunade, repeatedly persuading. That's the dangerous Orochimaru who harmed the village. Moreover, he wants to make Lord Slug a sacrifice. You absolutely can't agree to him. I know, Tsunade furrowed her brow. That guy even sacrificed Manda. Another familiar voice appeared in their ears. Jiraiya was sitting on a wall, watching Tsunade and Shizune below, his voice heavy as he continued. Even Manda didn't reach the effect he wanted. That guy might want to use the slug to revive the first Hokage at his peak. Jiraiya, Tsunade's brow furrowed even more. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, smiling as he greeted. We really haven't seen each other for many years, Tsunade. Tsunade unhappily turned her head to the side. Win that much? Jiraiya leaped down from the wall, glanced at the money Tsunade and Shizune could barely hold, lightly laughing as he continued. Considering treating me to a lavish dinner, just in time to comfort me and a little guy who has been training very hard. That evening, in a restaurant, Tsunade and Shizune met the hard-training little guy. Jiraiya patted Uzumaki Naruto's head, seriously saying, Tsunade, the two Hokage advisors told me to let me take you back to succeed as the fifth Hokage. Isn't there a more suitable candidate in the village? Tsunade, indifferent to the position of Hokage, laughed loudly. The ninja world actually has quite a few people calling a certain guy in the village the new ninja god. Kagura, Jiraiya sighed, shaking his head. The old man before his death and the two Hokage advisors didn't agree with him succeeding as Hokage. They all think Kagura's personality is too extreme, too influenced by Danzo. I'm not interested in that sort of thing. Tsunade scoffed dismissively, casually picking up a bottle of sake, directly lifting it to drink it all, her face showing a hint of flush. I'm more interested in Orochimaru mastering the art of reviving the dead. Don't trust him, Jiraiya immediately warned Tsunade in a stern voice. Once Orochimaru uses the slug to revive the first Hokage at his peak, you should know what he will do with the first Hokage, right? The first Hokage sacrificed himself to protect the peace of the village. Once he is, the first Hokage sacrificed himself to protect the peace of the village. Once he is manipulated to do things harmful to the ninja world, harmful to the Konoha, the first Hokage's soul will not rest in peace. Moreover, you're a descendant of the first Hokage. Shut up, annoying. Tsunade impatiently raised her head to glance at Jiraiya, mockingly said, I won't let him use the slug. You don't need to worry about my affairs. As for the so-called fifth Hokage, I'm also not interested. The Hokage's village is perhaps to solve the dangers encountered by the village, but it seems like all the previous Hokages have sacrificed for this goal, and the turmoil in the Konoha has never calmed down. The first was like that. The second was also like that. The fourth was the same. The old man was no different, clearly already aged, still had to show off his strength, and sure enough, he died. Tsunade said this, lightly laughing. They all sacrificed themselves in the position of Hokage. There were also quite a few who died on the road trying to become Hokage to protect the Konoha. They didn't achieve what they wanted to do. Only idiots would want to do that. What did you say? Uzumaki Naruto suddenly became angry, disbelievingly staring at the woman who disparaged the previous Hokages, leaping onto the dining table wanting to fight. Jiraiya quickly grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's clothes, watching the little guy still dancing, hurriedly trying to take him down from the dining table. Let me go! Naruto stood on the dining table, his face full of anger, looking at Tsunade. Unforgivable! How dare you mock the previous Hokages? I'm going to beat you up! It dare to talk to me like this? Tsunade looked at Naruto, who was defending the previous Hokages, lightly laughed. Then come outside with me, let me see what this little guy can say so arrogantly here. Naruto stubbornly clenched his fists. As a result, this little guy was immediately defeated by Tsunade with just a finger. Naruto still stubbornly refused to admit defeat, still wanting to use his unmastered Rasengan, again being directly slapped flying by Tsunade. Rasengan, huh? Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, unabashedly mocking. Only you and the fourth learned this jutsu. This little guy is also learning this jutsu. Actually, another disciple has also learned it. Jiraiya adjusted his forehead, voluntarily saying, that guy has even mastered the nature transformation that Minato didn't. That little guy called Kagura, Tsunade waved her hand, offhandedly saying, since he's already surpassed the fourth, then just let him become Hokage. I think so too. Jirya seemed quite helpless, sighing. In terms of strength, Kagura might have already surpassed all previous Hokages. But his personality is too dangerous. I think you'll understand why that guy isn't allowed to become Hokage by the two advisors after you return to the village. Jirya looked at Tsunade, proactively saying, if the village still doesn't have a fifth Hokage, that guy Kagura will immediately start wars with the Mist and Sand villages, maybe even start a new Great Ninja War. Great Ninja War? Shizune was startled. Even Tsunade felt somewhat uneasy. As someone who experienced two Great Ninja Wars firsthand, Tsunade was very aware of how cruel a Great Ninja War was. Her brother and lover both died in the Great Ninja Wars. Actually, Kagura has also fantasized about peace in the ninja world. Jirya remembered that headache-inducing disciple. But that guy's idea of peace in the ninja world is to clean out all people in the ninja world. Jirya, Tsunade's brow furrowed into a frown, seemingly hearing something difficult to understand. Your disciple, how does he sound even more dangerous than Orochimaru? Only a new Hokage can prevent the outbreak of war. Jirya took the opportunity to persuade Tsunade, squinting his eyes, staring at Tsunade's expression. Tsunade, you're the only suitable candidate now. Only the fifth Hokage can order the Hokage advisors to stop all war activities. Konoha seemed to have become a bit strange. Tsunade had never imagined that the responsibilities of being Hokage could turn out this way. If she did not succeed as the fifth Hokage, the Hokage's assistant, Akihara Kagura, in the village would become lawless, boldly initiating a new round of the Great Ninja War. In the past, the Hokages of the village were there to deal with dangers from the outside. Now, the purpose of her succeeding as Hokage was to suppress the village's Hokage assistant. Are you joking? Tsunade's mouth curled into a mocking smile as she looked at Jirya and said, there's no need to tell such lies. Do you think I would believe that? Do you think the others in the village would follow his orders to start a great ninja war? I'm not joking. Jirya shook his head, his expression serious as he continued. Tsunade, you should remember Danzo, right? Kagura inherited Danzo's root, and from a young age, Danzo used him as a tool for killing. He is decisive and tough. It took us years of teaching to see even a slight change in him, but it's still hard to change his tough attitude towards outsiders. There's another thing. Kagura's power is extremely strong. Jirya stared into Tsunade's eyes, his voice low as he explained further. From childhood, Kagura has never lost to any enemy, which has given him boundless confidence. Facing any enemy, he possesses a firm belief that he can kill them. But war is a field he has never touched, and he has always been curious about what he could achieve in war. This time, with the villages of Sand and Mist stirring up trouble in Konoha, it's an excellent opportunity for Kagura. Even though the villages of Sand and Mist have already proposed peace talks, Kagura still hasn't granted permission, firmly wanting to use this opportunity to wage war. The advice of the two Hokage advisors couldn't sway his will. This is actually a very awkward point in Konoha's politics. If Akihara Kagura were the Hokage, he might respect the advice of the two Hokage advisors to avoid gaining a reputation for unilateral decision-making. However, Akihara Kagura is only a Hokage's assistant, not the supreme leader of Konoha. Officially, he has a status similar to or slightly higher than the two Hokage advisors. At this point in time, Akihara Kagura can act unilaterally without having to bear the reputation of doing so, especially since Kagura probably doesn't care about that. Tsunade immediately sensed the trouble. If she really became the Hokage, the first thing she would have to deal with is internal strife. What's the point of taking over as Hokage then? If she doesn't become the Hokage, the brutal Great Ninja War might descend once again, and who knows how many would have to sacrifice. This position of Hokage feels like a hot potato. Kagura is not that kind of person. Uzumaki Naruto interrupted their conversation, clearly dissatisfied with Jirya's disparagement of Akihara Kagura. Kagura would never want war. Shut up! Jirya coldly glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, his voice deep. You're just a genin. How could you understand matters at the higher level? Even if Kagura doesn't want to start a war, no one is currently resolving the conflict between the village and the other ninja villages. The enemy countries will definitely not miss this opportunity to attack Konoha. I will protect Konoha. Jirya's gaze grew somewhat strange. At this moment, the words of the great toad sage echoed again in his mind. But now is not the time. You idiot! Jirya punched Uzumaki Naruto on the head, scolding coldly. Even if you want to become the Hokage, you have to wait until you grow up. By the time you grow up and become the Hokage, the Great Ninja War would have already erupted, and you might even have to go to the battlefield. As Jirya said this, his gaze returned to Tsunade, his eyes holding an unfinished expression. Tsunade, you know the odds of a kid like him, who is full of dreams of becoming Hokage, surviving in a war, don't you? Tsunade's heart ached. because her brother Nawaki also had the heart to become the Hokage, but he died in the war from an explosive tag, and so did her lover Dan. Then let him die. Tsunade closed her eyes, pretending not to care. These kids, full of dreams of becoming Hokage, always end up dead, don't they? Tsunade closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and continued indifferently. Maybe if they learn a little about retreating, hiding behind others during the war, and not rushing to the front, they might survive. I won't die. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Tsunade with an angry face, declaring loudly, I won't die before I become the Hokage. I won't hide behind others. I will charge at the forefront to protect the village. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. I won't back down. Tsunade suddenly fell silent. First, learn that technique called Rasengan. Tsunade coldly said a word, taking off a pendant from her neck and abruptly throwing it to Uzumaki Naruto. Let's make a bet. If you can learn that technique within a week, I'll believe you can become the Hokage and believe that you won't die. Shizune looked surprised at Tsunade. What is this? Uzumaki Naruto was also curious as he looked at the pendant in his hand, seemingly not noticing anything magical about it, and was about to throw the pendant away. That is a treasure left by the first Hokage. Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto and smiled lightly. It's said to be a unique gem in this world. The money from selling it could buy 3 mountains. Uzumaki Naruto's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Shizune looked at Uzumaki Naruto with some concern. Tsunade did not pay much attention, just turned around heavily, her eyes slightly moist with tears. That moment made her think of her brother Nawaki again. Her brother Nawaki was determined to protect Konoha without retreating, even charging to the front in the war, and ended up dying from an enemy's explosive trap. If she doesn't become the Hokage, to stop that Hokage's assistant called Akihara Kagura. That kid called Uzumaki Naruto would also die in the war, right? And that jewelry? Tsunade closed her eyes again, leaning against a wall, her head hanging low as she reminisced about the people she had given jewelry to. This jewelry? Shizune stared at the jewelry, continuing, this is the most important thing for Lady Tsunade. No matter what difficulties she faces, she has never given up on it. That's so. Uzumaki Naruto furrowed his brows but raised his fist. But she's the one who wanted to bet with me, right? Shizune looked at Uzumaki Naruto wearing the jewelry, unable to resist telling him the truth. This is accursed jewelry. Lady Tsunade once gave it to the people most important to her, but without exception they all died. Shizune told the past story. Lady Tsunade's brother, like you, wanted to become the Hokage. On his 12th birthday, Lady Tsunade personally put this jewelry on him, hoping he could achieve his dream. As a result, Lady Tsunade's brother died in the Great Ninja War. Lady Tsunade's lover, Jonindan. Shizune paused slightly. Jonindan also aimed to become the Hokage, and Lady Tsunade gave this jewelry to him, hoping he could also become the Hokage. But Jonindan also died in the war. This is an ominous item. Lady Tsunade hoped this jewelry would bless them to survive and achieve their dreams of becoming Hokage, but they still suffered misfortune and died in the war. I know. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, not at all intimidated by Shizune's words, and walked toward the town outskirts. Then I'll go train now. What? Shizune looked at Uzumaki Naruto somewhat astonished. I don't want to lose. Uzumaki Naruto revealed a radiant and confident smile, earnestly saying, I will learn Rasengan, and I will survive, and I will become the Hokage. Shizune's face showed shock as she watched Uzumaki Naruto's figure running towards the outskirts, slowly smiling. Don't worry about that kid, Naruto. Jiraiya watched Uzumaki Naruto's departing back, continuing softly, this kid is more tenacious than anyone I've ever seen. What's more worrying now? Jiraiya said, looking in the direction Tsunade had left, is the situation in the village if we return too late. Lord Jiraiya. Shizune looked at Jiraiya, her expression grave as she asked, is the situation in the village really as severe as you described? Is the village's Hokage assistant, Lord Akihara Kagura, really going to start a great ninja war? Actually, the situation is a bit more severe than I described. Jiraiya glanced at Shizune, his gaze gradually becoming serious. Didn't you encounter Orochimaru? Orochimaru wants to lure Tsunade to revive Nawaki and Dan using a technique called Edo Tensei, a jutsu that requires a sacrifice of life. Kagura has also mastered this jutsu. Jiraiya continued, looking at Shizune. Before the old man died, he worried that he couldn't deal with Orochimaru and let Kagura learn Edo Tensei in advance to combat Orochimaru. Shizune was startled by Jiraiya's words. The village's 2 Hokage advisors agree that Akihara Kagura should use Edo Tensei to... The village's 2 Hokage advisors agree that Akihara Kagura should use Edo Tensei to revive the village's dead, to avoid facing greater crises in the future. Jiraiya's expression gradually calmed down, continuing, I hope that after Tsunade returns to the village, she can forbid Kagura from using Edo Tensei. This jutsu is too evil and will make Kagura's already somewhat extreme ideas become even darker. Can't Lord Jiraiya stop him? Shizune curiously asked. Isn't Lord Jiraiya his teacher? You should be able to stop him, right? I can persuade Kagura. Jiraiya nodded, then shook his head. But the village's 2 Hokage advisors won't listen to my advice. Forget it. Anyway, we still have a little time. Jiraiya felt that Tsunade had already listened to his advice today and might soon agree to succeed as the next Hokage. Let's just wait for her to figure it out. I need to tell Lady Tsunade this news. Shizune remembered today's incident with Orochimaru, continuing, if Lady Tsunade knows that the village's Hokage assistant also has Edo Tensei, she probably won't cooperate with Orochimaru. Hey! Jiraiya looked uneasy, quickly following Shizune. Don't let Tsunade think that Kagura will help her revive Dan and Nawaki. That would actually be more troublesome. In fact, Tsunade appeared quite calm. When Shizune told Tsunade about Akihara Kagura mastering Edo Tensei, Tsunade showed no emotion, just continued drinking her sake. If Lady Tsunade really wants to see them, Shizune looked at Tsunade, continuing, we cannot cooperate with Orochimaru. The village's Hokage assistant, Lord Akihara Kagura, also has Edo Tensei. I know. Tsunade had never considered cooperating with Orochimaru. Because Orochimaru would eventually continue to attack Konoha, how could Tsunade possibly cooperate with him, especially since Tsunade also planned to take this opportunity to kill Orochimaru, a village that her 2 grandfathers, brother and lover, had protected with their lives? Tsunade! Jiraiya looked at Tsunade hesitantly, softly persuading. If you want Kagura to use Edo Tensei, it might lead to unpredictable consequences. Moreover, the people revived by Edo Tensei are just puppets of the caster, and this jutsu also desecrates the souls of the deceased. Tsunade did not answer Jiraiya. Tsunade put down the sake pot in her hand, softly instructing, you don't need to worry about my matters, let me be alone for a while. Yes, Shizune could only suppress her doubts and leave Tsunade's side. Jiraiya could only leave Tsunade's side. He turned his head to look at Tsunade's lonely figure and sighed deeply in his heart. Tsunade sat there calmly. At this time, her mind had already decided that she must take over the position of Hokage. Just now, she was just thinking about how to take the opportunity to kill Orochimaru while interacting with him. However, she then learned that Akihara Kagura also had mastered Edo Tensei. This matter, how could it not stir her emotions? Anyway, Orochimaru is now completely useless and harmful. Let's kill Orochimaru first. Tsunade raised her hand, her mind still having some concerns. If I can kill Orochimaru here, maybe there's no need for that kid in the village to use Edo Tensei. A week passed by swiftly. In fact, Tsunade felt quite conflicted during this week, because if she had killed Orochimaru, she had no reason to allow Akihara Kagura to use the Edo Tensei technique to revive the dead. If she did not kill Orochimaru, he would inevitably endanger Konoha. In the end, the responsibility of a Konoha ninja overcame her emotions. Tsunade knew clearly that she was not just any Konoha ninja, but the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and even had to become the 5th Hokage to continue protecting Konoha. Killing the enemy that threatened Konoha was a duty that a Hokage must fulfill. Outside the town, Tsunade chose to meet with Orochimaru. Orochimaru saw Tsunade. A smug smile seemed to hang on his lips, his eyes still squinted, piercing as if they could see through one's heart. Tsunade, I thought you wouldn't come. Orochimaru extended his palm in a friendly manner, smilingly said, Since you are here, Orochimaru extended his palm in a friendly manner, smilingly said, Since you are here, hand over the summoning contract of the Shikatsu Forest to me, and our deal will be settled. Don't you need me to summon the slugs myself? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, staring at Orochimaru. Now you! Orochimaru sized up Tsunade, suddenly laughed sinisterly, as if everything was within his expectations. Can you really summon the slugs now? What do you mean? Tsunade's expression changed slightly, because Orochimaru's words clearly touched on her most embarrassing issue. Had this guy found out? Summoning jutsu requires fresh blood. Orochimaru watched Tsunade's face, leisurely continued, Tsunade, can you really see blood now? Have you forgotten? During the toughest days of your life, I was always by your side. That period, the bonds among the 3 Sannin of Konoha were strong. Whenever a major upheaval occurred in Tsunade's life, Orochimaru was almost always by her side, knowing her condition like the back of his hand. As the most respected medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade suffered from hemophobia. She would freeze up at the sight of blood. Naturally, she was unable to perform summoning jutsu. This was also why Orochimaru dared to face 2 opponents alone, because he knew he only needed to deal with Jiraiya. Tsunede's gaze suddenly sharpened, abruptly punching towards Orochimaru. Even if you know, what can you do about it? Are you my opponent? What a hassle! Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru quickly retreated. A long snake suddenly shot out from his sleeve. The snake lunged at Tsunade with its fangs bared. Tsunade was about to smash the snake's head with her fist. However, the next second she realized her problem. If she killed this snake, blood would definitely splash on her, and then she would be unable to move due to her hemophobia. But it wasn't for her to decide. Before Tsunade could think of how to respond, Orochimaru detonated the snake, spattering blood everywhere, which immediately fell into Tsunade's eyes. Blood! Tsunade's body instantly stiffened, and she collapsed to the ground. What a pity, Tsunade! Orochimaru sighed, his words tinged with some unspoken regret. After seeing death, fear was born in your heart while I chose to embrace immortality. Blood! Tsunade still shivered, sitting collapsed on the ground. Orochimaru walked toward Tsunade, stretching out his palm to grab her collar. Tsunade, hand over the summoning contract of Shikatsu Forest. Let me and the Slug Sage sign the blood pact. Bang! A thrown kunai forced Orochimaru back. A tall, white-haired man suddenly appeared in front of Tsunade, blocking Orochimaru. Long time no see, Orochimaru. Jiraiya! Orochimaru's lips curled into a light smile, having anticipated Jiraiya's arrival. Orochimaru couldn't help but reminisce about their past, chuckling. Now at your age, do you still intend to play the hero saving the beauty? Life is indeed interesting. It all seemed like it was just before his eyes. Back when they were all young, Jiraiya had insisted on making him play the role of a villain robbing Tsunade, setting himself up as the hero to save her. In the end, he playing the villain was nearly killed by one of Tsunade's punches. Jiraiya's expression was serious, seemingly unaffected by Orochimaru's words, continuing on his own. Orochimaru, for the sake of Konoha, I will kill you here today. Yes, for Konoha, and for his own student Kagura. Jiraiya was determined to kill Orochimaru here. Just as Tsunade had thought, Jiraiya also saw a possibility that by killing Orochimaru, they wouldn't need to let Akihara Kagura use the Edo Tensei to guard against Orochimaru. If you think so, then try it. Orochimaru slowly brought his hands together, smiling. Don't forget, back when we sparred, you never won against me. Ha! Jiraiya scoffed with a laugh, responding briskly. That was just to make you feel better, to spare you the discomfort of losing to me the eternal last place. If you believe what you say, then let's just leave it at that. Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head, not at all irritated, knowing how seriously young Jiraiya took his pride. This guy! Jiraiya, seeing Orochimaru's complacent attitude, felt provoked. This time I definitely will not lose to you again. Next moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru simultaneously formed seals. Both unleashed two different techniques at almost the same time. Fire release, great fireball. Wind release, great breakthrough. The blazing flames were instantly blown away by the fierce wind. Even before they could reach Orochimaru, they were directed towards Jiraiya. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, earth flow wall. Jiraiya hastily formed seals, instantly releasing a wall of earth to block the flames and wind, cursing himself silently. Still so clumsy. This guy! Jiraiya's arm was instantly slashed by a blade. However, Jiraiya couldn't care less, immediately grabbing Tsunade and throwing her away from the battlefield to avoid her getting caught in the crossfire. Fortunately, at that moment, Shizune and Uzumaki Naruto rushed over, quickly taking Tsunade away from the battlefield to ensure her safety. After Tsunade left, Jiraiya finally let loose, charging directly at Orochimaru, his hands swiftly coming together. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's hair suddenly grew long, wrapping around Orochimaru's body, attempting to kill him on the spot. This move might work against others, but it was useless against Orochimaru, who instantly opened his mouth and a hand emerged from his body, using Orochimaru's body replacement technique to shed and escape the bindings of the Wild Lion's main technique. Fire release! Fire Dragon Flame Bullet! Jiraiya unleashed a blast of flames from his mouth. Water release! Water Formation Wall! Orochimaru was just as quick, meeting the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet with a huge wall of water, instantly filling the battlefield with mist. Two of the Sannin of the Konoha village were thoroughly embroiled in a deadly battle, much like many years ago and even more dangerous than the ninja fights of the past. Is this the battle between the Sannin? Shizune watched the flying ninja techniques in the sky, speechless. So powerful! Uzumaki Naruto kept nodding his head. Blood! Tsunade was still in shock from the blood splattered on her, sitting powerlessly, not even watching the battle between her old friends. Has Tsunade developed hemophobia? A voice appeared behind them. This voice was somewhat unfamiliar to Uzumaki Naruto, but strangely familiar to Shizune and Tsunade, even causing Tsunade to stiffly lift her head in disbelief towards the source of the voice. This is... Shizune's body trembled slightly as she looked at the newcomer. Dan! Tsunade's body also trembled slightly, uttering the newcomer's name. Yes, the newcomer was Dan Kato, with long silver hair draped over his body, wearing the Konoha village's ninja headband and a radiant, warm smile on his face. Although the marks of the Edo Tensei were still visible, his eyes were dim and lifeless. He still wore the Konoha ninja's green vest. How could you? Tsunede's body shook violently, her heart racing. Tsunade had imagined meeting Jirya again, but had never thought she would see him at this moment. The Edo Tensei, Shizune immediately realized. Shizune had only heard of the Edo Tensei but had never seen its effects. This time she directly witnessed the profound impact of the Edo Tensei. The dead revived. This temptation was too great. Tsunade's gaze grew vacant as she slowly stood up, reaching out a hand involuntarily toward Dan Kato. Is it really you? It's me. Orochimaru helped me come back to life. Dan Kato nodded with a smile, saying, It's been a long time, Tsunade. I didn't expect you to be so helpless, even suffering from the disgraceful hemophobia for a medical ninja. Uncle Dan, what are you saying? Shizune couldn't believe what she was seeing. Yes. Tsunade's eyes slowly filled with tears, trickling down her cheeks, yet she continued to gaze steadfastly at Dan Kato. It's been a long time. Wait. Uzumaki Naruto held his head, pondering deeply, as if trying to recall his memories. This person is already dead. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade paid no attention to Shizune, her eyes still sadly fixed on Dan Kato. Then in a gentle voice, Dan Kato asked, So, Lady Tsunade, could you hand over the summoning contract of the Shikatsu Forest to me? Okay. Tsunade repeatedly nodded her head as if she had been cured of her hemophobia, and immediately began to bring her hands together to form hand seals for summoning, because signing the summoning contract of Shikatsu Forest required the consent of the Slug Sage. Lady Tsunade, please come to your senses quickly. Shizune grasped Tsunade's arm, trying to stop her actions, but lacking Tsunade's strength, she could only hastily call out to Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, quickly help stop Lady Tsunade. Don't let her hand over the summoning contract of Shikatsu Forest. Ah, I understand. Uzumaki Naruto nodded. However, he was instantly kicked away by Tsunade, and even Shizune was thrown aside. As she resolutely formed the hand seals for the summoning technique. Ninjutsu, summoning technique! Tsunade's hands quickly completed the hand seals, and even undaunted by her hemophobia, she bit her own finger and pressed her hand to the ground, where black incantations suddenly lit up. A giant slug appeared amidst the smoke. The slug's voice was somewhat juvenile, and it immediately noticed Dan Kato in front of it, barely believing its own eyes. Lady Tsunade, is this Mr. Dan? Yes. Tsunade nodded, her face still full of deep emotion as she gazed at Dan Kato, tears continuously streaming down her cheeks. She gently pointed at Dan Kato, a flash of pain in her eyes, yet she still clenched her teeth tightly. Slug, help me kill him. Tsunade's face no longer bore deep affection, only profound pain and resentment as she commanded solemnly. Dan has been controlled, even his soul has been manipulated. We cannot allow Dan to become a tool that endangers Konoha. Ah! The slug was startled by Tsunade's decisiveness. Even Shizune and Uzumaki Naruto were shocked. I know he isn't the real Dan. Tsunade watched Dan Kato's face, seeing the pain in his eyes, sadness nearly overflowing. I've always been thinking about when I could see Dan's smiling face, but I won't harm Dan's will for my own selfish desires. At this moment, Tsunade was somewhat satisfied, for she had at least seen the resurrected form of Dan Kato. This also strengthened Tsunade's resolve to kill Orochimaru. She couldn't be weak in front of her former lover. All those experiences were just her efforts to overcome her hemophobia. At least I should thank you. Tsunade took a deep breath, glanced at the blood on her body, but her face was already fearless. Thank you for helping me overcome my hemophobia. Now tell me, who are you really? What a pity. Dan Kato shook his head. The will controlling him inside continued on its own. I am just a fortunate individual whom Lord Orochimaru taught how to control Edo Tensei. It was originally just an attempt to use Dan Kato to lure Lady Tsunade into handing over the summoning contract of the Shikatsu Forest, but now that Lady Tsunade has overcome her hemophobia, it seems to have caused new trouble for Lord Orochimaru. Fortunately, Lord Orochimaru's power is strong. He might probably be able to handle his two former classmates on his own. Within the town, in a hotel, Yakashi Kabuto sat on the tatami, fingers pointing upwards, a cryptic smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, remotely controlling the interaction between Dan Kato and Tsunade, among others. Kagura's goal had probably been achieved. Tsunade had witnessed the dangers of Orochimaru's mastery over the Edo Tensei, and the next step was to let Orochimaru escape, which shouldn't be too difficult. In fact, the problem was indeed significant. An enraged Tsunade was fully unleashing her power. Orochimaru managed to handle Jiraiya's comments without much trouble, but dealing with a primed Tsunade and the combined forces of Jiraiya was a different matter. Even Tsunade's summon, the giant slug, caused him tremendous trouble, while his own serpent had already been sacrificed by Akihara Kagura. Tsunade crushed Dankato's body with a punch, and taking advantage of Dankato's inability to regenerate, she charged at Orochimaru with great speed, so fast that she could even interrupt the enemy's brain signals to the body. Orochimaru! Tsunade's powerful kick landed on Orochimaru's body, making him feel as if all his internal organs were shattered by the kick. Before he could react, Tsunade broke 3 or 4 of his ribs with a punch. Pah! Orochimaru spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Orochimaru turned back to seek support on the battlefield, only to find that Dankato, who had recovered, had already fled. Bastard! Blood oozed between Orochimaru's teeth. Die! Tsunade swung her fist down hard, her face showing undisguised murderous intent. How dare you play with the souls of the dead? Boom! The ground cracked open a long trench under Tsunade's punch, and Orochimaru could only roll awkwardly to the side, narrowly avoiding the punch. Jiraiya was sweating profusely. Don't think you can escape! The slug spat a ball of acid at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's body was immediately scorched by the acid, causing him intense pain, but he managed to heal his wounds instantly with the Orochimaru's body replacement technique. Jiraiya, Tsunade! Orochimaru, looking at his former classmates, gritted his teeth in hatred. Don't get too arrogant. Once I've perfected the Edo Tensei, I'll completely destroy Konoha. He's escaped. Jiraiya took a deep breath, feeling the trouble with Orochimaru. It's easy to defeat him, but hard to kill him. Back to Konoha. Tsunade's fingers trembled slightly as she commanded solemnly, "We must go back immediately and resolve Orochimaru's trouble. This time he resurrected Dankato to fight us. Who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause next? Have you finally agreed to take the position of the 5th Hokage?" Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief, his mission accomplished. In the village of Konoha, inside the Hokage building. Since the 5th Hokage had not yet been selected, the village affairs were still being discussed by Akihara Kagura and 2 Hokage advisors. During this period, the internal situation of Konoha was gradually stabilizing, with only the external issues of the Mist and Sand villages unresolved. Akihara Kagura added the Rock village as a target, citing their sending of ninjas to infiltrate Konoha for intelligence. The 2 Hokage advisors tried to oppose this, but were overruled by Akihara Kagura, who left them hoping that Jiraiya would soon bring back Tsunade. The 5th Hokage will be back soon. Let's wait for the succession before making any decisions. I heard that Jiraiya and the 2 advisors chose Lady Tsunade. Akihara Kagura leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. According to information from the root, Lady Tsunade has accumulated a substantial amount of gambling debt. Could this affect the image of Konoha? The 2 Hokage advisors frowned. Was Akihara Kagura going to refuse Tsunade's succession as Hokage over this? Don't misunderstand. Akihara Kagura's eyes narrowed. He continued seriously. To prevent these debt collectors from affecting Konoha's image, I plan to have the root take care of them, eliminating any slander they might spread about Konoha in the ninja world. These people associated with the gambling dens are no good anyway. Removing them would also be a service to the people. The 2 Hokage advisors nodded. As long as Akihara Kagura was not opposing Tsunade's succession, they didn't care much about these matters, merely ensuring that Akihara Kagura did not anger the nobility of the Land of Fire. However, Akihara Kagura couldn't care less about these concerns. At the root base, Akihara Kagura held a list in her hand and placed it on the table. All root members deploy immediately, clear out all the casinos in the Land of Fire, and following Lady Tsunade's list of debts, kill all the creditors. They are just forcing innocent people to ruin anyway. This is, Karin hesitated, somewhat confused. Kill all her creditors as a welcome gift for our new boss. Akihara Kagura glanced at Karin and then ordered, "By this time, the 5th Hokage should be arriving soon. Karin, take 3 teams to a small town near the village, clear out the town's casinos, and make sure our boss knows who sent her the gift." Yes, Karin immediately accepted the command. In the Land of Fire, in a small town, Tsunade and Jiraiya, along with Shizune and Uzumaki Naruto, were on their way back to Tsunade and Jiraiya, along with Shizune and Uzumaki Naruto, were on their way back to Konoha and happened to pass through this town, where Tsunade intended to repay the gambling debts she had accrued there. As a result, they saw a group of people from the casinos being pursued and killed. A group of root ninjas wearing masks were still searching for casino staff in the town. Seeing one of the casino's thugs, they showed no mercy and teleported to slash him with a single stroke. Lady Tsunade, the casino's owner under the protection of his thugs, was fleeing. When the casino owner saw Tsunade, he knelt before her, tears streaming down his face. "Lady Tsunade, we don't need your money anymore. Please make your people stop." "Stop!" Tsunade quickly halted the massacre and stood in front of the root ninjas, sternly asking, "Whose subordinates are you and what is going on?" "This is—" Jiraiya recognized these people's identities, his expression becoming grave. "These are root ninjas, all subordinates of Kagura. We are ordered to kill all the Fifth Hokage creditors." A red-haired girl wearing a dog mask coldly instructed. "To avoid affecting the reputation of the Fifth Hokage, anyone who might harm her reputation must be eliminated. Please do not hinder our mission." "I don't want this. I don't want this." Scared, the casino owner quickly knelt and kowtowed, as if realizing something. No, Lady Tsunade has never owed me money. I was talking nonsense." The red-haired girl leaped up, swinging her ninja sword, but Tsunade blocked her directly. "Go back!" Tsunade stared coldly at the girl in front of her, sternly saying, "I will repay my own gambling debts. The village doesn't need to interfere." Karin watched Tsunade, quietly objecting. "If Lady Tsunade had not taken on the role of Fifth Hokage, we could have ignored it. But since Lady Tsunade has become the Fifth Hokage, for the sake of Konoha's reputation, we must eliminate all detrimental factors, as these people's existence also endangers the lives of other villagers. Everything is for Konoha." At this point, Karin's chakra suddenly erupted, and golden chains burst from his back, swiftly binding their bodies and twisting their necks, killing all the casino staff. "Karin!" Naruto seemed stunned. "Adamantine sealing chains!" Tsunade was somewhat surprised looking at Karin. The masked, red-haired girl turned out to be from the Uzumaki clan. However, Tsunade quickly reacted, frowning and addressing Karin sternly. "Didn't you hear what I just said? This is for Konoha." Karin withdrew the adamantine chains, continuing firmly, "To maintain Konoha's reputation, we will kill all of the Fifth Hokage creditors." Tsunade was startled by Karin's words. While this method indeed cleared her past gambling debts, it also raised the question, what reputation would she still hold in the ninja world? In the past, those who had lent her money were killed by the Konoha ninja, and she had not yet assumed the position of Hokage. As a result, had her reputation already soured in the ninja world. "Return and report." Karin leapt onto a rooftop and with a few bounds left the small town. The other root ninja quickly followed suit. "That kid!" Tsunade watched Karin's retreating figure, her face grim and uneasy. "He seems to be about the same age as Naruto, that little brat. He's quite decisive when it comes to killing." Jiraiya nodded, reminded of his own disciple. "When I first met Kagura, he too was plotting to kill someone every day." As he said this, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and sighed. "Now you see just how extreme their actions can be. That child is not suited for the root." Tsunade shook her head, though she was already making her own plans. When Tsunade saw Karin use the adamantine sealing chains, she witnessed his immense chakra and vitality, thinking that Karin might be well suited to become a medical ninja. She planned to find an opportunity to bring Karin to her side upon returning, to prevent a skilled medical ninja from becoming a tool of slaughter. "Let's head back." Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade, continuing to persuade. "When Danzo was the head of the root, he wouldn't even follow the old man's orders. Perhaps because Danzo is still with the root, Kagura's actions have become increasingly extreme." However, when they returned to the Konoha, they realized the situation was far more troublesome than they had imagined. Due to Kagura's people handling all the gambling houses in the Land of Fire, many of the nobles of the Land of Fire also suffered significant losses, and they flocked to the Konoha to demand an explanation. Tsunade must not succeed as Hokage. This became the consensus among many nobles and ministers of the Land of Fire, without a doubt. The person behind the operation targeting the gambling houses was certainly Tsunade, as she gained the most from it. All her creditors were killed. This kind of behavior undoubtedly violated the rules of the ninja world. Debts must be repaid, lives taken must be atoned for, especially gambling debts should never be defaulted. Within the Hokage Tower, both Hokage advisors felt overwhelmed. Koharu Utatane sensed the malice from the Land of Fire toward Tsunade. Many ministers and nobles of the Land of Fire are questioning our new candidate for Hokage, asking if we can propose another candidate for Hokage, as they refused Tsunede's succession as the fifth Hokage. The daimyo, however, has not voiced any opinions. Hamura Mitokado managed to find a silver lining amidst the bad news. After all, Tsunede's status is noble, making her the most suitable candidate. The daimyo does not care much about these minor issues, only advising Tsunade to restrain her actions and not be too extreme or untrustworthy. This is an opportunity. Akihara Kagura shrugged, as if it all had nothing to do with him. Finding out those dissatisfied with the fifth Hokage and clearing them out would mean that from then on, no one in the Land of Fire would oppose any of the fifth Hokage's proposals. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado looked at each other. While Akihara Kagura was indeed trying to consider for Tsunade, who had not yet completed her succession, this undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Hamura Mitokado quickly tried to stop Kagura's radical actions. For now, clearing the gambling houses has only led to opposition from the nobles and ministers. Arbitrarily killing nobles and ministers would provoke public outrage among all the nobles in the ninja world. Whoever opposes, clear them out. Kagura chuckled lightly, his attitude very firm. Before the fifth Hokage succeeds, clear out all who oppose her, even if it means killing the daimyo. This could lead to civil unrest. Hamura Mitokado was frightened and quickly tried to persuade Kagura with another reason. Aren't you preparing for war against the Sand and Mist villages? If there's internal chaos in the politics of the Land of Fire, it might adversely affect the war. Koharu Udatane felt it was strange. At this moment, the war they had always wanted to prevent became their reason to persuade Kagura not to slaughter throughout the Land of Fire. But they really couldn't oppose Kagura, because Kagura was indeed trying to kill for the sake of Konoha. It's just, sometimes helping can make things worse. At least Tsunade, the person involved, deeply felt the trouble she was facing, which seemed more problematic than being pursued by creditors. Kagura and the Root Ninja were willing to help maintain her reputation, possibly with good intentions, but doing nothing might have been better. Hokage Tower. Akihara Kagura and the two advisors to the Hokage were still in a meeting. Tsunade, with Shizune in tow, pushed open the office door. Her gaze briefly swept over everyone present, finally resting on Akihara Kagura, the only person there she did not recognize. You, the kid named Akihara Kagura, right? Tsunade slowly approached Kagura and reached out to grab his collar. So it was you who sent people to kill all my creditors, ruining my reputation everywhere. It was me. Kagura nodded, presenting a stack of documents before Tsunade with a slight smile. You must be Lady Tsunade, right? How coincidental. My subordinates also reported to me that Lady Tsunade wanted to protect her creditors. Why don't you take a look at the scum the new fifth Hokage wants to protect? What is this? Tsunade frowned displeasingly. However, as Tsunade looked through the documents and recognized the names, her expression involuntarily darkened upon realizing they detailed the crimes of her creditors. Those who ran gambling dens or charged exorbitant loans in the ninja world often had blood on their hands, resorting to extreme measures just to make money. Who would think them innocent or believe they were acting philanthropically? The documents showed how these creditors lured villagers into gambling, eventually forcing them into insurmountable debts with high interest rates, coercing them to extreme measures like selling family members, with murder and torture becoming the norm. This was expected. Certain industries in the ninja world were legal. Each casino was typically surrounded by pleasure districts, gradually enslaving the local populace. The feudal system still prevalent in the ninja world legitimized these actions, making it difficult to legally challenge these casino owners. However, Tsunade could see the significant harm their crimes caused from the documents. Tsunade's expression was complicated. Lady Tsunade. Kagura stood up, leaning on the table, looking directly at the soon-to-be Hokage. As the Hokage, you should be protecting the villagers of Konoha, not these scum. I've killed them for the sake of your reputation. In reality, Kagura was manipulating the concept, because Tsunade was never about protecting the creditors, but about protecting her own reputation. Linked to the debts, Tsunade found herself unable to refute Kagura's direct assault. Do you want these matters to become public? Kagura's gaze turned cold, appearing more authoritative than Tsunade. What would happen to Konoha's reputation if the fifth Hokage was known to collude with these villains, allowing them to slaughter at will? If that's the case, where would Konoha's reputation stand? Kagura fixed his eyes on Tsunade, who looked disturbed and righteously questioned. Lady Tsunade, the first Hokage, founded Konoha to protect the peace of the ninja world, not to shield those who harm civilians. Lady Tsunade isn't that kind of person. Shizune, holding a small pig, trembled in fear at the side. I understand. Tsunade sighed deeply within. Even though she knew from Jirya that she might face internal conflict with Akihara Kagura upon returning to Konoha, she hadn't expected such a challenging political opponent, presenting her with such a formidable challenge right away. These documents were prepared in advance by Kagura, meaning he had anticipated being challenged over the deaths of the creditors and had prepared to counterattack. The internal strife within Konoha seems to be never-ending. Tsunade couldn't help but lament the cyclic nature of fate. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo before, and now it was her turn with Akihara Kagura. However, she was still the Hokage. Don't try to twist the facts. Tsunade put down the papers, raising her head to meet Kagura's gaze. I am only maintaining my reputation, not protecting them. Even if they were to be killed, it would have to wait until I've repaid my own debts. And the fifth Hokage owing money to creditors, only for the village ninjas to kill those creditors, surely damages the village's reputation more, doesn't it? Tsunade, facing Kagura, sternly questioned. If I take office as the fifth Hokage and continue to repay debts, more people will trust Konoha's integrity. You make a good point. Kagura, seemingly persuaded by Tsunade, sat down and handed her a piece of paper and a pen. Then please, Lady Tsunade, write down your list of creditors. I will send my people to repay the debts, and after the money is paid, we can kill them. Tsunade's forehead twitched. On her way back to Konoha, Jirya had mentioned that his student, Akihara Kagura, was a man of extreme actions but also very persuadable. Now, Tsunade really saw it. Kagura indeed acted extremely, but he was really persuadable, only to adopt even more extreme methods afterward. Konoha's ninjas first repaying debts and then committing murder, blatantly using murder to warn others in the ninja world not to touch money they shouldn't have. This method might as well not repay anything and just kill the creditors. Tsunade looked at Kagura strangely, sighing, This is my personal matter, I will handle it myself without involving others. Lady Tsunade, Kagura shook his head, speaking earnestly. When you are appointed Hokage, your personal matters are no longer just your own. Because you represent Konoha and cannot afford a single misstep, every mistake could cause great harm to Konoha. I'm out, Tsunade abruptly rejected, flipping the table. Let you be the Hokage then. Tsunade patted Kagura on the shoulder, feeling as if she had shed all responsibilities. Tsunade patted Kagura on the shoulder, feeling as if she had shed all responsibilities, countering Kagura's move. You're so responsible you can be the Hokage in case you have any complaints. Calm down, Tsunade. Hamura Mitokado quickly tried to calm her down. You are about to be appointed the fifth Hokage by the daimyo. We need to prepare for the inauguration ceremony. We must issue the orders for the succession ceremony. Koharu Udatain also urged, unwilling to allow Tsunade to refuse. Kagura serving as Hokage's aide, they both couldn't stop Kagura's actions. Once Kagura became Hokage, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop him from making mistakes. This is the village's higher-ups' collective decision. Kagura quickly shook his head. Tsunade must become Hokage because her medical expertise could bring significant benefits to Konoha, and it really is a match of equals. Tsunade, this future superior, actually flipped the table too. At this moment, he must kick both the table and chairs. Kagura spoke forcefully, yet his words showed his support for Tsunade's succession as Hokage. Lady Tsunade, please don't be temperamental. If you still consider yourself a ninja of the village, if you still wish to take on the responsibility of protecting Konoha, do not avoid the village's higher-ups appointment in this manner. Tsunade looked at Kagura's expression, feeling somewhat bewildered. Was this guy framing her, or was he truly protecting Konoha? If Kagura didn't want her to become Hokage, shouldn't he take the opportunity to push her out instead? Why did he firmly support her becoming Hokage? It's almost as if not becoming the fifth Hokage meant she didn't acknowledge herself as a ninja of Konoha, didn't want to take on the responsibility of protecting Konoha. It seems. This guy isn't so bad after all, really everything for Konoha, just too extreme in personality. Lady Tsunade, Kagura spoke solemnly of his sacrifice. To ensure you can succeed as Hokage, all ninjas of the root are mobilized to clear out anyone who might tarnish your reputation. I and the two advisors are still discussing when to clear those nobles who oppose your succession as Hokage. Even if the Fire Daimyo disagrees, we can assassinate him. Tsunade's fingers trembled. Assassinate the daimyo. Such an event had never occurred in history. Tsunade, having seen many big scenes, was somewhat shocked by Kagura's words. This guy named Kagura, was he really going to such extremes to ensure her succession as Hokage? Normal people wouldn't think of killing the daimyo, right? Cough, 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 cough. Hamura Mitokado coughed violently, repeatedly saying, Kagura, killing the daimyo seems a bit too extreme. If the nobles really disagree with Tsunede's succession, Koharu Udatane frowned and advised, we agree you can deal with those nobles, but let's forget about killing the daimyo, especially since he himself supports Tsunede's succession as Hokage. All right, I get it, it's a hassle. Tsunade sighed deeply, repeatedly waving her hands to show she understood their point. I will succeed as the 5th Hokage. Those nobles opposing me, I will personally talk to them. No need for such extreme measures from the village's upper echelons. Killing them has many benefits and no disadvantages. Akihara Kagura shook his head vigorously and continued. This time, their opposition to Lady Tsunede's succession as Hokage implies that any proposal she makes in the political affairs of the Land of Fire could potentially be rejected by them. Akihara Kagura vehemently spoke of the harm these nobles posed to Konoha, but failed to mention that their refusal to allow Tsunade to become Hokage was largely because the Konoha ninja had dismantled the nobles' lavish established gambling dens, damaging their interests and cutting off their avenues for plundering wealth. Yet Tsunade was able to see through all of this. I will persuade them, she declared. Tsunade frowned and rejected Akihara Kagura's suggestion, continuing, all this started because our people killed theirs, resulting in their loss of interest. Wrong, Akihara Kagura interrupted Tsunade, coldly continuing, the root of all this is because they secretly supported others in setting up gambling dens, causing Lady Tsunade to accumulate a lot of gambling debts. Actually, it's myself. Tsunade waved her hand, blaming herself, unwilling to attribute the fault to her own hobbies. It's good that Lady Tsunade can recognize her own mistakes, said Akihara Kagura, nodding immediately and continuing. From today onwards, I hope Lady Tsunade will not stray further on the wrong path and not let it be known after her succession as Hokage that she has engaged in behavior unbecoming of her status. Can I gamble even after becoming Hokage? Tsunade, somewhat dissatisfied, glared angrily at Akihara Kagura. A Hokage can have personal hobbies, Akihara Kagura acknowledged, nodding, but added a condition. However, to maintain the image of the Hokage, it must not become known that the 5th Hokage of Konoha is still a gambler. The Anbu and Root will eliminate some of those in the know. Tsunade looked incredulously at Akihara Kagura. After gambling, if Anbu and Root simply kill people at the gambling dens, how could she dare to gamble with others? Which gambling den would dare let her in? Though, no gambling dens dare to let her in now. Tsunade, this is all for Konoha. Tsunade, this is all for Konoha. Both Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitakado agreed with Akihara Kagura's opinion, not wishing for Konoha's Hokage to be a gambler, as it would indeed affect Konoha's image. Sarutobi Hiruzen had governed for nearly 40 years, leaving behind an image of a benevolent and gentle Hokage and the will of fire that had been passed down. This could not be spoiled by Tsunade's hobbies, tarnishing the villagers' view of the Hokage. What a hassle! Tsunade muttered impatiently, walking to the Hokage's desk and sitting down carelessly, continuing, all right, let's not talk about whether I will gamble in the future. You don't need to bother with those nobles who oppose my succession as Hokage. I will handle it myself. After Tsunade spoke, she looked directly at the people present, her gaze resting on Akihara Kagura. This is the first order I issue upon my return. Just follow my command, Akihara Kagura. I am the Hokage. Lady Tsunade, you will regret this. Akihara Kagura firmly returned Tsunade's gaze. In that moment, the atmosphere in the office was somewhat eerie. This! Both Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitakado frowned and looked at each other, feeling a sense of deja vu in this scene. How come? It seems nothing has changed. The two Hokage advisors had often witnessed such scenes during the governance of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, and now again just as Tsunade had returned. There really isn't anything new in this office. No, there is still something new, because Akihara Kagura and Shimura Danzo are different. I would like to propose something here. Akihara Kagura looked at Tsunade and voiced his opinion. Lady Tsunade, as an assistant in the village, we cannot allow a Hokage to act arbitrarily on the wrong path. Let's hear your thoughts. Tsunade could not disallow the Hokage's assistant from making proposals at this time, nor could she dismiss an assistant for differing opinions, especially when this assistant was a pillar of strength supporting Konoha. I request the resurrection of the previous Hokages. Akihara Kagura looked to the two advisors beside him, seizing the opportunity to express his idea. Please allow me to use the Edo Tensei in the village to resurrect the previous Hokages. On one hand, this is to prevent Orochimaru from resurrecting the previous Hokages first, which would put us at a disadvantage when we face an invasion by Orochimaru in the future. Akihara Kagura looked at Tsunade. his target clear on the soon-to-be fifth Hokage. On the other hand, the previous Hokages have governed Konoha for many years, and their collective assistance in governing Konoha can prevent the fifth Hokage from making mistakes. Inside the Hokage's office, upon hearing Kagura's suggestion, everyone's expression changed. The atmosphere grew serious as Koharu Yudate and Hamura Mitakado's expressions turned grave. Tsunade straightened her body and her gaze became solemn. This was no small matter. This is the last will left by Hiruzen. Koharu Yudate agreed heartily, even supporting the testament left by Saruto by Hiruzen. To prevent Orochimaru from resurrecting the previous Hokages, letting Kagura preemptively resurrect them is also a viable method. Hamura Mitakado nodded and continued. If Orochimaru were to resurrect the previous Hokages again, it would be a severe blow to Konoha, and I agree. It seems I have no reason to object. After Tsunade spoke, she raised a crucial issue. The Edo Tensei requires a sacrifice. Who should we choose as the sacrifice? This matter can be handled by the Root Division. Hamura Mitakado quickly shook his head, looking towards Akihara Kagura. Kagura, is it okay to leave the task of finding a sacrifice for resurrecting the previous Hokages to the Root Division? The Root Division has always been the darkest part of Konoha. In the past, matters that could not be known by the villagers were usually handled by the Matters that could not be known by the villagers were usually handled by the Anbu. Those that the Anbu could not know of were left to the Root Division. That's fine. Akihara Kagura had no objections. I have a question. Tsunade seemed to have some understanding of the Edo Tensei, earnestly asking. I heard that the stronger the life force of the sacrifice, the stronger the resurrected being. I'm not very clear on these details. Akihara Kagura shook his head, apparently not very familiar with the Edo Tensei. However, the third Hokage was the professor, and the Edo Tensei he left is more complete than the one the second Hokage left in the Scroll of Seals. Let's resurrect the previous Hokages first. Hamura Mitakado urged from the side, solemnly adding, at least until we have dealt with the trouble Orochimaru poses, we should prevent the previous Hokages from being exploited by Orochimaru. Tsunade remained silent. If Orochimaru were to exploit the Edo Tensei before she made a decision, Tsunade would have to acknowledge the threat to Konoha. Once Orochimaru resurrected some of the deceased on a large scale, using these reanimated beings as a threat, and brazenly attacked Konoha. Many Konoha ninjas would see their respected ones or comrades become enemies, potentially changing their mindset, which could lead them to let the enemy slaughter them on the battlefield. As for the previous Hokage's involvement in the village's politics, Hamura Mitakado hesitated, glanced at Tsunade, then continued, perhaps until Orochimaru is eradicated, it could indeed be implemented. Tsunade still had no objection. Because the 4 deceased Hokages included 2 of her relatives and 1 was her teacher, no matter how she looked at it, it was extremely advantageous for her. Then I'll go prepare. Akihara Kagura glanced at Tsunade. I'll go with you. Tsunade intended to go with Akihara Kagura, solemnly stating, even if the village plans to resurrect the deceased, we should not allow innocents to be sacrificed. Is that necessary? Akihara Kagura immediately shook his head, continuing, if the villagers later think that we desecrated the dead by using the Edo Tensei, then this is something I did without permission, and Lord Tsunade must not be known to have participated in this matter. Tsunade was startled, somewhat taken aback by Akihara Kagura's look. Tsunade immediately understood the existence of Akihara Kagura and the Root Division, and also understood why Saruto by Hiruzen had always allowed Shimura Danzo to control power. The Root Division always bore the mistakes that the Hokage could not. Indeed. Koharu Yudate and Hamura Mitakado immediately nodded in understanding, appreciating Akihara Kagura's attitude of taking the blame. Tsunade, the Hokage cannot be involved in this matter. Everything is being done privately by Kagura. You are just a Hokage who has to bear the consequences of your subordinates' mistakes. Am I someone who shirks responsibility? Tsunade burst into anger, smashing her desk with a punch. As the Hokage of the village, how can I let my subordinates bear the mistakes? Such a fiery temper. Hamura Mitakado and Koharu Yudate were indifferent, seemingly accustomed to the responsibility divisions within Konoha village, solemnly advising, Tsunade, you have not yet passed the official succession ceremony. This happened before your succession. Don't bring up that old man's methods again. Tsunade glanced at the 2 Hokage advisors, very dissatisfied with their behavior. If it was my decision, the consequences of this wrong decision should also be borne by me. Akihara Kagura and I will go together. Lady Tsunade, that should also be after the succession ceremony. Akihara Kagura watched Tsunade, his gaze calm, as if he really did not care about taking the blame for the hawkage for doing something he shouldn't have. If Akihara Kagura walked out of the hawkage office's door, looked back at Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, if you want to change Konoha, at least wait until you officially become the 5th hawkage. Empty claims can do no good. Bang! After finishing his statement, Akihara Kagura forcefully closed the door and left the hawkage office, with the two seemingly accustomed hawkage advisors showing no change in expression. This matter, the two hawkage advisors were long accustomed to it. Since they both became high-ranking officials in Konoha, they had always operated this way. Sarutobi Hiruzen did what he had to do, and the inconvenient matters were left to Shimura Danzo to handle. No wonder you won't let that kid become hawkage. Tsunade sat down again, feeling a sense of helplessness, but soon she gathered her spirits again. When will we meet the daimyo? When will the Anbu be ready for the hawkage succession ceremony? I want to immediately succeed as the 5th hawkage. Root Division Base. Akihara Kagura had already preemptively resurrected the 4 deceased hawkages, which was also the reason he insisted on not bringing Tsunade along. Now, to prevent the 4 hawkages from developing any ambitions, Akihara Kagura hoped to make them fully realize the reality. Akihara Kagura gathered the 4 hawkages, speaking softly. To make each of you Akihara Kagura gathered the 4 hawkages, speaking softly. To make each of you hawkages realize the reality, I plan to find a place for us to spar. I hope we can understand our respective positions through this sparring, lest any of the hawkages skilled in forbidden jutsu think they can unravel the Edo tense and change the situation. Kid, no need for subtle reminders. The second hawkage, Tabarama, acknowledged Akihara Kagura's slander, crossing his arms and speaking coldly. I indeed have already researched the solution to the Edo tensei you are using. Do you really want to fight against 4 hawkages by yourself? The 4th hawkage, Minato, looked at Akihara Kagura with some surprise, not knowing how strong Akihara Kagura was, all relying on the 3rd hawkage, Hiruzen's popularization during this period. As for the 1st hawkage, Hashirama, he even showed some surprise. Ah, you want to fight with us 4? Quite arrogant. The 2nd hawkage, Tabarama, coldly assessed Akihara Kagura's action. However, this matter was advantageous for them. Tabarama had also been contemplating this for a long time. If they, the 4 hawkages, could defeat Akihara Kagura, then he could consider how to implement the solution to undo the Edo tensei. No matter how Akihara Kagura wanted to control them, there would eventually be a time of slackness, and they were sure to seize the opportunity. Of course, this also had to be based on the principle that they could defeat Akihara Kagura without causing too much damage to Konoha. Where should we fight? Hiruzen raised a doubt, softly asking. If it's within Konoha, the commotion of the battle might be too great. Find a place with few human traces. Tabarama looked at his elder brother, then at Akihara Kagura. The two really starting to fight could easily destroy Konoha. Anyway, there are 5 of us. 3 of us know the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. We can get there quickly. Set it in the ocean. Hiruzen looked at Tabarama, thinking it should be chosen in an advantageous environment. Set it on land. Tabarama shook his head, disagreeing with the idea. Because on the ocean, perhaps his water release would be enhanced, but it would greatly limit his elder brother's performance and also limit the users of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Everyone present spontaneously thought of a country. Let's set off. Tabarama put his hand on his elder brother's shoulder, turned back to look at Akihara Kagura. Kid, I heard you are also a user of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Don't be too slow. I'll have a pear juice first. Akihara Kagura picked up the drink on the table, waving his hand. You go ahead, I'll catch up soon. Humph! Tabarama snorted coldly, disappearing from the spot with Hashirama. 3rd hawkage, let's go too. Minato placed his hand on Hiruzen's shoulder, using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to instantly move away from the spot. Gulp, gulp! Akihara Kagura was still leisurely sipping his pear juice. Deep into the night, land of wind, in the desolate desert. Akihara Kagura stood in the center of the desert, quietly waiting for the 4 hawkages to arrive. He set off the latest, but arrived the earliest. After a while, Minato with Hiruzen arrived first, and Tabarama with Hashirama arrived a little later, making the expression of the 2nd hawkage slightly unpleasant. Finally arrived, I've been waiting for you for a while. Akihara Kagura stood in the desert, seemingly impatient from waiting. Kagura arrived first. Minato was somewhat surprised when he saw Akihara Kagura, smilingly complimenting. Your Flying Thunder God Jutsu is even faster than mine and the seconds. Faster than Tabarama. Hashirama didn't hesitate to raise his thumb, praising Akihara Kagura and Minato. Back in our era, Tabarama was known as the fastest in the ninja world. Big brother. Tabarama quickly stopped his elder brother. Losing to Minato was one thing, but also losing to Akihara Kagura, especially since Tabarama himself was the inventor of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Tabarama took a deep breath, posing as an elder, forcibly restraining his dissatisfaction with Akihara Kagura, and complimented, "Your speed is quite fast. Since everyone is here, let's start quickly." "Indeed, we shouldn't waste time." Akihara Kagura nodded, his fingers raising the gesture of confrontation. The four Hokages looked at his actions and were simultaneously startled, feeling somewhat nostalgic familiarity, and also raised the gesture of confrontation towards Akihara Kagura. The next moment, the four Hokages charged towards Akihara Kagura simultaneously. Akihara Kagura's fingers moved quickly, first forming a seal, his fingers suddenly coming together. Tiger Seal! Hiruzen watched Akihara Kagura's actions, immediately judging the jutsu Akihara Kagura intended to use. Kagura is using a fire-release jutsu. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Accompanied by Hiruzen's reminder, Akihara Kagura's seal was already completed. His fingers spreading near his mouth, he breathed out a massive wave of flames. This wave of flames fell into the desert, the sand melting in the fire, spreading like a wall of fire towards the four Hokages. "It's Madara's jutsu." Hashirama immediately judged it, even his gaze becoming solemn, even more powerful than when Madara used it. "Monkey, Lord Second." Hiruzen and Tabarama both made their judgments. As Hokages of Konoha, their judgment of the situation was very accurate, especially since the environment here was a desert, not suitable for water-release jutsu. The two Hokages knew very well that their individual water release could not stop it, and simultaneously combined their seals to release the same jutsu. Water release, water wall formation. Tabarama breathed out a wave of water, the water rapidly erecting a circular water wall around them. Hiruzen breathed out bursts of water, quickly thickening the wall, a wall as high as a city wall erected in the desert. The water wall and the fire wall instantly contacted each other. The fire scorched the water, rising steam spreading across the desert, the entire battlefield immediately engulfed in fog. Fortunately, everyone present was skilled in sensory ninjutsu. The four Hokages simultaneously placed their hands on the ground, using chakra transferred through the ground to quickly sense Akihara Kagura's hidden position in the fog. Akihara Kagura moved faster than them, watching the thick water vapor on the battlefield, suddenly clapping his hands together. "Rain Tiger at will!" The water vapor in the air slowly turned into raindrops. The desert, which hadn't seen a drop of water for years, started to rain. Each of these raindrops contained Akihara Kagura's chakra, allowing him to more clearly sense the exact positions of the four Hokages. "Found you!" Akihara Kagura's gaze sharpened, his palms suddenly raising, the rain quickly condensing. "Water release, heavenly weeping!" In the sky among the raindrops, hidden were strands of water needles, stealthily flying towards the direction of the four Hokages. "There's something in the rain!" Tabarama's shoulder was unexpectedly hit by a water needle. He quickly reacted, but his face turned very ugly. "It turns out to be my jutsu." The raindrops continue to fall from the sky. Hidden within the rain, needles of water are also scattering down. Hashirama's hands are imbued with chakra, swatting away the water needles effortlessly, and he does not hesitate to praise the strength of his enemy. "Tabarama, his water release techniques are much stronger than yours." "No need to tell me." Tabarama's expression looks somewhat displeased. This technique was his own creation, yet now Akihara Kagura, a youngster he disdains, wields it with such formidable power, understandably unsettling the second Hokage. "We've located Kagura." Minato is the first to spot Akihara Kagura through the curtain of rain. "Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet." Hiruzen forms a seal and releases a dragon head of earth, which spews mud bullets towards Kagura. Hiruzen continues without pause, forming another seal and emitting a fire release ninjutsu, adding flames to the mud bullets. "Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet." The third Hokage combined earth and fire technique, Earth Dragon Flame Stream. Minato watches in awe. As Hiruzen and the Earth Dragon bullets attack simultaneously, the techniques merge into flaming projectiles flying towards Kagura. "Lava release, Earth Dragon Magma Bullet." Kagura immediately raises his palm. A massive mud dragon head appears behind him, suddenly opening its mouth to eject magma rocks, falling like a volcanic eruption, each stone wrapped in magma targeting the Hokages. A magma-covered stone shatters Hiruzen's Earth Dragon head, forcing him to awkwardly dodge. "Is this a lava release Kekkei Genkai?" Minato looks on, surprised at Kagura, recalling a lava release user from Rock Village, yet puzzled. But it's strange, Kagura's technique seems to be a direct fusion of two chakra natures inside his body. Yes, Hiruzen nods slowly, adding softly, Kagura's mastery of combined nature transformations has already surpassed mine. Such an impressive young man. Hashirama claps his hands together, releasing his technique. Wood release, advent of a world of trees. Vines and roots burst from the ground, growing into towering trees, turning the battlefield into a vast forest, slowing the magma stones. The roots continue to spread towards Kagura. Wood release, advent of a world of trees. Kagura forms seals simultaneously. A root bursts from beneath his feet. The root quickly branches out, growing numerous vines, meeting Hashirama's wood release technique head-on. The two wood release users' vines rapidly intertwine. Trees grow swiftly and are just as quickly restrained and brought down by thick vines. This area turns into an immensely dense ancient forest. Hashirama and Kagura continue vying for control of the forest, roots and vines relentlessly spreading towards each other. Water release, water-severing wave. Tabarama stands by, rapidly releasing a column of water that swiftly cuts through the vines like a blade. Yet Tabarama's actions hardly impact the battle between the two enormously chakra-endowed wood release users. Fourth, let's go attack that brat directly. Tabarama quickly calls out to Minato, swiftly devising a strategy. Monkey, follow behind us, always ready to dodge the vines. Yes. Hiruzen can only comply, quickly following them, weaving through the forest on their trail. Too troublesome. Kagura feels momentarily unable to secure a victory and simply ends the competition between the advent of a world of trees techniques, clapping his hands together, exhaling a thick smoke. The entire forest is engulfed in smoke. This smoke, filled with searing heat, seems ready to ignite at any moment. This is our clan's fire release, ash pile burning. Hiruzen leaps back, warning the other Hokages to leave the forest. Second, Minato, move out quickly. Kagura is going to detonate the forest. Understood. Minato's form instantly appears next to Hiruzen using the Flying Thunder God technique, pulling Hiruzen out of the smoke's reach. Tabarama leaps out from the forest, his expression grim, coldly stating, "This isn't fire release, ash pile burning, this is that brat's combined nature transformations. The smoke also contains other chakra properties." As the smoke spreads, every tree and vine it touches quietly begins to disintegrate, as if they never existed in this world. This is a dust and fire release combined nature transformations. Hiruzen immediately recognizes the presence of dust release. Surprised, Kagura hid dust release chakra in the ash pile burning smoke. Such a treacherously evil brat, Tabarama curses, yet can only silently watch as the smoke and dust release together thoroughly cleanse the forest of the advent of a world of trees. Such an incredible little guy. Hashirama, much calmer than his brother, continues to praise, turning to ask, "Have we seen this ability before? A person from Rock Village named Mew." Tabarama reminds his elder brother. "This is also the technique of the third Tsuchikage Anoki of Rock Village." Hiruzen completes the answer, gravely stating, "I remember Kagura once captured the third Tsuchikage Anoki, maybe that's when he learned it." Kagura also captured a Tsuchikage. Minato looks at Hiruzen with surprise. "And a Mizukage." Hiruzen nods. Tabarama falls silent for a moment, then decides to focus on the fight first. Any issues can be discussed after the battle. "Let's defeat that brat first. If we all can't beat that brat, it would be too shameful for a Hokage. Then I'll also join." Minato, encouraged by the hunt, his smile warm and inviting. "I also want to see how Minato, encouraged by the hunt, his smile warm and inviting. I also want to see how much the younger generation in the village has grown." As they talk, a flash of light suddenly streaks before them. Kagura's body transforms into a golden light rushing forward. Minato tries to dodge, but he's a step too slow, his form directly kicked aside by Kagura. "So fast!" Minato flies backwards, still incredulous at the figure swiftly weaving through the battlefield. "Move!" Tabarama also attempts to dodge. However, the golden light instantly appears next to Tabarama. Kagura grabs his wrist, forcefully smashing him to the ground, a Flying Thunder God seal simultaneously landing on Tabarama. Second, Hiruzen rushes to help. Kagura turns to face the returning third Hokage, his finger instantly vertical on his chest, a burst of flames swiftly driving Hiruzen back. "Fire release, great fireball! Fire release, great fireball!" Hiruzen hastily releases a great fireball. Though the techniques are identical, the size and power differ greatly. One great fireball spans tens of meters, while the other is only a few meters across, as if they are completely different techniques. This Hiruzen can't believe his eyes as his fire release technique is engulfed by Kagura's, his form instantly sent flying by Kagura's attack. "I'm going up!" Hashirama punches towards Kagura. Kagura extends his palm, boldly meeting Hashirama's attack. As Hashirama's fist approaches, a tremendous force strikes Kagura's palm, causing his body to tremble continuously. A leaf-shaped flying thunder god seal quietly attaches to Hashirama. Whoosh! Just then, a kunai knife suddenly appears in Kagura's peripheral vision, the corner of his eye already spotting the flying thunder god seal on it. Rasengan! In the next moment, Minato's form instantly appears beside Kagura using the flying thunder god technique, raising his palm, a Rasengan crashing onto Kagura's shoulder. A mark of the sword of ninja love opportunistically lands on Kagura's shoulder. Kagura, clutching his shoulder, rapidly retreats, his offensive halted at that moment, the other Hokages taking this opportunity to regroup. Dust release, Rasengan! Kagura raises his right hand. A Rasengan glowing white gathers in his palm, his gaze fixed on Minato's form, the nature change of the Rasengan. Minato instantly recognizes his own technique, his face filled with amazement as he watches the approaching Rasengan. "I never managed to achieve this in my lifetime." Tabarama feels peculiar, speaking up. "It seems this brat has learned all our techniques, even mastering them better than we did ourselves. This cunning brat." Tabarama, recalling something, suddenly glares at his wrist, spotting a leaf-shaped black mark. "That brat really is cunning. Taking the chance when he was close to us, he left a flying thunder god mark on me." Not just Tabarama. The other Hokages already bear the mark of the flying thunder god. This was inevitable. Minato smiles, explaining, "As long as the caster's chakra touches the target, a mark of the flying thunder god can be left. So when I hit Kagura with the Rasengan earlier, I also left a mark on him." Minato's speed is also fast. This fourth Hokage, famed for his flying thunder god technique, also remembers to leave a mark on Kagura with the Rasengan. Fortunately, Tabarama also breathes a sigh of relief, extending his hand towards Minato. "Fortunately, I also left a flying thunder god mark on that brat when he attacked me. We've both marked each other, facilitating continued combat." As Tabarama and Minato exchange the flying thunder god marks on each other, they see Kagura's form instantly appear next to Minato. A dust release. Rasengan presses against Minato's body. Minato's form instantly vanishes from the spot, Kagura's form immediately disappearing as well, the two flying thunder god users constantly alternating in disappearance. This scene dazzles the onlookers. No matter how they try to observe with their eyes, they can only see two forms constantly alternating in vanishing and reappearing. Tabarama. Hashirama watches the two constantly flickering forms, patting his brother's shoulder, continuing to praise. "It seems these two youngsters are even more proficient in the flying thunder god technique than you were. I've never seen you do this." "This might not be the case." Tabarama's voice falls, his form also instantly disappearing from the spot, three flickering forms suddenly appearing in the air. Tabarama presses down on Kagura's body, attempting to move Kagura instantly towards Minato's direction, yet Kagura instantly teleports away. Three flying thunder god users continuously soar and vanish across the battlefield. "Dust release, Grand Rasengan! Dust release, Grand Rasengan!" A burst of light suddenly erupts. This dazzling burst of light is brilliantly spectacular. Tabarama and Minato's forms are thrown back, their bodies directly corroded by the radiant light. Though they are regenerating, they temporarily cannot move. Dealing with flying thunder god users is really troublesome. Kagura glances at the two Hokages he's subdued with a frown. "Luckily, I'm also a flying thunder god user." Tabarama and Minato, unable to move, can only silently watch him. Kagura's gaze shifts towards the first Hokage, not saying much, simply clapping his hands together. Hashirama immediately understands Kagura's intention, nodding slightly while also clapping his hands together. "Wood release, wooden men technique. Wood release, wooden men technique." Two different thick tree roots grow out. Two equally tall wooden men appear on the battlefield. Kagura and Hashirama control their respective wooden men, charging at each other, the ground trembling under the wooden men's footsteps. Boom, boom, the two giant wooden men grasp each other's palms tightly, desperately trying to topple the opponent. This battle is clearly not one others can join. Hiruzen watches in awe. Even though he has seen Kagura's wooden men before, he has never witnessed a battle of this magnitude. The sound of the strongest wood-release ninjas clashing resounding grandly, no ninja able to participate. Kagura stands atop his wooden man, controlling it in battle while watching Hashirama on the opposite side similarly controlling a giant wooden man. Little guy, your wood release is really excellent. Hashirama has never experienced such a battle, his face showing a surprised smile. Hashirama's palms come together again, maneuvering his wooden man to crash again towards Kagura's, aiming to directly topple Kagura's wooden man. Kagura gently shakes his head. In the next moment, Kagura's wooden man suddenly disappears from the spot. Hashirama's wooden man, losing its target, almost charges into a fall, his smile instantly disappearing from his face, his expression immediately turning cautious. What is this? First Hokage. Hiruzen stands below, his face shocked as he shouts loudly. Kagura is behind you! Behind you! Boom! Hiruzen's warning comes too late. Kagura, along with his wooden man using the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly moves to behind Hashirama's wooden man, controlling his wooden man to form a massive fist, brutally smashing it onto Hashirama's wooden man's head. Hashirama's wooden man staggers and is about to fall. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Hashirama hastily forms sealed. 3 wood dragons again grow from his wooden man, the wood dragons diving into the ground, acting like stabilizing ropes, firmly securing the wooden man's body. Is this leading to a beheading? Vacuum blade! Kagura frowns, exhaling gusts of wind and dust release chakra, creating a gigantic vacuum blade in his wooden man's hands. Kagura controls his wooden man to swing the giant ninja blade, slashing towards Hashirama's wooden man, directly beheading Hashirama's wooden man. A giant wooden man head chopped off, rolling across the desert, tumbling continuously, the headless and caster-less wooden man's body slowly falling. Standing atop the wooden man's head, Hashirama awkwardly rolls to the ground, hurriedly controlling 3 wood dragons to confront Kagura's wooden man, attempting to block the wooden man's attack. The 3 wood dragons bravely battle the wooden man. Kagura controls his wooden man below, swinging the giant dust-release ninja blade, brutally chopping down 3 wood dragons, cutting the 3 wood dragon bodies in half at the waist. The 6 segments falling from the sky, countless splinters also scattering across the ground. Kagura's wooden man lowers its head to look at the ground, resembling a demon lord who has just completed a dragon-slaying feat, looking down at Hashirama on the ground, quietly waiting for the warrior's next move. This! The other Hokages watch this scene somewhat incredulously. Little guy! Hashirama watches as his wooden man and wood dragons are completely slaughtered, his face showing no loss, instead still praising. The wooden men technique you wield is even more agile than mine, but you should have also learned one more move, right? Hashirama's palms come together, natural energy rapidly flowing into his body. Kagura also claps his hands together, natural energy crazily surging into his body. Sage mode! Sage mode! Kagura and Hashirama almost simultaneously enter Sage mode. Sage art would release true several thousand hands. Sage art would release true several thousand hands. Sage art would release true several thousand hands. 2,000-meter tall cannon bodhisattva statues grow from the ground, each cannon bodhisattva's back adorned with countless hands. As the cannon bodhisattva statues rapidly grow, Kagura and Hashirama, standing atop their heads, look down at the figures on the ground as if viewing a tiny black dot. Fortunately, the battlefield spectators are all Edo Tensei, not worrying about their life or death. Big Brother's cannon bodhisattva is a bit smaller. Tabarama has already recovered, instantly distinguishing the difference between the two. However, it's already impressive that he could use it. Tabarama doesn't mind too much, merely sighing. Although that brat used powerful beings as sacrifices, he ultimately couldn't allow Big Brother to attain perfect power as he had in life. Hiruzen hesitates, not speaking. Because Tabarama and Hashirama are both predecessors Hokages from the village, Hiruzen really isn't in a position to say Kagura is stronger than the first Hokage, softly speaking. Kagura's talent is the most formidable I've ever seen. His ability to learn any technique is fast. He even surpasses the original casters, the true several thousand hands technique. I taught it to Kagura in less than a night, and he already learned it. Truly terrifying. Minato watches the 2,000-meter tall cannon bodhisattvas in amazement, yet hears Hiruzen's words, can't help but speak again. His talent is so strong. Minato thoughtfully nods. I haven't even developed the nature transformation of the Rasengan in my lifetime. He's already fused many attributes of chakra, even combining Kekkei Genkai chakra. At this level, Tabarama looks up at the towering cannon bodhisattvas, speaking solemnly. Maybe they intend to die together. But this is also a good thing. Big Brother is an Edo Tensei body. That brat is still a living person. However, the battle is not yet over. Hashirama has already grown his cannon bodhisattva to its maximum extent. Head-topping Buddha, Hashirama controls his own cannon Bodhisattva's back to stretch out countless giant wooden hands formed into fists, suddenly extending and smashing towards Kagura's cannon Bodhisattva. This is Hashirama's strongest strike. He once used this move in the Valley of the End to deal with the strongest pair, Uchiha Madara and the Nine Tails. Sage Art, Dust Release, Buddha's Universal Illumination. Kagura controls his own cannon Bodhisattva's back to suddenly stretch out countless wooden hands, a light slowly appearing in all the wooden hands, this dust release light instantly projecting out, piercing through Hashirama's cannon Bodhisattva. These lights gather together, bursting forth as if they could illuminate the entire night. Whether it's Hashirama's cannon Bodhisattva or Hashirama himself, they are instantly separated and dispersed by dust release. Plop, 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 plop. Accompanied by Hashirama's cannon Bodhisattva's dispersion, some residual wooden hands clatter to the ground, these wooden hands being as huge as a tailed beast, their impact like meteorites hitting the earth. A single wooden hand crashing down causing a shockwave that directly cracks the three Hokage's bodies. Truly terrifying technique. Hiruzen watches the wooden hands beside him, recalling the scene when he first saw Kagura controlling the true several thousand hands in Konoha, lifting the three tails. The first Hokage was too modest back then, labeling such a technique as merely against the tailed beasts. Did that brat win? Tabarama, not paying attention to Hiruzen's musings, is somewhat in disbelief as he stares wide-eyed. Tabarama, it's quite normal. Hashirama's body is also slowly recovering, and as a forthright man, he initiates the explanation of why he lost. This young man's wood-release techniques possess abundant vitality. The wooden men and true several thousand hands he controls are like extensions of his own body, even using them to perform his ninjutsu. Simply in terms of wood-release mastery, he has already surpassed me. Hashirama admits this somewhat sheepishly. Moreover, the little guy is proficient in many other techniques, none of which I know. Considering this, Hashirama's gaze sweeps over those present, his expression becoming serious. Based on my observations tonight, in our areas of expertise, he has already surpassed us. All the Hokages present knew that Akihara Kagura was very strong. However, in this battle, Akihara Kagura utilized his most proficient techniques and defeated them in the domains the four Hokages took pride in. This kid is really strong, even stronger than me and Madara. Hashirama, reminiscing about his past life, openly acknowledged his inferiority. Even during my time alive, I was no match for this kid. Even though Kagura only transplanted the first cells, Hiruzen, standing nearby, had witnessed Kagura's gradual increase in strength, but Kagura's talent and diligence are the real keys to his success. That cunning little brat's scheming is the scariest part, Tabarama coldly added, suggesting that more dangerous than Akihara Kagura's physical power was his cunning and strategic mind. I still have a long way to go. Akihara Kagura appeared before them, shaking his head and saying, I will continue to work hard in the future, striving not to let down the second Hokage's expectations. There's no need for such effort. Tabarama turned away with a cold expression. With Kagura controlling Konoha's former Hokages like puppets, was there even a future for Konoha if he continued to exert himself this way? Later on, Akihara Kagura, undeterred by Tabarama's stern attitude, smiled and negotiated with them. I hope all the Hokage lords will support my work in Konoha. The faces of the four Hokages present turned odd. Actually, there's no need for you and Tsunade to fight. Hiruzen sighed, persuading, I know Tsunade's character. The two of you can get along well. There's nothing that cannot be reconciled. That will depend on Lady Tsunade's decision. Akihara Kagura chuckled lightly, adding, I also wish to get along with my new boss if she supports my work as well. For instance, her acquiescence in reviving the previous Hokages has made our collaboration very pleasant. The four Hokages couldn't help but feel bleak about Tsunade's path as Hokage. How could such actions even be supported or condoned? Isn't this just walking into a trap? However, Tsunade didn't even see it as falling into a trap. As the newly appointed Hokage, Tsunade's hands were full of troubles. The presence of the four Hokages could help her a lot and stabilize the situation in Konoha. Clearly, Tsunade saw Akihara Kagura, who had revived the previous Hokages, as a strong ally. As long as she could gain his approval, he could assist her in protecting Konoha in the future. The next day, in the village of Konoha, a summons was sent by the daimyo to convene a meeting for appointing the Hokage, an event the Konoha higher-ups must attend. Similarly, this meeting would also face the scrutiny of the nobles. When Tsunade saw Akihara Kagura, she didn't inquire about the progress of the Edo Tensei, but pondered how to make this subordinate recognize her as a worthy Hokage. At the daimyo's residence, the residence of the daimyo, also the capital of the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Land of Fire sat in the conference room, holding a fan to his mouth, smiling as he listened to the minister's opinions, occasionally nodding his head. The ministers of the Land of Fire sat on one side, the Konoha high-ranking officials on the other. This was the ruling class of the entire Land of Fire, with guards standing behind them. A minister of the Land of Fire, looking at Tsunade and a group of Konoha ninjas, couldn't help but blast them. Recently, you Konoha ninjas have been a bit too domineering, Lady Tsunade. I can understand owing debts, but cleaning up the gambling dens under my jurisdiction. After the meeting, I'm going to kill him. Akihara Kagura waved at his back to Karin, greeting, "Send someone to check what this minister has done wrong before the meeting ends, so I can have the charges ready, lest anyone accuse us of killing the innocent in Konoha." "This is too domineering." The minister was startled. How could anyone not make mistakes in this world? Especially as a noble or minister of the Land of Fire, isn't it a mistake to slightly mistreat some lowborn to enhance one's luxurious life, to embezzle some lowborn's money, to sell some information to enemy countries? This is indeed a bit too domineering. Another minister started criticizing Konoha. "This can't be right. Konoha should also reason, right?" Some ministers, seeing they were many, also began to speak up. "You all are right." Akihara Kagura nodded and waved at Karin again, brazenly instructing, "Check everyone who spoke, and after the meeting I will kill them all. Do you think this can intimidate us? That's a joke. Are you threatening the nobles of the Land of Fire? This isn't a threat." Akihara Kagura interrupted them, speaking softly. "I'm serious about what I said. Those who just spoke, I will kill them after the meeting." The ministers immediately shut their mouths. The daimyo of the Land of Fire shrank back a bit. Reminded of Konoha's former fearsome, the daimyo of the Land of Fire shrank back a bit, reminded of Konoha's former fearsome Shimura Danzo by this youngster named Akihara Kagura. No, this person was even more extreme than Shimura Danzo. Even Danzo didn't shout about killing in such meetings. At most, he released a fierce glare that made people dare not speak. "Kagura!" Tsunade sternly stopped Akihara Kagura. "Lady Tsunade." Akihara Kagura looked at Tsunade puzzledly, continuing, "Lady Tsunade, are you trying to protect the law-breaking noble ministers?" Tsunade was immediately at a loss for words. "Well, let's talk about killing after the meeting." Koharu Yutane quickly tried to smooth things over, volunteering, "This meeting's purpose is to select Konoha's fifth Hokage. We propose Lady Tsunade for the position of the fifth Hokage. Does anyone disagree?" Akihara Kagura surveyed the noble ministers present, repeating Koharu Yutane's words. "We propose Lady Tsunade for the position of the fifth Hokage. If there are any objections, please speak up now, since the Hokage selection still needs to be approved by the daimyo." None of the noble ministers present dared to make a sound. This woman, Tsunade. Killing creditors is one thing, but bringing a killer to force her way into power. Who would think that this was Akihara Kagura acting on his own, since he has always been defending Tsunade's interests, and Tsunade happens to be his superior? It seems there are no objections. Akihara Kagura scanned the room, his gaze landing on the daimyo. "Kagura, let me say this." Tsunade rubbed her forehead, deeply feeling how much help her aid could bring and how much trouble he could cause. "Please don't take Kagura's joke seriously." Tsunade looked at the noble ministers present. "If anyone has objections, feel free to refute. I can answer any questions about Konoha and the Hokage." "Then I want to ask." One minister clearly didn't quite understand. Clang! The sound of a sword being sheathed was so piercing that it made everyone shiver. The minister immediately became compliant, carefully asking, "I would like to know when Lady Tsunade will hold the Hokage succession ceremony." Tsunade fell silent. The daimyo used his fan to cover his face, not daring to make a sound. The meeting ended with everyone in a state of panic, and all the noble ministers of the Land of Fire knew that the newly appointed fifth Hokage was not one to be trifled with. Not a single person dared to raise any objections about Tsunade's succession as the fifth Hokage. However, the ordeal was not over yet. After the meeting ended, everyone was planning to leave immediately. Akihara Kagura stopped those who wanted to leave, asking, "Can't we extend the meeting a bit longer? Our people haven't brought over the charges for those few yet. It seems a bit excessive to kill now, doesn't it?" Everyone was a bit shocked. "Wait!" The Land of Fire's Minister of Finance looked at Akihara Kagura incredulously, hastily asking, "Didn't we not raise any objections to Lady Tsunade's succession as the fifth Hokage?" "That's a different matter." Akihara Kagura shook his head, reminding, "Your attitude towards Konoha today was not respectful enough. I'm very suspicious that you might obstruct Konoha's financial budget, especially now, when Konoha is about to launch wars against the Sand Village and the Mist Village." This statement was like a thunderbolt. Many people in the room turned to look at Akihara Kagura. "I didn't know about this." Tsunade was shocked, looking at Akihara Kagura incredulously. "Why start a war?" The daimyo of the Land of Fire was also somewhat astonished, looking at Akihara Kagura. "Why not start a war?" Akihara Kagura appeared even more shocked than them, bewildered as he responded. "The Mist Village and the Sand Village colluded with Orochimaru to kill the third Hokage. Shouldn't we punish them?" After saying this, Akihara Kagura's gaze fell on the two Hokage advisors. Both Hokage advisors also agreed with Konoha's decision to wage war against the Sand Village and the Mist Village. Koharu Yuditane hesitated, not knowing how to speak. Hamura Mitokado, on the other hand, nodded slightly, taking more responsibility, quietly said, "Regarding Hiruzen's sacrifice, we indeed need to discipline the past allies, the Sand Village and the Mist Village, but it's too early to talk about this now, as these villages have been continuously sending envoys wanting to negotiate. Looks like we can solve the problem through negotiation then." Tsunade rubbed her chin, thoughtfully pondering. "Even if we want to negotiate, we need to apply necessary sanctions against the two villages." Akihara Kagura shook his head, casually pulling in the two Hokage advisors again. "This is also the opinion of the two Hokage advisors. The third Hokage's long-standing policy of peace in the ninja world has predictably become inappropriate. We must make some changes." Koharu Yuditane hesitated again and then slowly nodded, adding, "We did discuss this matter indeed, and Kagura made some valid points at the time. We'll discuss it back home." Tsunade nodded, cutting off Koharu Yuditane's words. "Well, I'll start killing." Akihara Kagura immediately stood up, drawing his ninja sword. "No, no, no." A group of Land of Fire ministers quickly raised their hands, gesturing for Akihara Kagura to sit down. "We can sit down and slowly talk. Let's discuss the matter of disciplining the Mist Village and the Sand Village here. War is ultimately no small matter." The conference room suddenly became lively. The ministers of the Land of Fire whispered among themselves, discussing the war issues, and from a financial perspective, they were able to support it. These ministers, perhaps seeing that both the Hokage aide and the two Hokage advisors were in favor of war, believed that Konoha had already decided it was necessary to wage war against the two villages. Occasionally sneaking glances at the Konoha ninjas, did not question the war itself, but discussed what problems the war would bring and what situations might occur during the war. Tsunade watched this scene, feeling a headache coming on. Tsunade looked at Akihara Kagura, who was just interestedly listening to the ministers' discussions, then at the two Hokage advisors, who were just frowning, not raising any objections. "Is there something not quite right?" Tsunade massaged her forehead, feeling that her first day as Hokage was filled with troubles. Even the Hokage ceremony hadn't been held yet, and she was already facing the possibility of initiating a war, especially since the other two villages were already seeking negotiation. Haven't these people experienced the cruelty of the great ninja wars? As someone who has endured the pain of two great ninja wars, Tsunade was reluctant to initiate a so-called war at this time, not to mention she was not yet fully aware of Konoha's situation. "Stop arguing!" Tsunade, looking at a group of noisy ministers, slammed her fist on the table, immediately splitting it into pieces, and everyone fell silent, not daring to speak. Tsunade glanced at Akihara Kagura and the two Hokage advisors and commanded sternly, "We'll discuss the matter of war back home. I'm the Hokage." "This is possible." Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado exchanged glances. Because Tsunade's proposal also aligned with their thoughts, they had merely been pressured by Akihara Kagura's speech to agree at the time. This was a good opportunity to stall. "Okay." Akihara Kagura nodded, surprisingly agreeing smoothly. "The root is also preparing the offerings. Tomorrow I should be able to revive several Hokages through the Edo Tensei, then we can let the deceased third Hokage speak. After all, the third Hokage was the real victim of this turmoil. The high-ranking officials of the Konoha village have left the daimyo's palace. Some ministers of the Land of Fire relaxed mentally after seeing them leave, thinking that the Konoha ninja had spared them. However, Karin, leading the root ninja, stopped in the conference room and did not move. When the group of ministers from the Land of Fire were still puzzled. "Kill them!" Karin adjusted his glasses and placed several pieces of incriminating evidence on the conference room table. "These are their crimes. We are not indiscriminately killing the innocent." Clang! This time, swords were truly drawn. A group of root ninja moved swiftly, quickly appearing behind several ministers and decapitated them, splattering blood across the conference room. "This is—" The daimyo of the Land of Fire trembled with fear. As the supreme ruler of the Land of Fire, the daimyo's position had always been highly as the supreme ruler of the Land of Fire. The daimyo's position had always been highly revered, and no one dared to overstep or offend him, intentionally avoiding him even during the internal strife of the once guarding ninja. This was the first time someone had so blatantly killed in front of him. After completing the killings, Karin and the Root Ninja left the conference room, leaving the nobility of the Land of Fire too frightened to move, with some even wetting their pants. This new Hokage of Konoha is acting too tyrannically. A noble had just spoken out when he was hurriedly silenced by someone nearby. Although it was Karin and the Root Ninja who acted, these nobles and ministers subconsciously blamed Tsunade, the new Hokage, because it indeed seemed like she was the mastermind behind it all. Cough, cough, all right, disperse now. The daimyo of the Land of Fire couldn't help but cough lightly, harboring dissatisfaction towards Tsunade, but was still too frightened to speak plainly at this moment, and began ordering his attendants. Help me change clothes in my bedroom first. The ministers immediately left the conference room. These privileged individuals had been too well protected by the Konoha, always using ninja as tools to maintain their rule, forgetting that sharp tools are meant for killing. Tsunade glanced at her own Hokage guard and curiously looked behind Kagura. Kagura, where are the Root Ninja? They followed after completing the killings. Kagura smiled and proactively suggested, those ministers who might oppose Lady Tsunade could hinder our wars with the Mist and Sand villages. It's not suitable for the Hokage to appear directly, so the Root Ninja will take care of them. Just don't harm the daimyo. Koharu Udatain, fully anticipating this, nodded lightly. Kagura is also right. These people might indeed hinder Konoha in the future. Let's talk about the war later. Hamura Mitokado also nodded, continuing, didn't you say you want to resurrect Monkey first? Let Monkey and the former Hokages also give their opinions. Yes, Tsunade nodded. Based on Tsunade's understanding of the former Hokages, they would most likely agree to negotiate to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. However, Tsunade had good intentions. Reality still showed a slight deviation. The next day, in the conference room of the Hokage Tower, Tsunade and 2 Hokage advisors arrived there. A group of Root and Ambu Ninja were scattered around to guard the vicinity, prohibiting anyone from approaching the Hokage Tower to prevent the imminent events in the conference room from being discovered. Kagura! Koharu Udatain watched Kagura and whispered, the succession ceremony for Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage is this afternoon. Is it necessary to resurrect the former Hokages now to witness Tsunade's succession? This is the request of the former Hokages. I resurrected them yesterday, and they want to see the future of the village. Kagura stood in the middle of the office, raised his palm, and completed the hand seals for the summoning jutsu. Ninja art! Summoning jutsu! 4 black sigils appeared on the ground. 4 coffins emerged from the black sigils. Hamura Mitokado's eyes widened in shock as he watched the coffins appear, standing up involuntarily. Did you really resurrect all the former Hokages? Yes, Kagura nodded. The lids of the 4 coffins behind Kagura clattered down, and the 4 Hokages abruptly opened their eyes, staring at those present. Tsunade was already mentally prepared, yet she was still shocked when she saw the 1st and 2nd Hokages. Great-grandfather, 2nd grandfather. Little Tsuna, the 1st Hokage, Hashirama, immediately showed a smile when he saw Tsunade. It's been a long time you've grown so much. Brother, after all, we've been dead for so many years. The 2nd Hokage, Tabarama, reminded his elder brother in a cold voice. His gaze then fell on Koharu Udatain and Hamura Mitokado. Koharu, Hamura, you're here too. Lord 2nd. Koharu Udatain and Hamura Mitokado quickly became respectful. Their gaze also fell on the small elderly man beside them, feeling somewhat enlightened. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 2 Hokage advisors had not expected to see their old friend again, one with whom they had intersected for nearly 70 years, now separated by life and death. Minato! The 2 Hokage advisors also noticed the 4th Hokage, Minato. Long time no see! Minato smiled sheepishly. The former Hokages think that they are already dead, and it's inconvenient to stay in the Hokage Tower continuously to prevent being discovered by other living people and causing panic within the village. Kagura spread his palms openly, initiating the discussion on how to accommodate the former Hokages. The former Hokages will reside in the Root, only using the Flying Thunder God technique to travel between Root and the Hokage Tower when participating in governance. Koharu Udatain and Hamura Mitokado nodded in unison. Koharu Udatain and Hamura Mitokado nodded in unison. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, seeming to have no objections, and seeing that the former Hokages had no objections either, she also nodded. That will do. The eyes of the 4 Hokages turned towards Kagura, Was this their idea? However, Kagura's arrangement seemed to align with their thoughts. Keeping their presence in the Hokage Tower to a minimum was indeed inconvenient. All right. Hashirama changed the subject, not wanting to dwell on a topic that didn't please him, and chuckled as he spoke to Tsunade. Isn't Tsunade's inauguration as the 5th Hokage supposed to happen today? Lord First. Koharu Udatane was somewhat uneasy, still taking the initiative to respond. Lady Tsunade's inauguration ceremony is this afternoon. There are still a few hours left. Let's discuss matters first. Tabarama's gaze fell on Kagura, speaking in a grave tone. This youngster says you younger generations have some matters you are unsure about. Yes, Hamura nodded, turning to Hiruzen, his old friend, and spoke softly. We were discussing whether to wage war against the Mist and Sand villages for conspiring with Orochimaru to kill Hiruzen, although they have also sent a request for peace negotiations. Now, Hiruzen has been resurrected. Did they really still need to wage war? Hamura looked at Hiruzen, feeling a bit strange about waging a war in the name of Hiruzen, the very victim who could now participate in the battle. Of course, Hamura deliberately avoided the issue with Shimura Danzo. To be honest, the 4 resurrected Hokages were somewhat unnerved, because the Sand Village, Mist Village, and even Orochimaru had been manipulated by Kagura. The real mastermind behind the turmoil was standing right before them. Then there's no need to start a war, right? Hashirama subconsciously completed the sentence. I also. Hiruzen wanted to echo the first Hokage's opinion. In the next moment, the 4 Hokages received a psychic message from Kagura within their collective will, urging the Hokages to support the war against the 2 villages. The brows of the 4 Hokages furrowed simultaneously. Punishing them is also an option. Tabarama, most aware of the situation, trusted in Kagura's strength and along with their power as the reanimated Hokages. To be honest, Konoha village fighting a war on 2 fronts shouldn't be a problem at this stage. Kagura and Hashirama, each on their own, could directly overpower a ninja village unless another figure like Uchiha Madara appeared. Was such a scenario likely to happen? If it were, they would not be negotiating with the Konoha. Tabarama was the most sensitive and clear-headed about the situation. Since he could not oppose Kagura, he might as well use this opportunity to secure benefits for the Konoha. This war would be advantageous for the Konoha. Moreover, since the Sand and Mist villages had betrayed the Konoha first, if they didn't suppress them while the Konoha was at its strongest, should they wait until these villages grew stronger and became a threat? This is an excellent opportunity. Tabarama didn't wait for others to object, continuing gravely. Now is when the Konoha is strongest. We should immediately crush them with a thunderous offensive, forcing the 2 villages to sign a harsh treaty, ensuring they remain under Konoha's command. I also support Lord Second's opinion. Kagura quickly nodded, actively reminding. Moreover, we still hold many of them in prison. Currently, these 2 villages aren't strong. The 4th Kazekage died at the hands of Orochimaru, the Mist village lacks a Mizukage, and their military commander has also fallen. Are both villages leaderless? Tabarama felt that this opportunity might never come again, looking at those present. This really is an excellent opportunity. Tabarama. Hashirama had not yet begun to reprimand his brother when his body began to act uncontrollably, and Kagura's figure also appeared in his will. I disagree. Tsunade voiced her objection, opposing the 2nd Hokage Tabarama's advocacy for war, since they've already negotiated. Tsunade, my decision is the correct one. Tabarama looked at Tsunade, reminding in a grave voice, as a Hokage, one must consider Konoha's interests to the greatest extent. 2nd grandfather. Tsunade looked at Tabarama, seriously reminding her own 2nd grandfather. The times have changed. Past experiences may not be applicable now. I'm now the 5th Hokage of the Konoha. Tsunade, you will regret this. Tabarama shook his head, looking at those present, his gaze falling on Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. Koharu, Hamura, do you have any opinions? Actually, Lady Tsunade is also right. Kagura suddenly stood on Tsunade's side. Youngster, you. Tabarama couldn't believe that Kagura, whom he had finally persuaded to side with him, for Konoha's benefit, had switched sides to Tsunade. The group of Hokages also looked sideways, somewhat surprised at Kagura's change of heart. Lord Second. Kagura looked at everyone present, stating his opinion. Yesterday, we killed some nobles and ministers, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire is likely harboring resentment against Lady Tsunade. If we are to wage war to ensure peace in our rear, we must first clean up the daimyo and the nobility of the Land of Fire and place those loyal to. Wait, I agree with Lord Second's opinion. Koharu Udatane immediately interrupted Kagura. I also agree with Lord Second's opinion. Hamura Mitokado turned back to look at Kagura, bringing up an idea Shimura Danzo had once expressed when he tried to kill him. Kagura, it's not necessary to go to the extreme of eliminating the daimyo and the nobility. As long as we initiate external warfare, the internal conflicts of the Land of Fire will be resolved. I also agree with Lord Second. Hiruzen and Minato could only sigh. Compared to waging war, directly eliminating the daimyo was indeed too extreme. I support Tabarama. Hashirama felt it was better to support Tabarama. I still support Lady Tsunede's opinion. Kagura clearly stood on Tsunede's side. After everyone present had voted, all eyes turned to the current fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Tsunede's expression was somewhat complex as she looked at Kagura. This situation, it made Tsunade feel very strange. Before returning to Konoha, Tsunade had contemplated that there might be some political struggles in Konoha, possibly focusing mainly on herself and the Hokage aide, Akihara Kagura. But the political situation in Konoha was far beyond Tsunede's imagination. How could Akihara Kagura, whom she thought was a political rival, be on her side now? Although Akihara Kagura's idea of purging the daimyo and nobility was quite extreme, he was still siding with her against war, in contrast to the two Hokage advisors who had different opinions. Moreover, the newly resurrected four Hokages. Tsunade had always believed that the four Hokages might support her, but her own great-grandfather directly advocated for launching a war, and the other Hokages agreed as well. These resurrected past Hokages all stood against her, the new Hokage. These former Hokages made Tsunade feel that perhaps it would have been better not to resurrect them at all. Lady Tsunade. Akihara Kagura looked at Tsunade and spoke proactively. Now that you are the Hokage, just follow your own ideas. Tabarama glared fiercely at Akihara Kagura. This kid was making them out to be the villains, playing the good guy himself, and thoroughly deceiving Tsunade along with Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. Tabarama had always thought of Akihara Kagura as a devious and despicable person, but witnessing his actions, he realized that Kagura's cunning exceeded his expectations. But he still couldn't help being deceived, because this kid might actually come up with a plan to purge the daimyo and nobility, which could be more dangerous than starting a war, easily causing turmoil in the Land of Fire. All things considered, launching a war against the two ninja villages was actually the most beneficial plan for Konoha. Tsunade. Tabarama looked at Tsunade and spoke gravely, teaching her, as the Hokage, you absolutely cannot act arbitrarily. You must also consider correct opinions when necessary. Tsunade looked a bit unwell. Does having more people automatically make it the right opinion? Although these people were all former Hokages, most of them her predecessors, at least they all had more extensive governance experience and had given their lives for the protection of Konoha. Tsunade, I understand your desire for peace. Tabarama looked at her and advised earnestly, but you must understand one thing. All the villages in this world are enemy states, and if you don't take the opportunity to completely suppress them now, they will eventually pose a threat to Konoha. You are the Hokage. Tabarama's voice suddenly grew louder, almost scolding, and there is only one duty of the Hokage, and that is to protect Konoha at all costs. Tsunade sighed deeply and continued, Great-grandfather, I have experienced 2 great ninja wars, just became the Hokage, and now I must start a war, sacrificing people from our village. Konoha may not necessarily have any sacrifices. Tabarama shook his head, his gaze shifting between Akihara Kagura and Hashirama. Even though you have become the Hokage, your thoughts and ideas must change. Perhaps this war could end in just one day. It's not impossible. How could that be possible? Tsunade did not believe such a situation would occur. Your perspective is ultimately somewhat limited. Tabarama looked at Tsunade's incredulous eyes and said coldly, In any case, this war must be launched. Tsunade, now you need to tell me, will you agree with our collective decision, or will you continue to act arbitrarily with this kid? Then we'll do as you suggest. Tsunade looked somewhat helplessly at Akihara Kagura beside her. This only supporter really couldn't give her enough confidence. Whether it was herself or Akihara Kagura, the 2 highest people in Konoha, they still had no way to change the current situation. I should have known better than to resurrect the past Hokages. Akihara Kagura sighed softly, his voice low enough that everyone present could hear. You dare say that? Tabarama glared at Akihara Kagura once more before looking at Tsunade. Then announce it at your Hokage inauguration ceremony. So soon? Tsunade was somewhat stunned. Speed is crucial. Tabarama looked at Tsunade and spoke sternly. Only by announcing at the Hokage inauguration ceremony that Konoha is entering a state of war with the Sand Village and the Mist Village can the news be communicated to the ninja world as quickly as possible. Only in this way can it bring the greatest shock to the ninja world. Tabarama was very aware of the benefits of doing this. Because Konoha has the combat power of two god of ninjas, other enemy states might receive the news a bit slower, perhaps simultaneously receiving news of Konoha declaring war on the two ninja villages and the two ninja villages surrendering to Konoha, thereby thoroughly deterring everyone in the ninja world. Afternoon. In front of the Hokage building, many villagers from Konoha came to observe Tsunede's inauguration ceremony. As a former member of the legendary Sannin and the strongest medical ninja, Tsunede's ceremony attracted many people who admired her, each standing below the Hokage building waiting for Tsunade to appear. I didn't expect it to be Granny Tsunade becoming the Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto pouted slightly, still somewhat upset that his position as Hokage was taken, although he also knew that he was not yet capable of being the Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke was not interested, his gaze only surveying the top of the Hokage building, hoping to see Akihara Kagura, the head of the root. At least he should issue some strong missions to train himself, right? Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists. He was determined to prove in the root that he would not be inferior to Uchiha Itachi. He would surpass Uchiha Itachi. Lady Tsunade. A group of female ninjas crowded together, loudly cheering Tsunade's name. After all, Tsunade was also the most famous female ninja in Konoha, and her admirers were mostly female ninjas, such as Tenten from Team 3 who was mixed in the crowd, her face full of anticipation waiting for Tsunade's appearance. Tenten greatly admired Tsunade. In order to become a ninja like Tsunade, Tenten even went to learn medical ninjutsu, but failed even the tests and was cruelly rejected by the medical class. It really is lively. Hyuga Neji looked around at the crowd, his gaze quickly meeting someone, a figure whose face showed a hint of worry. Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. This head of the Hyuga clan had once received a promise from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, but had offended the Hokage aide Akihara Kagura, and then the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, died. Hyuga Hayashi knew Tsunade, knew some of her stories of saving people on the battlefield, and believed that Tsunade would not break the third Hokage's promise. Hyuga Hayashi just wanted to talk with the new fifth Hokage Tsunade, but unfortunately he couldn't find any opportunity. Instead, he heard some disturbing news. The main house of the Hyuga clan was also nobility. He heard that Tsunade, the new Hokage, had a fiery temper and had purged some. He heard that Tsunade, the new Hokage, had a fiery temper and had purged some disobedient nobles of the Land of Fire at a meeting, her actions after assuming office being extremely strong and extreme. The Hyuga clan, must they also obediently follow her? Compared to that, other families also felt a bit strange. The head of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku, was the leader of the Jonin squad and theoretically could attend the ceremony on the Hokage building up close, but he was stopped by the village's Anbu and Root ninjas, making Nara Shikaku feel that something was off. There are people on the rooftop of the Hokage building. Nara Shikaku looked up at the Hokage building, becoming suspicious. Is it just that these people are not convenient for more people to know, or is there going to be something significant happening at the Hokage inauguration ceremony? On the rooftop of the Hokage building, the only spectator was Jiraiya. When Jiraiya saw the four Hokages, he couldn't help but be startled, his gaze lingering on his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen and his student Minato. Jiraiya! Sarutobi Hiruzen's face showed a gentle smile. Teacher! Jiraiya sighed in his heart. Jiraiya-sensei! Minato was clearly happy, waving at Jiraiya and greeting. Long time no see. Have you come up with any new works recently, Jiraiya-sensei? Ah, nothing much. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead, mentioning Naruto to Minato. By the way, Minato, I want to take Naruto as my disciple. That would be great. Minato was very pleased with his teacher teaching his son, because he knew Jiraiya was an excellent ninja, and he would definitely be able to teach Naruto to be an excellent ninja as well. Probably. Kushina would also agree, right? Although Jiraiya was frivolous and had a bad temperament, Naruto was his and Kushina's child, and he should be on the right path, right? Too bad! Minato's face showed some regret. Do you want to see Naruto? Jiraiya guessed Minato's thoughts. Ha ha ha! Minato laughed a bit embarrassingly. After all, he is the child of me and Kushina, but I have never fulfilled my fatherly duties. It's not your fault. Jiraiya sighed deeply, patting Minato's shoulder. Just as they were reminiscing here, Tsunade walked out dressed in a robe, wearing the Hokage's hat on her head, her face clearly not showing any happy expression. What's the matter? Jiraiya was curious and looked at Tsunade, then at Kagura following beside her. Kagura, what's going on with Tsunade? You'll know in a while. Kagura shook his head, his face showing some helplessness. It's a troublesome matter. I didn't expect resurrecting the past Hokages would cause such a big problem. I am Tsunade. Tsunade stood in front of the railing on the rooftop of the Hokage building, loudly announcing her succession. From today, I will serve as the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade is really beautiful. Lord Hokage. The crowd below was loudly cheering their new Hokage. Tsunade still stood in place, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, her eyes gradually dimming down. These villagers were so vividly lively at this moment. But she must announce the next command. Now I announce the first Hokage command. Tsunade steadied her chest, loudly commanding, I will avenge the deceased 3rd Hokage and hereby declare war on behalf of the Mist Village and Sand Village. War. This word seems remote. For a long time, there had been no wars in Konoha. After Tsunade issued the order for war, the villagers of Konoha quickly quieted down. Memories of years past gradually revived, and they recalled the horrors of war. Many villagers looked bewilderedly at Tsunade atop the Hokage building, not quite understanding why the 5th Hokage would suddenly issue an order to start wars against 2 ninja villages during her inauguration ceremony. We indeed need to avenge the 3rd Hokage. Konoha ninja's face twisted with conflict as he cautiously added, but haven't those 2 villages already sent envoys to sue for peace? The villages of Sand Village and Mist Village have been sending envoys back and forth, continuously seeking to negotiate a treaty to maintain their alliances with Konoha. Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sand Village, and many Sand Village ninjas were still detained in Konoha, and numerous ninjas from Mist Village were also imprisoned in Konoha's jail. Are we going to start a war? A sense of panic was evident in a Konoha ninja's eyes, though they believed Konoha was strong enough, who knew what chain reactions a real outbreak of war might provoke and how many of their comrades might have to be sacrificed. Or must we avenge the 3rd Hokage after all? But to start a war just like that, shouldn't we seek vengeance? We indeed should seek vengeance. But the Konoha ninjas instantly erupted into a noisy debate. They were very much in favor of the idea of vengeance, yet they feared facing the cruel realities of war. Even some of the experienced Jonin, who had become hardened by war, sighed deeply. Some of the younger genin, who had little concept of war, having been born towards the end of the 3rd Great Ninja War, had neither seen the cruelty of war nor even heard it discussed by senior Jonin or their elders at home. Narashikamaru was the quickest thinker. He immediately noticed his father looking somber and took the initiative to ask, Is war that terrifying, more terrifying than anything else in this world? Narashikaku slowly nodded, his voice subdued. On the battlefield, ninjas from 2 countries fight each other, and anyone might be sacrificed. Friends and comrades around you would keep dying. Narashikamaru's gaze turned towards his friend. Akimichi Choji started to panic, his face covered in sweat as he continually munched on chips. Despite being the most robust genin, he was also the most timid. The battlefield. Hate Kakashi's eyes showed a hint of worry as he looked at his students. Uzumaki Naruto would probably not be sent to the battlefield. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he seemed almost disdainful of the upcoming war. For this youngster who had never heard of the cruelty of war, the word war was far less stimulating than the name Uchiha Itachi atop the building of the Hokage. After Tsunade announced the order to commence war, her expression grew even more somber. All ninjas, go prepare yourselves. A meeting for the Jonin will be convened. Tsunade. Jiraiya furrowed his brows, wanting to step forward and have a serious talk with Tsunade. Why would you suddenly start a war at this time? Jiraiya-sensei. Akihara Kagura stopped Jiraiya, gently shaking his head. Lady Tsunade and I didn't want this, but the decision to declare war on the 2 villages was made by the 2 Hokage advisors and the 4 previous Hokages. Jiraiya's brows locked tightly. This tall, white-haired man couldn't help but turn back to look at the several Hokages present, not quite understanding, but starting a war for revenge at this time will only bring. Jiraiya, there's no helping it. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, taking the initiative to explain to his student, there have been some conflicts in the village and with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Tsunade and Akihara Kagura thought we should kill the daimyo and the nobles. We think starting a war against Mist Village and Sand Village could ease the tensions between Konoha and the Land of Fire's daimyo and nobles. Moreover, the strength of Sand Village and Mist Village isn't that great. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards Jiraiya beside Akihara Kagura, recalling the battle he witnessed that night, continuing, even if Konoha starts a war, it could end quickly without worrying about casualties in the village. This, Jiraiya struggled to speak, his expression odd. If what Sarutobi Hiruzen said was true, then starting an external war might actually be the best option. According to Tsunade and Akihara Kagura's extreme thoughts, the rules of the ninja world would be directly overturned, and Konoha might well face attacks from other enemy countries. Let's prepare for the meeting. Tsunade walked down the steps from the rooftop. Is there even anything else to discuss? Tabarama looked towards Akihara Kagura, folding his arms, speaking softly. Kid, you Tabarama looked towards Akihara Kagura, folding his arms, speaking softly. Kid, you have Wood Release and Flying Thunder God. You alone could resolve this war, right? At this time, we probably shouldn't even expose ourselves, right? All eyes in the vicinity turned towards Akihara Kagura. Should we? Akihara Kagura hesitated for a moment, actively asking, should we give the ninja world some time to react? At least let others know that Konoha has declared war. HMPH. Tabarama shook his head impatiently, continuing coldly, there's no need for such redundancies. You should act quickly to resolve this war. That's the proper way. Let the young people of this era witness. The wars of the Sengoku period were not just child's play like now. Let them understand the true power of Wood Release that ended the chaotic times. Let them understand the terror of Konoha. Unconditional surrender to Konoha is what you should do. Wait! Tsunade was somewhat slow to react, shocked as she looked at the group of unchanging-faced Hokages. Grandfather, you mean? Let Akihara Kagura act alone. More than enough. Tabarama stared at Akihara Kagura, continuing sternly, Kid, do you still need a team to wave flags and cheer for you? I understand. Akihara Kagura looked towards the other Hokages, seemingly searching for something. This seemed a bit off, as if she hadn't received any missions, only having one characteristic of Tsunade. System prompt. You have a new superior, Tsunade. Reward new employee welcome package. Unlock new characteristics. Medical Saint Hand, able to control the body's chakra very precisely. Medical ninjutsu techniques become very advanced. Medical ninjutsu is barely useful, but this precise control of chakra is most useful. Even though Akihara Kagura had specifically trained this aspect, it was nowhere near the characteristic brought by having the medical ninja Tsunade as a superior. Akihara Kagura always relied on his vast chakra in battle. Now being able to precisely control his chakra would significantly improve his control over his body, extremely useful for progress in taijutsu. Wait! Tsunade hurriedly tried to stop Akihara Kagura, but it was a bit too late. She just saw Akihara Kagura's figure disappearing from the spot. Tsunade! Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, softly persuading, don't worry about Akihara Kagura's safety. Akihara Kagura, at the age of 11, captured the Mizukage of Mist Village, once almost broke through Mist Village alone. I have seen the battle report from that time. That time, Akihara Kagura was still able to achieve that much. Let alone now, according to Sarutobi Hiruzen's observations, perhaps even overthrowing the Land of Water wouldn't be a problem. Within 3 days, Konoha should receive news of Mist Village's surrender. As long as Mist Village chooses to surrender, Sand Village would also have no possibility of resistance. Without the one-tailed Jinchuriki and the 4th Kazekage, Sand Village had no resistance. We still need to hold a meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards Tsunade, speaking softly. The village's ninjas might have some opinions about the war. Take these few days to calm them down. Avoid panic in the village due to the war. This is the responsibility of the Hokage. Tsunade's eyes twitched. Actually, she, the 5th Hokage, was more panicked than anyone else in the village. I'll let the village prepare for war. Tsunade sighed, heading towards the meeting room on her own. Land of Water. Outside the village of Mist Village. Akihara Kagura moved swiftly. The golden flash, bringing unparalleled speed, allowing him to arrive here before the sun even set. Akihara Kagura! Ao of Mist Village immediately spotted Akihara Kagura's arrival using his Byakugan, sending someone to notify the village's current acting leader, Terumi Mei, while he himself rushed over to meet Akihara Kagura, hoping to gauge from Akihara Kagura's words whether Konoha had proposed any condition. Mist Village had been continuously sending envoys to Konoha proposing peace negotiations, hoping Konoha would forgive Mist Village for being deceived by Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. Now, had there been a result, no need to come over. Akihara Kagura watched Ao come out to meet him, raised his hand to stop Ao's approaching steps, and said, This afternoon, Lady Tsunade succeeded as the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Considering Mist Village's collusion with Orochimaru in instigating riots in Konoha and plotting against the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lady Tsunade, upon her succession, officially declared war on Mist Village. Don't! Ao's pupils immediately dilated and he hurriedly tried to speak. We want to maintain peace with Konoha. Just tell us the conditions. Even if it's compensation, we can discuss it. Don't be so quick, right? At least talk a bit more. Why is Konoha's new 5th Hokage so extreme? And now, no matter what conditions Konoha proposes, Mist Village would probably agree, because it's very likely that Konoha wouldn't demand any land. Because Mist Village was still leaderless, with the members of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, Hazuki Suichitsu and Hazuki Mengetsu, still detained within Konoha. Conditions for peace. Akihara Kagura furrowed his brows, thinking it seemed like Tabarama really had mentioned some conditions for peace between the two villages. Konoha's Hawkage mentioned, if you want peace, it would probably be Mist Village's unconditional surrender, allowing Konoha to dispose of you as it sees fit. That's impossible. Ao instinctively refused. That's too unreasonable. Konoha and Mist Village are both major ninja villages of the 5 great countries. If we unconditionally surrender, wouldn't that be like letting others slaughter us? Taking away Mist Village's soil for survival, what would we do then? Just then, Mist Village's current acting leader Terumi May received the news and immediately brought a group of people to the village gate, also hearing the exchange between Akihara Kagura and Ao. Don't be rash, Ao! Terumi May scolded Ao coldly, standing in front of Akihara Kagura, her appearance having matured a lot since back then, her demeanor becoming somewhat gentle. If Mist Village unconditionally agrees to negotiations, how would Konoha dispose of us? It's not a negotiation, it's surrender. Akihara Kagura shook his head, continuing, the third Hawkage was Lady Tsunede's teacher. She is extremely furious about this incident. She will definitely make Mist Village pay a painful price. We're also deceived. Ao still wanted to argue. But you indeed participated. Akihara Kagura did not accept Ao's explanation, sighed and continued, I'm just responsible for bringing the declaration of war to Mist Village, and I need to bring back the news of Mist Village's unconditional surrender to Konoha. What does that mean? Ao looked at Akihara Kagura in shock and confusion. Literal meaning. Akihara Kagura slowly brought his hands together. You're going too. Ao's eyes trembled as he looked at Akihara Kagura, as if seeing something unbelievable in the world. Attack Mist Village alone! No, this isn't something that has never happened before. Ao and Terumi May's memories immediately went back to 6 or 7 years ago, when Akihara Kagura, the wood-release ninja, almost single-handedly breached Mist Village, leaving a great humiliation for Mist Village. Back then, Akihara Kagura was accompanied by 2 people, but it was almost no different from him acting alone. Alert! A roar erupted from Ao's throat, because Ao did not believe he and Terumi May could stop Akihara Kagura. The ninjas of Mist Village immediately relayed the alert order. Terumi May was very vigilant, watching Akihara Kagura's movements, quickly kicking towards Akihara Kagura, trying to stop him from using ninjutsu. Bang! Akihara Kagura punched Terumi May's body. Terumi May's body was thrown backward, crashing down in an instant, feeling as if she had been struck by a heavy hammer, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ao immediately tried to step forward to help. Akihara Kagura's foot stomped on the ground directly cracking under his feet, sending Ao flying out. Wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Akihara Kagura raised his head towards the walls of Mist Village, suddenly bringing his hands together, vines sprouting from his feet, spreading towards the inside of Mist Village. Hopefully, Mist Village can give me a satisfactory result. The roots kept spreading. Like living beings, the roots constantly burrowed through the soil of the Mist Village, sprouting towering trees throughout. The sprawling branches and vines of these gigantic trees continued to grow, entwining and capturing any mist ninja they encountered, draining their chakra. This is wood-release ninjutsu. Realizing something was amiss, a mist ninja tried to rescue his comrades while cautioning others, be careful not to get caught by the vines. However, a vine instantly seized his foot. It dragged him up the tree and bound him, quickly draining his chakra, leaving the ninja powerless. Akihara Kagura has come. Akihara Kagura is here. Ninjas who had experienced Akihara Kagura's previous attack on the village with the wooden dragon shouted loudly, "Prepare for battle! Cut all the vines!" The elite ninjas of the mist had all participated in that battle and never forgot the humiliation and the fear of that day. But the vines and roots were endless. No matter how many survivors cut the vines, they grew back, relentlessly spreading towards them again. The most terrifying thing was, they had no power to counteract it. Even the elite ninjas could only hold on for so long before being bound and drained of their chakra by the vines. A forest soon emerged within the Mist Village. After the initial cries of battle, the village quieted down, and all its ninjas were eventually bound to the trees by the vines. Even those hiding underground or in houses were not safe. The roots penetrated the ground and walls, capturing and binding them to the trees. If anyone were to visit, they would find a village built in a forest, with all its inhabitants bound to trees, ominously silent as if harboring a chilling secret. Outside the Mist Village, Akihara Kagura relished the precise control of chakra. He could finally manipulate all the vines and roots unleashed by his ninjutsu, treating them as extensions of his own body. Meanwhile, Akihara Kagura also felt the chakra from the mist ninjas being absorbed through the wood release, bolstering the vessel of the 10 tails within him, preparing it for eventual revival. Unfortunately, the 3 tails were still missing, and the 6 tails Jinchuriki had not appeared. Not bad, Akihara Kagura nodded in satisfaction. The mist will never yield. Terumime spat out blood, determined to stand. I admire your resolve. Akihara Kagura shrugged, squatting beside Terumime, waving dismissively. Then I hope you. Wait. Ao trembled slightly in fear. His Byakugan saw the plight within the village and felt compelled to warn Terumime. Lady Terumi, all our ninjas have been captured. None can fight back. Really? Akihara Kagura, acting like a mere bystander, curiously asked Ao, is it that horrific? Did no one from the mist manage to escape? Ao and Terumime's foreheads twitched. You're the one who captured everyone, and you're asking this. How could you even ask that? We accept Konoha's terms. Terumime gritted her teeth, glaring at Akihara Kagura. Please don't harm any more innocents. We surrender unconditionally to Konoha. Can you decide that? Akihara Kagura inquired curiously. Yes. Ao quickly responded, adding, Lady Terumi is now the chief of our village, and we will follow her orders. Well, I'll take your word for it. Akihara Kagura nodded, pleased. Then I ask that the ninjas of the mist immediately announce their surrender to Konoha. And as for Lady Terumi, please represent the mist in your submission to our 5th Hokage. We agree. Ao hurriedly consented, looking at the severely injured Terumime, volunteering. But Lord Kagura, could you spare Lady Terumi? I could take her place. Terumime is the future of the mist. Ao knew very well the situation in the village. During this awkward phase, with no elder suppressing them and no new Mizukage, the village was leaderless, some of its strongest ninjas detained in Konoha. Terumime, possessing 2 Kekkei Genkai and formidable strength, had the village's ninjas' allegiance, making her a potential candidate for the 5th Mizukage. But the timing wasn't right. If Terumime were to surrender to Konoha, and Konoha decided to execute her and the captured mist ninjas, the village would be left leaderless. Ao thought he could sacrifice himself, but Terumime could not be sacrificed. You make a good point, but I'm not interested. Akihara Kagura dismissed Ao's. You make a good point, but I'm not interested. Akihara Kagura dismissed Ao's suggestion, slowly speaking. If it's an unconditional surrender, then you must unconditionally obey our commands. Ao, you're more important. Terumime looked at Ao, sternly saying, if I don't return, if Konoha takes their revenge by killing me, immediately organize everyone in the village to select the 5th Mizukage. This, Ao believed there was no suitable candidate in the village. Don't worry. Akihara Kagura sensed Terumime's resolve to die and tried to reassure this somewhat extreme woman. Maybe Lady Tsunade will order me to kill all the mist ninjas for revenge. Then you won't have to worry about choosing a 5th Mizukage. Terumime's expression grew even more troubled. Ao looked at Akihara Kagura, his expression fearful. In Konoha, Tsunade was still presiding over a meeting. The 4 previous Hokages believed that Akihara Kagura alone was enough to handle the mist, but Tsunade couldn't afford to think so. She had to be prepared for the possibility of his failure. Starting today, the village will immediately prepare for war, summon all ninjas outside the village to assemble, and train the village's ninjas into an army. Place orders for weapons with the craftsman village, ensuring that the equipment arrives as soon as possible. Dispatch scout ninjas towards the rock and cloud villages to monitor their movements and prevent them from taking advantage of the war. As someone who had participated in 2 great ninja wars, Tsunade remembered the horrors of war and had once led troops herself, managing not to panic. Shikaku! Tsunade looked to the village's recognized strategist, instructing, you come up with a strategy for this war as quickly as possible, ensuring a swift conclusion. Yes, Nara Shikaku nodded, having no choice but to agree. Fighting on 2 fronts isn't easy, but I'll formulate a strategy as quickly as possible. Fighting on 2 fronts. It would be easier if we were only declaring war on 1 village. Fighting in 2 directions is indeed disadvantageous for us. The meeting room immediately buzzed with activity. Although they all believed Konoha would emerge victorious in this war, fighting on 2 fronts was always a challenge, preventing them from focusing their forces. I'll resolve this issue. Shikaku felt the absence of a crucial participant in the room, then asked, Lady Tsunade, where is Lord Kagura, the Hokage's assistant? Kagura isn't here. Lord Kagura? Why isn't Lord Kagura participating in this meeting? Other Jonin immediately echoed this, having seen Akihara Kagura's prowess on the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. The village's top combat strength couldn't be missing. especially not Nara Shikaku, the strategist responsible for formulating military tactics. Konoha had a significant advantage in the war against these two villages, and Shikaku believed that Akihara Kagura's ability to single-handedly change the dynamics of the battlefield was their greatest asset. "Kagura!" Tsunade hesitated, unsure how to begin. "I'm back!" Akihara Kagura's voice suddenly filled the room, his hand gripping a woman, none other than Terumime from the mist. "This is—" Kakashi Hatake looked at the disheveled Terumime, recognizing her with some difficulty. "Is that the double Kekkei Genkai ninja from the mist, Terumime?" "Yes," Akihara Kagura nodded, continuing. "It said she's now the chief of the Mist Village, and she's here to sign an unconditional surrender agreement ending our war with the Mist." The meeting fell silent. Everyone at the table was unsure how to respond. Even Tsunade, who had a hint of what was happening, widened her eyes as if she couldn't believe her ears. The war was declared this afternoon, wasn't it? The war mobilization meeting wasn't even over yet. The war with one of the villages had ended, and Akihara Kagura had already captured the current chief of the Mist. "Is this a joke?" One Jonin stared at Akihara Kagura, struggling to believe the authenticity of the situation. "Lord Kagura, the Mist Village is across the sea. Perhaps the declaration of war hasn't even reached there yet. I personally delivered the declaration of war." Akihara Kagura glanced at the Jonin, then at Terumime beside him, "and on the way back I brought news of the Mist's surrender." "This must be true, then. I remember the envoy from the Mist mentioned it, sent by someone named Terumime." Shikaku hesitated, feeling overwhelmed, always aware of Akihara Kagura's strength, but this was a bit strange. After all, the war ended too quickly. Even before reconnaissance and intelligence gathering began, the war was over. It must be true. Kakashi believed in Akihara Kagura. Having seen Terumime before, Kakashi knew her status in the mist was indeed high. Likely representing the village. "Let's send someone to check it out." Tsunade furrowed her brow, treating war as a serious matter. "The mist agrees to surrender unconditionally to Konoha." Terumime stared intently at Tsunade, looking at this highly esteemed female ninja. "Before coming to Konoha, I ordered the village to declare in the ninja world that the mist would surrender unconditionally to Konoha, and all the ninjas of the mist are waiting for the Hokage decision on whether to spare their lives," according to Akihara Kagura. This fifth Hokage might order the execution of all mist ninjas. Tsunade's frown deepened. She looked at Terumime's bloodied mouth and pale face, quickly assessing her condition. "She's seriously injured. Treat her wounds first. We'll discuss other matters after we receive detailed reports." "So, Lady Tsunade," Shikaku asked proactively, glancing at Akihara Kagura with a somewhat peculiar expression, "do we need to continue discussing our military strategy against the mist?" "Continue discussing?" Tsunade massaged her temples, waving her hand. "Take her down for treatment." The Anbu immediately dispatched someone to the land of water to verify the news Kagura brought. "I don't need treatment." Terumime resisted being taken down for treatment, her expression showing no trace of coquetry, only a firm plea. "I just want to ask here for the fifth Hokage of Konoha to spare the lives of the innocents in the mist. I can die here in their place." Tsunade's frown tightened, somewhat confused by Terumime's intentions. "Konoha is only punishing the mist for conspiring with Orochimaru to incite a riot." "Kagura," Kakashi thought of a possibility, his forehead sweating. "You didn't kill all the people of the mist, did you?" "Not yet." Akihara Kagura shook his head, continuing on his own. "If Lady Tsunade needs me to kill them, I'll make another trip. The people of the mist are a renewable resource. Before the resurrection of the 10 tails within him, Akihara Kagura wouldn't want to harvest the crops and uproot them entirely." "No need to be so extreme." Tsunade was startled by this statement, quickly stopping Akihara Kagura. Terumime's mood relaxed slightly. As long as this Hokage wasn't extreme enough to want to kill all the people of the mist, whatever conditions Konoha imposed, the mist could agree. "Then I'll make a trip to the sand village now." Akihara Kagura glanced at Tsunade, volunteering. "Lady Tsunade, do the people of the sand village need to be killed too, if needed? No need to be so extreme." Tsunade rubbed her temples, proposing, "I'll accompany you to the sand village. I also want to see what exactly is happening." This way of waging war seemed a bit new, in the land of wind outside the sand village. Akihara Kagura and Tsunade arrived here together, slightly delayed in their journey. By the time they reached the sand village, it was already getting late. Compared to the mist village, the defenses of the sand village were considerably more stringent. Due to long-term erosion by wind and sand, the village had constructed high sand defense positions outside, serving both to defend against sandstorms and enemy attacks. Moreover, the sand village was quick to receive news. Their spy ninja heard about the Konoha village's declaration of war against the Sand Village in the afternoon and immediately used a messenger hawk to relay the information inside. The Sand Village had just received the news of the Konoha's declaration of war. The entire Sand Village instantly became bustling. Chiyo, a once retired elder, stood up and promptly convened a meeting with the Jonin, assembling all the village ninjas to prepare for the war from the Konoha village. Tsunade, that young girl! Chiyo sat in the meeting room, her aged face looking rather unpleasant. To think she'd dare to declare war on the Sand and Mist villages on her very first day as Hawkage. Although Chiyo was dissatisfied with Tsunade, she knew that the current Sand Village was no match for the Konoha, just as it had been in the past. Every genin in the Sand Village knew that they couldn't defeat the Konoha. Each time every genin in the Sand Village knew that they couldn't defeat the Konoha. Each time during the Great Ninja War, the Sand would attack the Land of Fire only to be promptly beaten down by Konoha ninjas, forcing them to seek peace. This had happened far too often. The lower ranks of the entire Sand Village had little confidence. The upper ranks also lacked confidence, yet were constrained by the environment of the Sand Village, having no choice but to consider attacking the Konoha. Chiyo sighed deeply, fully aware of the situation in the Sand Village, clear that they couldn't stand against the Konoha and could only issue orders. The village must prepare for war, but we also need to send someone to contact the Mist Village so we can coordinate an attack on the Land of Fire together. Fortunately, Tsunade, this opponent, wasn't rational enough, daring to declare war on two villages simultaneously, giving the Sand Village a chance in this conflict. At that moment, Chiyo couldn't have known about the Mist Village's surrender. Even if she had known, she might not have believed it. What a joke! How could there be a declaration of war in the afternoon and a surrender by evening? Of course. Chiyo also wouldn't know that Akihara, Kagura, and Tsunade had already arrived outside the Sand Village. A ninja stationed outside hurried into the meeting room, his face panicked as he reported to all those present. Lady Chiyo, two Konoha ninjas have rushed into the village. One of them is a wood-release ninja. What? Chiyo's expression changed dramatically. The expressions of others in the room also turned grim as they recalled the person who had previously tormented Shukaku outside the village. Just as Chiyo was about to say something, she felt the ground shaking beneath her, her face tinged with unease. What was going on? Outside the Sand Village, the village's tall defensive positions had already cracked. A giant wooden figure smashed through the defenses with just a couple of punches. The stationed sand ninjas were already bound by vines, forced to watch helplessly as the wooden figure stepped into the village, each ninja's face filled with despair. Akihara, Kagura, and Tsunade stood atop the wooden figure, easily crossing the sand's defense line, controlling the wooden figure as it stepped into the village. Tsunade's eyes still couldn't hide her shock. The fifth Hawkage finally understood why, when she returned to the village, everyone had emphasized Akihara Kagura's power, asking about his existence, because such power was indeed astonishing. Is this a wood-release ninja? Chiyo stood outside the meeting room, her eyes wide with disbelief and fear as she watched the giant wooden figure enter the village. Yes, a sand ninja's voice was dry and hoarse as he replied. The person standing atop the wooden figure is that wood-release ninja named Akihara Kagura, and the other. That's Tsunade. Chiyo's eyes narrowed as she spoke solemnly. No wonder this young girl dares to attack the Sand Village, relying on the power of a single person. Immediately have the village's defense forces attack. We absolutely must not allow them to advance any further. Inside the Sand Village, powerful siege crossbows were set up. These siege crossbows seemed somewhat primitive, but they were the only large-scale weapons that could be utilized. However, they were powerless at that moment. The villagers of the Sand Village were panicked, running around in fear of being trampled by the wooden figure, each ninja bravely charging forward to battle with the wooden figure, risking their lives to protect their homeland. But it was useless. Any attack on the wooden figure was futile. A wooden dragon emerged from the figure, swiftly moving through the Sand Village, and wherever it passed, towering trees sprouted, binding any running sand ninjas with their branches and vines, draining their chakra. Atop the giant wooden figure, the caster calmly observed everything unfolding. It seems I see someone in charge. Akihara Kagura's gaze noticed Chiyo atop a building, controlling the wooden figure step by step as it approached, the ground of the entire Sand Village trembling continuously. This guy! Chiyo watched the approaching wooden figure, her heart also trembling, yet she stubbornly wanted to muster the courage to fight, fiercely pulling out her puppet scroll. Still want to fight? Akihara Kagura looked at Chiyo with interest, reminding her, just by a single order from Lady Tsunade, everyone in the Sand Village will be buried here, leaving you as the only survivor. You might not have enough time left in your life to bury them all. Tsunade's eyes twitched. Hearing Akihara Kagura say this, Tsunade felt like a villain, yet she couldn't really pinpoint any fault. Tsunade! Chiyo immediately ignored Akihara Kagura, trying to maintain her dignity as she looked at Tsunade. What exactly does the Konoha village intend to do? We have already agreed to negotiate with Konoha. There will be no negotiations. Akihara Kagura, while secretly absorbing chakra, spoke on behalf of his superior. The Akihara Kagura, while secretly absorbing chakra, spoke on behalf of his superior. The Sand Village's only option is unconditional surrender, awaiting Konoha's decision. Don't be too arrogant. Chiyo stubbornly clenched her remaining teeth. Lady Chiyo. Akihara Kagura furrowed his brows, looking at Chiyo with some confusion. Are you perhaps too old, with not much time left, wanting to drag the entire Sand Village down with you? Tsunade's vision darkened. Akihara Kagura's external attitude was perhaps a bit too forceful. However, Chiyo had no choice but to accept this forcefulness, her face filled with reluctance as she looked at the Sand Village, all the ninjas bound to the trees, powerless to resist. We agree. Chiyo could only close her eyes. With all the people of the Sand Village under enemy control, what right did she have to negotiate terms? Her age already advanced, it was merely a humiliation. I can commit suicide to apologize to the Konoha. Chiyo took a deep breath, looking around at all the sand ninjas. I just hope you can spare these young children. That's not up to you. Akihara Kagura interrupted Chiyo, stating, Lady Chiyo, have the Sand Village immediately announce its surrender to the ninja world, and as for you, come back with us to the Konoha right now to sign the unconditional surrender agreement. Everything else can be discussed later. The Konoha won't kill too many. Tsunade tried to reassure Chiyo, her old adversary. Young girl this time. Chiyo stared at Tsunade atop the wooden figure, feeling a bit stifled. Do I need to remind you? Akihara Kagura immediately interrupted Chiyo's disrespectful remark, coldly warning, Standing before you is the fifth Hokage of the Konoha, Lady Tsunade. Show some respect, or I will immediately kill all the people of the Sand Village. Tsunade sighed deeply. The new Hokage's expression turned somewhat strange. At that moment, she seemed to understand why her teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had always relied on Shimura Danzo and the Root Division, the existence of this department being too beneficial for a Hokage. There was no need for her, the Hokage, to argue strongly and reason with people, as the Root Division would actively protect a Hokage's dignity, voluntarily handling some inconvenient matters for her, except sometimes a bit extreme. But compared to what this department had done, this bit of extremeness was nothing. No wonder the old man and Shimura Danzo always argued, yet Hiruzen still insisted on having Danzo serve as his advisor. The Root Division, truly a political blade for foreign affairs. All right. Tsunade patted Akihara Kagura's shoulder, her gaze towards Chiyo becoming gentle, the victor already standing on high ground, no longer needing to coerce with words. Lady Chiyo. Tsunade looked at Chiyo's uneasy expression, taking the initiative. Indeed, you still need to come back with us for a trip, because the Konoha ninjas are still waiting for us to bring back a representative from the Sand Village to discuss matters after the Sand surrender. This was purely nonsense. Inside the Konoha village's meeting room, they were still discussing matters of war. However, Tsunade was someone who understood politics. She wasn't just some naive girl. She didn't care about lying, nor about losing face in front of her subordinates. Akihara Kagura's gaze towards Tsunade was faintly strange. This fifth Hokage was also a master. By the way, the Mist Village's ninjas have already surrendered. Tsunade watched Chiyo's face fill with shock, casually mentioning another fact that scared her old adversary. Right now, the representative from the Mist Village who has surrendered is also in the Konoha. That representative is also a woman. We can properly discuss post-war matters. Is that so? Chiyo felt she had aged a few more years. If the Konoha and Mist were still in a state of war, Chiyo was still considering whether to remind them during discussions that the Sand Village could also become an ally of the Konoha to jointly attack the Mist. But now, it seemed, Konoha had already prepared everything. Inside the Konoha village, the Konoha actually hadn't prepared anything. Even the people in the meeting room were still waiting for Tsunade to return, waiting to discuss with the new Hokage how the war should be fought. The ninja summoning order hadn't yet been issued, weapons and equipment weren't ready, and the organization of the ninja army hadn't even started. The village's chief military advisor, Narashikaku, hadn't even had time to plan, but it seemed like the plan had already been disrupted, leaving this Konoha strategist somewhat confused. Perhaps the only thing they had managed, was to tell everyone in the village that the Konoha was going to war. Just as these people in the meeting room were still waiting, three figures appeared in the meeting room, Akihara Kagura using the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Tsunade and Chiyo back. This is... Narashikaku saw Chiyo brought back by Akihara Kagura and Tsunade, somewhat shocked as he looked at the elder. Is this really Lady Chiyo of the Sand Village? Yes. Tsunade returned to the village, checking the time in the meeting room. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I announced at the inauguration ceremony the declaration of war against the Sand and Mist villages. Now it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I announced the end of the Konoha's war against the Sand and Mist villages. Both villages have completely surrendered to the Konoha. Representatives have come to the Konoha to sign the surrender. In short, everyone, this war is over. Everyone present was somewhat caught off guard. A Jonin ninja who was drinking tea spat it out, feeling the world was a bit absurd. Less than 12 hours and this war is over. Did Lady Tsunade really declare war? Is this really not a joke? Because Tsunade had announced the war against the Sand and Mist villages at the afternoon inauguration ceremony, many people in the village were somewhat dissatisfied with the new 5th Hokage. And yet, in less than 12 hours, Sand and Mist villages announced unconditional surrender. It seems like nothing ever happened. Kakashi doubted life as he looked at the ceiling of the meeting room. It's not just Hadate Kakashi. Other Jonin ninjas heard the news and began to doubt their own lives. The war started too suddenly, catching everyone off guard, and ended just as abruptly, leaving everyone feeling uninvolved. Although the wars we remember were cruel, today's events, there's not even a hint of joy in this victory. Hey, that's going too far. That's not what I meant. I just feel like I didn't do anything. Because we really didn't do anything. Other Jonin ninjas were also at a loss, wondering what they were really doing and why they had attended such a strategy meeting. Did this strategy meeting really serve any purpose? No, but it was still useful. At least everyone could sit together and complain. Before attending the meeting, I discussed the cruelty of war with my subordinates, hoping my dear subordinates would train hard before the war intensified, striving to survive the war. Do I have to tell them tomorrow that the war that just scared them is already over? I feel like I might lose their trust. They'll probably ask, did a war really happen? Lady Tsunade started a war with the mist and the sand on her first day in office, but quelled it within 12 hours, spreading the news throughout the ninja world. Wouldn't our enemies think this is fake news? At the succession ceremony, I also seriously told Shikamaru that war is a terrifying thing and many comrades might die beside us. Narashikaku shrugged and chuckled. I have to tell him when I get home that the war ended within 12 hours. Well, that's good at least. We didn't have to sacrifice too many comrades. Lady Tsunade. Hadate Kakashi sat in his chair, suddenly turned his head to Tsunade. The war ended within 12 hours. Was it Kagura's doing? Yes. Tsunade immediately reacted, nodding her head quickly and said solemnly, everyone must not take this lightly. It was Kagura's solo effort that conquered the sand and mist, bringing victory to Konoha without sacrificing many comrades. Because the war seemed too brief and trivial, Tsunade almost forgot how cruel a real war could erupt to be, and that it ended so quickly was all thanks to Kagura. But she seemed unable to promote Kagura. Simply conquering 2 ninja villages and quickly ending a war, it would be only natural for Kagura to become the Hokage, but since Tsunade had just assumed the role of Hokage the day before, and then resigning the day after seemed a bit improper. Let's adjourn the meeting. Let's adjourn the meeting. Tsunade waved her hand to signal the end of the strategy meeting and continued, everyone go back and rest early. Notify everyone in the village tomorrow. The war is over. The next day, the villagers of Konoha were still immersed in worries about the war. Then they received the news that the war had ended, with the mist and the sand having declared their unconditional surrender to Konoha the previous night, making the atmosphere in Konoha rather strange. Is this? Did I not sleep well or sleep too well? Could it be that I didn't fall asleep last night but actually passed out, sleeping until the war ended? All villagers were somewhat doubting their ears. However, no matter what, the end of the war was a good thing for them. The only question was whether they should celebrate the victory. Because the war didn't bring any suffering. Even before they had time to worry about the issues the war might trigger, the war they were worried about before going to bed last night ended, and the readily available joy made it unclear whether they should cherish it. Of course, they were fortunate. At least the news they received was in the right order. Inside the Cloud Village, the 4th Raikage, A, looked at the 2 pieces of intelligence on his desk. Both were the latest intelligence collected by the Cloud, and they were bewildering. When did the war start? The 4th Raikage's expression turned grim as he pondered. Could it be because of the death of the 3rd Hokage? Previously, the Cloud had received news of a riot during the joint Chunin exams in Konoha and the death of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The fourth Raikage had been waiting for news of the war to erupt, but instead he received continuous peace offerings from the mist and the sand. Because of this, the fourth Raikage even sent assassins to kill messengers from the mist and the sand in an attempt to provoke conflict among the three villages, which would also help weaken the enemy countries. On the other hand, the fourth Raikage was also waiting for an opportunity. Strengthen the Cloud, the fourth Raikage had been continuously scheming to acquire secret techniques and Kekkei Genkai from other ninja villages, waiting for a chance for the Cloud to rise to dominance in the ninja world. Unabashedly, the fourth Raikage believed that under his rule, the Cloud had become the strongest among the nations, but had not yet found the right opportunity to rise as the dominant force in the ninja world. Now, it seemed like an opportunity had appeared, or perhaps not. Lord Raikage, a dark-skinned female secretary, rushed in, hastily placing a document on the desk. News from the Land of Fire: the newly appointed fifth Hokage of Konoha, Tsunade, has issued a war notice against the mist and the sand, a new great ninja war. Bah, the war is already over. The fourth Raikage, looked at the document with displeasure and tore it up in a fit of anger. I haven't even received news of the war starting, but I've already received intelligence that the mist and the sand have declared their unconditional surrender to Konoha. Quickly ask the intelligence department what they are doing, let them find out the detailed circumstances quickly, and why the mist and the sand would surrender unconditionally to Konoha. Yes, the Cloud female ninja could only rush to the intelligence department. Compared to the comical intelligence department of the Cloud, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, highly valued intelligence. His received intelligence was indeed correct. So Tsunade, that girl, has taken the position of the fifth Hokage. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, after lamenting the departure of old friends and the rise of new ones, saw the news of Tsunade declaring war on the two villages. Is a new great ninja war starting? The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, remembered the rare peaceful years and began planning to train troops while planning to hire the Akatsuki organization to stir up war between Konoha and the sand and the mist, hoping to make the three villages bleed more, buying time for the Rock to train ninja troops. Result: after the Rock paid the Akatsuki's hiring deposit, the surrender announcements from the mist and the sand also appeared on the third Tsuchikage Anoki's desk, making him so furious that he jumped like thunder. He had wasted a lot of money while the war had already ended. Cancel the commission! The third Tsuchikage Anoki could only cancel the commission. As for the deposit, it would just benefit the people of Akatsuki. For a long time, the relationship between the Rock and Akatsuki had been maintained well, relying on Akatsuki's powerful combat abilities. The Rock did not need to maintain a large military force and could still ensure its position among the surrounding minor countries. In the Land of Rain, Akatsuki's base, the news received by Akatsuki was always the latest, because Akatsuki had the fastest intelligence operatives in the ninja world, able to use White Zetsu's clones to collect explosive news from all over the ninja world at the highest speed. Due to the involvement of Ikehara Kagura, many news items couldn't be known by ordinary members of Akatsuki. Only core members like Nagato were discussing this matter. Konoha's new Hokage Tsunade has started a war. As White Zetsu mentioned this intelligence, he felt somewhat surreal. Konoha's would release ninja Ikehara Kagura single-handedly crushed the sand and the mist, just like the god of ninja, Hashirama. Black Zetsu remembered the history he had experienced and looked strangely at Nagato's Rinnegan, still thinking about that persistent thought. If Ikehara Kagura could resurrect Uchiha Madara using Edo Tensei, and then have Uchiha Madara control Nagato using the Rinnegan's reincarnation technique to fully revive Uchiha Madara, it could accelerate their plan. The only problem was, Ikehara Kagura mentioned that he was not yet able to bring the resurrected Uchiha Madara back to his prime. Of course, if possible, Black Zetsu still planned to continue with the original plan. Although it might be delayed, even resurrecting an old and immobile Uchiha Madara at that time would be more beneficial for their plan. Or maybe not resurrecting Uchiha Madara was also possible, because Ikehara Kagura could also use wood release, and with the transplantation of the Rinnegan, he could also assist in carrying out the Moon's Eye plan. Black Zetsu was somewhat excited in his heart. With the emergence of Ikehara Kagura, the Moon's Eye plan had too many backup options. HMPH, even if you obtain the power of Hashirama, so what? Uchiha Abido thought of Ikehara Kagura's previous solemn declaration of becoming the Hokage and let out a sneer from the corner of his mouth. That kid, didn't he also fail to become the 5th Hokage of Konoha? Uchiha Abido really wanted to see what expression that Ikehara Kagura kid had now. But Kagura also holds some power. Black Zetsu glanced at Uchiha Abido, then continued. The last time, it was also thanks to his help that Kisame and Uchiha Itachi could escape from Konoha. Nagato, controlling pain, nodded his head, fully agreeing with Black Zetsu's opinion. Having such an insider is indeed a good thing for us. Not to mention, Ikehara Kagura helped to eliminate Shimura Danzo. This alone was enough for Nagato and Konan to feel favorably. All right. Pain looked at Black Zetsu, softly asking, now that Kagura is a person of Akatsuki, the forces we can mobilize are definitely sufficient to capture all the tailed beasts. When will the plan start? To avoid alerting these major countries, we must at least wait for the 3 tails to be reborn. Black Zetsu reminded in a hoarse voice, then continued. But don't worry, this strange war after ending should make the sand and the mist fully subordinate to Konoha. Kagura, as Konoha's Hokage's aide, might also help us in capturing the tailed beasts from those 2 villages. Inside Konoha, the issues concerning the sand and the mist were quite troublesome. Such matters definitely couldn't be publicly discussed in the village. Only the Konoha higher-ups could make decisions. Once it involved major issues, they must also call upon the previous Hokages of Konoha. Inside the Hokage office, a group of Hokages argued noisily. The first Hokage, Hashirama, wasn't interested in how to handle the 2 villages, indifferently offering his opinion. There's no need to handle it specifically, right? After all, they are just minor troubles that can be resolved at any time. The second Hokage, Tabarama's forehead twitched. His older brother believed that his own strength was sufficient to suppress wars in the ninja world. Did he not feel any lessons after being resurrected? Actually, Ikehara Kagura had a point. It was precisely because his older brother handled things too casually and did not choose to rule the entire ninja world that wars had erupted. We need to handle this properly, or future problems will arise. Tabarama looked towards Ikehara Kagura, as if Kagura was the one in charge. His suggestion was very bloody. Kill the high ranks of these 2 villages, force the 2 villages to disarm, and annex the lands of the Land of Water and the Land of Wind. Their lands are not as rich as the Land of Fire. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, carefully offered his opinion. From a diplomatic perspective, if the 2 villages still exist and choose to submit to Konoha, it could still suppress the Rock and the Cloud, 2 enemy nations. I agree. The fourth Hokage, Minato, immediately nodded his head, bringing up his past thoughts. The fourth Raikage, A, and Killer B from the Cloud are a very powerful pair. Indeed. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, remembered her past encounter with the 4th Raikage, A, from the Cloud, but then thought of Ikehara Kagura's performance. How's that arrogant guy doing? I just follow orders. Ikehara Kagura sat in his place drinking tea, seemingly indifferent to how to handle the 2 ninja villages, although he was actually hoping that the 2 villages would recover and then rebel against Konoha, giving him an excuse to go and resolve the opposition. In that case, he would have to be stricter with them, and he could also take this opportunity to learn some new knowledge. Ikehara Kagura quietly raised his finger, controlling the 4th Hokage, Minato, to speak on his behalf, proposing his own thoughts. Let the 2 villages hand over all their ninjutsu and forbidden jutsu scrolls, and I will let the 4th Hokage meet Naruto. Minato felt this trade was quite appropriate, actively proposing, since they have surrendered unconditionally, let the mist and the sand first hand over all their ninjutsu and forbidden jutsu. Everyone present nodded in satisfaction. This was definitely the most beneficial arrangement for Konoha. No need to mention any reparations, as these ninjutsu scrolls appearing in Konoha could also help train the village's ninja. After the meeting reached a consensus, more consensus appeared quickly, and finally a complete treaty was laid out on the table. First, the sand and the mist must hand over all the ninjutsu and forbidden jutsu scrolls in their villages, including the highly confidential puppetry techniques of the sand. Second, the Kazekage of the sand and the Mizukage of the mist must be approved by Konoha before they can succeed as the leader of a village, and must always obey Konoha's orders. Third, if the sand and the mist encounter missions that conflict with Konoha, they must automatically give up the mission, always prioritizing Konoha's interests. Fourth, the Land of Wind and the Land of Water must be fully open to Konoha, allowing Konoha ninja to freely carry out missions in the 2 countries. Fifth, the Sand and the Mist are not allowed to form other alliances. All missions from the controlled countries, such as the Land of Birds and the Land of the Sea, must be transferred to Konoha. Sixth, the Sand and the Mist must pay a certain amount of war reparations to Konoha. These conditions, Tsunade, after reviewing all the drafted ceasefire agreements, felt immediately that if someone dared to present such conditions to her, she would fight them. Other conditions might not raise any objections, but the second condition proposed by Konoha nearly made the two villages completely give up their autonomy, even unable to decide on their own village leaders. Isn't the second condition too mild? Akihara Kagura looked at the ceasefire agreement, slowly nodded, and said, "Can we change the second item a bit? Isn't Lady Tsunade the fifth Hokage? Since both the Mist and the Sand have reached their fifth generation, can we change it so that Lady Tsunade also serves as the fifth Mizukage and the fifth Kazekage?" Tsunade coughed violently. The ideas presented by Akihara Kagura were indeed outrageous. All the Hokages present firmly opposed the proposal because the position of Hokage was the dream most desired by the ninjas of Konoha, while the positions of Mizukage and Kazekage held no appeal for them. Once Tsunade succeeded as both Mizukage and Kazekage, the Konoha ninjas would gradually realize that being Hokage was not a dream, but a position that also included the roles of Kazekage and Mizukage. This would be a fatal blow to the future development of Konoha. If the position of Hokage becomes a political role instead of a goal for the village's ninjas to strive for, the ninjas will lose their trust in the Hokage, whose existence is the origin of Konoha. Konoha absolutely must not let the position of Hokage bear any other labels. Moreover, the ninjas from the villages of Sand Village and Mist Village would never approve. Honestly speaking, it would be better to kill people from the two ninja villages instead. Wait a moment. Tsunade narrowed her eyes as if she remembered something. Although we don't have such thoughts, Kagura's idea might make it more acceptable for them to sign the agreement. Tsunade had some political sense. Akihara Kagura's outrageous ideas were too extreme, but they made other ideas acceptable. At least everyone was willing to accept a more moderate condition. Chiyo and Terumime were quite angry and dissatisfied when signing the agreement, but they could only helplessly choose to accept it, their eyes almost unable to contain their hatred and anger. However, Tsunade's words eased their mood. Tsunade saw their anger and dissatisfaction and consoled them. Actually, when we were discussing how to deal with Sand Village and Mist Village, Kagura suggested that I take on the roles of the fifth Kazekage of Sand Village and the fifth Mizukage of Mist Village. Chiyo and Terumime tensed up. Tsunade saw their tense expressions and continued with a solemn demeanor. "But I believe that being Kazekage is the dream of the Sand Village ninjas, and being Mizukage is also the dream of the Mist Village ninjas. Out of respect for the future of the ninjas in both villages, I did not agree with Kagura and instead modified his proposal to this one, where Konoha will designate the positions of Kazekage and Mizukage." Deeply grateful. Chiyo and Terumime relaxed. "Interesting." Akihara Kagura crossed his arms, his left finger lightly tapping his right forearm. This new superior had actually learned to let him take the blame. Tsunade really thought she and the Root were helping to take the blame. Akihara Kagura's gaze was slightly cold, watching Chiyo and Terumime. "This idea I will not change. Even if Lady Tsunade temporarily disagrees with this view, the future Hokage must also hold the positions of Kazekage and Mizukage." Chiyo and Terumime's expressions changed simultaneously. Because Akihara Kagura, a strong and powerful aide to the Hokage, is definitely a key force in Konoha, his words cannot be taken as a joke. "Kagura!" Tsunade quickly stopped Akihara Kagura, saying sternly, "We have already discussed this matter. It should not be decided by you. I am the Hokage. This guy is way too aggressive. If this continues, once Sand Village and Mist Village gain power, they will continue to be hostile to Konoha, and the hatred will continue to spread. You will regret this, Lady Tsunade." Akihara Kagura turned and left the meeting room, seemingly a bit angrily closing the door of the meeting room, the loud noise making everyone present somewhat uneasy. "I will persuade him to give up this idea," Tsunade sighed, continuing to console her future allies. "I hope you can submit your candidates for the 5th Kazekage and the 5th Mizukage soon after you return." "Yes." Chiyo and Terumime were still somewhat uneasy. On the other side, Akihara Kagura arrived at the Konoha prison. This prison housed captives from Sand Village and Mist Village who had incited riots in Konoha, including the Jinchuriki Gaara of the One Tail and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist from Mist Village. The Hazuki brothers, Suijutsu and Mengetsu, were taken directly back to the root base by Akihara Kagura, and the guarding Konoha ninjas dared not stop him. Inside the root base, Akihara Kagura looked with interest at the seriously ill Mengetsu. "What the hell do you want?" Suijutsu hurried to protect his brother, fearing that Akihara Kagura might harm him, knowing his brother had no power to resist. Of course, it had always been so. "Suijutsu, step aside." Mengetsu asked his brother to move aside. "Lord Kagura, what do you want me to do?" Mengetsu's heart was not uneasy, knowing his own condition. The disease had been tormenting his body, and his life had already been ticking down. "Take this kid out first." Akihara Kagura first had people take Suijutsu away, leaving Mengetsu alone. "You're dying." Akihara Kagura looked at Mengetsu and calmly asked, "I could give you a chance for your brother to live. What do I need to do?" Mengetsu showed a full set of shark teeth, but with a renewed spirit. After all, he was terminally ill and about to die. If he could exchange it for Suijutsu's survival, it was a fair deal. "I hear you have a talent for summoning techniques." Akihara Kagura raised his finger and softly said, "If you die, I can use a jutsu to imprison your soul within your body, and in the future, I will turn you into a puppet, of course. Your soul will also reside within the puppet." Mengetsu was the perfect candidate for the second animal path puppet, because the more skilled a ninja was at summoning techniques, the stronger they would become after being made into an animal path puppet. Mengetsu's body trembled. The people of the ninja world generally believed that souls ascend to heaven. Even ninjas, the people of the ninja world generally believe that souls ascend to heaven. Even ninjas believe that the dead live in paradise, and preventing a soul from reaching paradise is a cruel act. "Will you agree?" Akihara Kagura looked at Mengetsu, seemingly waiting for his answer. "Do I have a choice?" Mengetsu seemed to have made peace with his fate, his mouth revealing a full set of shark teeth, as if he had found his release. "At least that idiot Suijutsu can still live." "That's good enough, then." Akihara Kagura nodded, signaling the root ninjas to take Mengetsu away, and then brought Suijutsu into his office. "Where's my brother?" Suijutsu looked for traces of his brother. "He's dying." Akihara Kagura watched the young ninja. "I know that. If he's going to die, let it be." Suijutsu grumbled dissatisfiedly, persistently asking, "At least I should be by his side before he dies, right?" This somewhat goofy Suijutsu also had this side. "I have a jutsu." Akihara Kagura looked at Suijutsu, continuing softly, "Even if he dies, I can still bring people back from the dead in the future. You still have a chance to see him, as long as you're willing to help me carry out a mission." "What mission?" Suijutsu furrowed his brow, not believing there was anything Kagura could not do. "What can't you do by yourself? Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious about the mission. I'm not really interested in him coming back to life." "Go undercover to Orochimaru." Akihara Kagura's finger lightly tapped the desk. Suijutsu broke into a cold sweat. "Are you kidding? Do you want him to die there?" "I will arrange a companion for you." Akihara Kagura watched Suijutsu, continuing softly, "And there will be someone there to protect you. You won't die there." "That's still okay." Suijutsu nonchalantly nodded, then continued, "So can I see my brother now? I'm not interested in him coming back after he's dead, just worried about when he's going to die now." "He's already dead." Akihara Kagura frowned, softly stating, "After you go back, defect from Mist Village to join Orochimaru to avoid Orochimaru's suspicion." "I understand." Suijutsu grimaced, showing the same shark teeth as his brother. "So you're using that guy as a hostage against me, huh?" A group of root ninjas escorted Suijutsu back to the cell. Time passed quickly. The ceasefire agreement had already been signed. Sand Village and Mist Village sent their reparations and jutsu scrolls. Chiyo took away the Suna captives, and Terumi took away the Kiri captives. Just before everyone left, a small incident occurred. The current leader of the Mist Village 7 ninja swordsmen, Mengetsu, was ill, and Terumi hoped Tsunade could help treat him, but they couldn't find any trace of Mengetsu. "Lady Hawkage, our village's 7 ninja swordsman Mengetsu," Terumi anxiously inquired Tsunade about Mengetsu's disappearance. Tsunade wasn't quite sure about this matter. "He's dead." Akihara Kagura responded nonchalantly. "Where is his body?" Terumi quickly looked at Akihara Kagura, emphasizing, "There's also a ninja sword on Mengetsu. It's a treasure of Mist Village." "He's dead, that's that," Suijutsu muttered carelessly beside Terumi. "Since he's already dead, why ask so many questions? Anyway, he's already done quite a bit for Mist Village. It's quite normal for you high-ups to have killed him here." The faces of those present changed. "Lady Hawkage will head back first." Terumi didn't want to argue with this brat here. In the future, they could still come to Konoha to request the return of the lost ninja sword. It was embarrassing enough for Mist Village to be made a laughingstock here. Tsunade watched a group of Mist Village ninjas leave Konoha, rubbing her forehead, and asked Akihara Kagura, "Is Mengetsu really dead? What's the matter?" Akihara Kagura's gaze focused on Tsunade, as if he hadn't heard, curiously repeating the question. "Lady Tsunade, don't you trust me? It's not that." Tsunade furrowed her brow, looking at Akihara Kagura's expression, which seemed curiously as if he found the matter strange. What's so strange about it? It's just a trivial matter, right? Wrong, Edo Tensei, Edo Tensei. Tsunade suddenly remembered that Akihara Kagura was skilled in the Edo Tensei technique. Perhaps Mengetsu was already dead, and Akihara Kagura had revived him using the technique for his own purposes. This caused Tsunade to hesitate. Jiraiya had repeatedly reminded her not to let Akihara Kagura get lost in evil techniques like the Edo Tensei, but after this young man had revived the previous Hokages, it seems he had already delved into it. If so, she might be betraying Jiraiya. Now that Konoha's wars and foreign relations had been settled, she needed to find time to talk to Akihara Kagura properly about the Edo Tensei technique. "I need to get busy." Akihara Kagura turned to head straight back to the root base to rest, and also to study the ninja technique scrolls sent by Sand Village and Mist Village. "Wait!" Tsunade called out to Akihara Kagura, seriously saying, "Kagura, there are some things I want to talk to you about. Have you been using the forbidden technique Edo Tensei improperly?" "Lady Tsunade," Akihara Kagura looked at Tsunade, seemingly not quite understanding her thoughts. "Wasn't this technique created to break the rules?" "But," Akihara Kagura looked at Tsunade, continuing to ask, "to protect Konoha, isn't it acceptable to use any means necessary, right? Just like we revived the previous Hokages." "That's because we were worried Orochimaru would use the previous Hokages," Tsunade immediately countered, sighing. "For a Konoha ninja, it's worth sacrificing even their life to protect Konoha, but protecting Konoha at all costs. That statement indeed has no fault, but to continuously engage in unauthorized activities using this statement isn't right, is it?" Tsunade remembered the red-haired little girl under Akihara Kagura's command, who also liked to shout slogans for the sake of Konoha. She was a bit worried that the little girl was being led astray by Akihara Kagura. By the way, Tsunade remembered a decision she had made before her succession when she met Kurenai, saying aloud, "I've seen Karin from the root. I plan to bring that little girl to my side." Akihara Kagura's eyes narrowed. Akihara Kagura faintly felt this scene was somewhat familiar. He vaguely understood how the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen must have felt when he transferred him to the Anbu, the feelings of Danzo at that time. Hokages are all like this. It's no wonder Danzo was always arguing with Hiruzen. "Do you have another idea?" Tsunade looked at Akihara Kagura in surprise, proactively asking, "Others have mentioned to me that Karin has always been your assistant in the root, but her talents are very strong. Staying in the root is really a waste of her talents." History seems to always repeat itself. Akihara Kagura sighed deeply, his eyes becoming slightly colder. Perhaps Advisor Hamura Mitokado was right. Because of the war, Konoha could ease its internal conflicts, but once the war ended, the internal conflicts surfaced. Tsunade was startled. The new Hokage seemed to see the shadow of Shimura Danzo in Akihara Kagura's eyes. The Hokage and his assistant have never complemented each other. They are not the same person, and there are bound to be some contradictions between them, even between the brothers Hashirama and Tabarama. Tsunade anticipated potential conflicts with Akihara Kagura and even considered how to resolve their differences and persuade Akihara Kagura to accept her advice. Jiraiya once mentioned, "Akihara Kagura is very persuadable." Tsunade realized this, and most of the time, just a few words of persuasion would make Akihara Kagura comply with her proposals. Even if he disagreed with her ideas, he would just storm out, but he wouldn't cause much trouble and would still follow her orders. But this time was clearly an exception. Akihara Kagura had never shown this expression before, even appearing ready to declare war against her as the Hokage, which Tsunade found quite unsettling. Tsunade observed Akihara Kagura's icy demeanor and explained gravely, I just think Akihara Kagura's icy demeanor and explained gravely, "I just think that the kid named Karin is more suited to be under my command. I want to transfer her to my division. The route is too dark for her. It's better for her to be my disciple. Staying with you would only radicalize her." This is a normal personnel transfer. Tsunade frowned, thinking Akihara Kagura was making a mountain out of a molehill. Just follow the Hokage's orders. But Akihara Kagura's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't quite understand. "Lady Tsunade, isn't the darkness of the root meant to serve the Hokage? Jiraiya-sensei chose you, and both Hokage advisors chose you. For the peace of Konoha, I respected everyone's opinions and supported your work as the Hokage. So you're transferring my assistant away?" What have I done to deserve such disrespect from you? Lady Tsunade. Akihara Kagura stared at Tsunade, continuing coldly. On your first day in office, you brought war to Konoha. It was I who intervened and resolved this war that could have caused significant losses to the village, securing your position as Hokage and earning you great prestige. Now, you want to transfer my assistant away from me. Is the next step to transfer all personnel from the route to the Anbu, and then strip me of my position as assistant to the Hokage, relieving me of all my duties? Akihara Kagura's lips curled into a peculiar smile, somewhat frightening. Because Lady Tsunade has secured her position as Hokage and resolved the war, Konoha is out of crisis. Now you're planning to clean up a disobedient assistant to the Hokage, is that right? Akihara Kagura, don't speculate like this. It's just a normal personnel transfer, and your subordinates are also ninjas of the village. Tsunade was quite unnerved by Akihara Kagura's words. Even though Tsunade's nature is proud, she wouldn't foolishly ignore Akihara Kagura's powerful combat abilities or his influence in Konoha. Tsunade never thought that she just wanted to transfer a young girl away from the route to prevent her life from being too overshadowed. But this matter seemed to have triggered a crisis of trust between her and her assistant. What did her teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen do when he argued with Shimura Danzo? Should she just say that she is the Hokage? At this moment, that probably wouldn't be appropriate, would it? A bead of anxious sweat appeared on Tsunade's forehead, and she was still trying hard to think about how to resolve this matter. Should she put aside her dignity as a Hokage? You will regret this, Lady Tsunade. Akihara Kagura seemed to guess Tsunade's thoughts, continuing coldly. I don't want to lose my subordinate. Our battle has begun. After saying that, Akihara Kagura immediately turned and left, planning to return to the root base to stir up trouble, to see if those few Hokage superiors could issue tasks. He wanted to take this opportunity to test if this turmoil could lead to tasks. I have no intention of relieving you of your duties, Akihara Kagura. I hope we can work together happily and protect Konoha. Tsunade stared fixedly at Akihara Kagura, explaining, I just think that having Karin stay by my side is better for her future, and I am the Hokage after all. Akihara Kagura stopped in his tracks but didn't say that sentence, turning back to question. If Karin stays by my side, Lady Tsunade can't teach her, right? Of course. Tsunade faintly felt something was amiss. If she takes Karin as her disciple, shouldn't Karin be by her side, the Hokage side? But something seemed not quite right. However, by the time Tsunade realized what Akihara Kagura meant, that because Karin is his subordinate, she the Hokage should not teach Karin, Akihara Kagura had already left. Root base. Akihara Kagura immediately called Karin to ask her opinion. Lady Tsunade wants you to leave the route, probably wants to take you as a disciple. Lord Kagura, should I keep an eye on her? Karin's first thought was somewhat rebellious. Now is not the time. Akihara Kagura shook his head, speaking softly. Gather everyone, the fifth Hokage has overstepped her bounds. Inside Konoha village. Suddenly, a rumor emerged in the village, suggesting that the newly appointed fifth Hokage Tsunade was planning to relieve Akihara Kagura of all his duties. Why is that? Lord Kagura doesn't seem to have done anything wrong, does he? But Lady Tsunade is the Hokage, she must have her reasons, right? However, on her first day in office, she initiated a dangerous war, all resolved by Lord Kagura alone, who resolved the war with his own strength. I heard that because of the great merits Lord Kagura achieved in resolving the war, the Hokage has been unable to reward him. Could it be that she's worried about Lord Kagura taking over the position of Hokage? This rumor spread like wildfire. Within 2 days, it had spread throughout Konoha. Hate Kakashi was the first to realize the harm of this rumor, and he immediately went to ask Akihara Kagura about the truth of these rumors. There's a rumor going around the village. There's a rumor going around the village. After hesitating for a moment, Kakashi proactively asked his friend, Is it true that Lady Tsunade wants to strip you of your duties? I don't know. Akihara Kagura shook his head, continuing, Lady Tsunade wants to transfer Karin away and I didn't agree. Kakashi fell silent. Actually, Kakashi glanced at Akihara Kagura and sighed softly. The root has harbored too much darkness. Perhaps leaving isn't such a bad thing, but for the stability of the village, as long as they don't want to disband the root, even if they ask Kagura to dissolve it, Tsunade at least has to offer him a suitable position, like the head of the Anbu or something. Actually, all the high-ranking ninjas in Konoha know that Akihara Kagura is the future of Konoha. Inside the Hokage Tower, the 2 Hokage advisors were also curiously inquiring about this. Koharu Udatane looked at the agitated Tsunade and advised solemnly, Tsunade, there's no need to be so harsh on Kagura. He has made many contributions to the village. I never had such thoughts, Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, declaring angrily, I just wanted to transfer a little girl from the root to the ambu. I never thought about stripping him of his duties. It's just that guy thinking too extremely. But the rumors in the village. Hamura Mitokado was somewhat uneasy, speaking softly. Many people in the village are curious about this matter. Kagura is a hero of the village. He quelled the tailed beast disturbance caused by Uchiha Itachi, resolved the wars with Sand Village and Mist Village, forbid anyone in the village from spreading rumors. Tsunade issued the order with dissatisfaction. In a village as small as Konoha, stopping the spread of rumors only required a single decree. Due to the conflict with her subordinate, Tsunade had been feeling depressed for 2 days and had not seen Akihara Kagura. She summoned her ambu protectors and spoke sternly, Summon Akihara Kagura here. Is he really throwing a tantrum over such a trivial matter? That guy always boasts about his dedication to Konoha. Why is he now so reluctant to let his subordinate serve under my command? Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado felt trouble brewing again. However, the message-delivering ambu ninja quickly returned. Lord Kagura, the ambu ninja, slightly embarrassed and cautious, continued, Lord Kagura doesn't want to see Lady Tsunade and hopes not to be disturbed further. This is an order from the Hokage, Lord Kagura. The ambu ninja looked anxiously at Tsunade. Lord Kagura says, Lady Tsunade shouldn't overstep. The last person who lost his subordinates like this, Shimura Danzo, is a precedent. Boom! This struck Tsunade like a bolt of lightning. What kind of joke is this? Surely it couldn't be this serious. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado looked towards Tsunade with unease. They had never imagined Tsunade might drive the village's strongest force to defection. Had they chosen the wrong Hokage? If such a thing really happened, Konoha would truly become a laughing stock in the ninja world. Even the peace treaties recently signed with Sand Village and Mist Village might be nullified. If Akihara Kagura defected from Konoha, who knows how many Konoha ninjas would become disillusioned with the village leadership, and who would then dare to risk their lives for the village in the future? What exactly did you say? Koharu Udatane stood trembling before Tsunade, his voice deep. Tsunade, do you realize the severe consequences if you force Akihara Kagura to leave Konoha? The village would fall into chaos. Hamura Mitokado's arms shook as he recalled Kagura's combat abilities. Once Kagura defects, if he poses a threat to Konoha, no one but the first Hokage could stop him. Tsunade. Jiraiya appeared in the Hokage's office, trying to counsel his friend. Didn't I tell you Kagura is extreme? That kid has always wanted to lead the route. Just talk to him, he will listen. I don't want to do this. Tsunade smashed her desk to pieces, her anger boiling over as she prepared to confront him at the root base. This is a misunderstanding. I just wanted to transfer someone from his command. How did it become about stripping him of his duties, forcing him to defect? I never intended to dissolve his root. Konoha already has the ambu. The root isn't under the Hokage's direct control, but I've always tolerated its existence, even tacitly allowed it to operate. Now is not the time to discuss this. Koharu Udatane sighed, always tacitly approving and supporting the existence of the root, shaking his head as he continued. Now we need to discuss how to resolve the misunderstanding between Tsunade and Kagura and avoid the most troublesome outcomes. If Kagura is forced by you to defect from Konoha, Hamura Mitokado's heart was uneasy, unable to imagine the disastrous results that might follow. Maybe they would have no choice but to commit seppuku as an apology. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado were shocked by the sudden thought of Hadake Sakumo, Kakashi's father, who had committed suicide in shame amid village rumors after a mission failure. I'll go and talk to Kagura. Jiraiya headed for the root base, hoping to meet Akihara Kagura. If it's just a misunderstanding, let's clear it up quickly. At the root base, Akihara Kagura felt even more wronged than Tsunade. Karin is proficient in all of Konoha's medical ninjutsu. There's not much Lady Tsunade could teach her. Besides, I've already asked Lady Tsunade directly, and she bluntly told me that she just wants to transfer my assistant away from the root. Jiraiya-sensei, you should know. This conflict was bound to arise sooner or later. I've always supported Lady Tsunade, even at the cost of my reputation, but she wants more. Akihara Kagura looked at Jiraiya, his expression somewhat calm. It's better to set clear boundaries now to avoid more trouble later. Tsunade isn't thinking like that. Jiraiya rubbed his head in frustration, continuing, Tsunade isn't that kind of person. She wouldn't want to see you leave Konoha. Akihara Kagura was ready with his sharpened knife. Didn't Jiraiya also think Tsunade wouldn't let me revive the past Hokages? Yet, one of the first things she did upon returning to Konoha was to allow me to revive the past Hokages. Conflicts were bound to erupt. Better to set them off now to avoid more trouble later. Jiraiya felt his face ache. Akihara Kagura shook his head, sighing, "The Tsunade that Jiraiya-sensei knows is one person, but the fifth Hokage that Jiraiya doesn't know is another." Jiraiya planned to persuade Tsunade again. Jiraiya was somewhat relieved that he hadn't left Konoha yet. However, after Jiraiya left the root base, 4 Hokages appeared before Akihara Kagura. Even Hashirama didn't quite understand why Kagura was in conflict with Tsunade. This is a power grab. They want to force Tsunade to relinquish power. Tabarama understood Kagura's tactics clearly. Because he had once used the people's support against Uchiha Madara, he hadn't expected that over time the situation would turn and a descendant of the Senju clan would fall for the same trick. Ah! Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the trouble he faced with his disciple, also sighing, "Tsunade just made one misstep." Initially, hadn't he also requested Kagura from Shimura Danzo? Why didn't such an incident occur in the village then? Was it because he was justifiable? Even Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado stood with him. Because it was a step she was bound to misstep. Tabarama looked towards Akihara Kagura, speaking coldly. "This kid has always appeared very obedient to Tsunade, even standing by her side against us, just to support Tsunade. Tsunade misjudged his loyalty. And this kid has always shown great respect for Tsunade, sacrificing his own reputation to pave the way for Tsunade, the newly appointed Hokage. Tsunade truly believed this kid would prioritize the interests of Konoha, so she thought she could issue this order without considering his feelings. Moreover, even if Tsunade had not made a misstep, it would have been useless. Because Akihara Kagura, the bastard, used us to force Tsunade to start a war, yet he ended it as a hero, his prestige even higher than Tsunade's. He was already on invincible ground before this struggle began." Tabarama knew the basics of these political battles, shaking his head as he revealed the truth. Even if this kid doesn't communicate with Tsunade, just spreading rumors that Tsunade is jealous of his achievements would make many fools believe, just causing some trouble. All right, the root is about to start spreading rumors that I'm being forced by Lady Tsunade to defect. 4 Hokages, do you want to persuade Tsunade to surrender before it starts? Akihara Kagura's map for hiding daggers was short, but the daggers hidden in the map were long, enticing the Hokage to issue tasks. A power struggle between the Hokage and the assistant Hokage will plunge Konoha into chaos. Don't you Hokage consider calming the situation? How do you calm it? Tabarama looked at Akihara Kagura, very dissatisfied with his scheming, speaking sternly. "Take away power. Do you know how to govern Konoha? I don't really understand, but you must, right?" Akihara Kagura looked towards the 4 Hokages present, speaking, "As long as I can protect my subordinates, avoiding being dismissed by a single word, I accept any method of calming." Emotionally, the 4 Hokages found it difficult to accept Akihara Kagura's request. The Hokage represent the ultimate dignity of Konoha, and they did not wish to see the Hokage become a puppet. Moreover, many of the Hokages present were close friends and relatives of Tsunade, and all 4 Hokages hoped that Akihara Kagura could peacefully coexist with Tsunade, allowing Konoha to transition smoothly. "Kid, we all understand that Tsunade is no match for you." Tabarama stared at Akihara Kagura and spoke solemnly. "You don't need to resort to these tactics to fight her. Our presence has already made her position as Hokage challenging enough. There is no need to usurp her authority further, because her power infringes upon my own." Kagura's smile faded, seemingly puzzled. "Lord Hokages, this all started because Lady Tsunade wanted to transfer Karin from my side, without ever considering changing her mind. If Lady Tsunade wants to take Karin away and treats me and the root as if we are there to be exploited, why shouldn't I retaliate?" Silence fell. Tabarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged glances. "Of course, it's because you, kid, are just an assistant to the Hokage. Isn't it natural for the Hokage to transfer someone from the hands of a Hokage's assistant, given that the position of the assistant is granted by the Hokage himself? But Akihara Kagura's situation was a bit different. Akihara Kagura was granted the power of a Hokage's assistant not only because of his considerable strength, but also because of his numerous contributions to Konoha. The alliance between Konoha and the Mist Village, the peace with the Rock Village maintained through the kidnapping of the 3rd Tsuchikage, the internal conflicts of the Uchiha clan smoothly handled. All these were reliant on Akihara Kagura's presence. Even today, Akihara Kagura still holds the position of a Hokage's assistant, having helped Konoha suppress the Sand Village and the Mist Village, re-establishing even stricter alliances, and even turning 2 major ninja villages into vassals of Konoha. Just this series of accomplishments alone. Former Hokage's assistant, Shimura Danzo, couldn't even come close. Of course, The other things that Akihara Kagura did, Danzo couldn't match either. At least Danzo's harm to Konoha was nowhere near that of Kagura's. Actually, you don't really care for power, do you? Hashirama furrowed his brows, contemplating his own thoughts when he once held the reins of power in Konoha. Shouldn't there be other pursuits? But he doesn't like others using power to suppress him. Tabarama cut to the heart of Kagura's thinking with a single statement, speaking solemnly. I can help you and Tsunade resolve this conflict this time, and even continue to slowly restrict Tsunade's power later, making her understand your bottom line, but let's stop here for this incident, shall we? Tsunade is not your enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, feeling uneasy. I think so too. Minato nodded, following the footsteps of his predecessors. System prompt. New work task Senju Hashirama. Abandon the political struggle with Tsunade. Maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. System prompt. New work task Senju Tabarama. Abandon the political struggle with Tsunade. Maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. System prompt. New work task Sarutobi Hiruzen. Abandon the political struggle with Tsunade. Maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. System prompt. New work task Namikaze Minato. Abandon the political struggle with Tsunade. Maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. All right. Akihara Kagura's eyes twinkled slightly, looking at a series of system notifications. 4 Hokages under his control from Edo Tensei. Their tasks just exploded. Is this method useful? Sometimes, when a superior wants him to do something, the system might issue some tasks. Sometimes, when a superior wants him to do something, the system might issue some tasks. Can it also issue tasks when the superior does not want him to do something? Another point. This matter is very important, and only he must do it. The treasures of a superior are like water in a sponge. Just squeeze hard and it comes out. They are also like juice in a pear. Just squeeze hard and it comes out. So how should this be resolved? Senju Hashirama felt a bit brain-burning. Rumors have already appeared in the village. This won't be easy to solve. Sarutobi Hiruzen well knew the harm of rumors. Even using power to suppress them would only make things worse, especially when Tsunade's authority as Hokage was still not solid enough. Let someone take the fall. Akihara Kagura looked at the 4 Hokages, casually suggesting, the village's 2 Hokage advisors are already of age. It might be time for them to retire. These 2 Hokage advisors had always been a restraint, often disagreeing with Kagura's suggestions, sometimes even requiring Kagura to use open window theorizing to persuade them. The 4 Hokages present were startled. But Kagura made sense. However, it felt a bit strange that the Hokage and his assistant had a conflict, yet the Hokage advisors had to step down for this matter. This could also work. By the way, I'm curious about something. Tabarama looked at Akihara Kagura, proactively asking, this all started because of a kid named Karin. You helped her make a decision. Does that kid really want to stay en route and not leave this dark place? Won't she resent you? Akihara Kagura fell silent. On the other side, Tsunade was still troubled by her own problems. Because Jiraiya thought Tsunade was somewhat overbearing, which made Tsunade question whether she was really doing something wrong, she left the Hokage building planning to walk around the village. Rumors in the village had yet to subside. Many villagers still respected Tsunade when they saw her, but they could also see their fear and unease. The origin of this conflict. What really is it? Did Akihara Kagura think that by trying to transfer Karin, Tsunade was trying to disband his root and strip him of his power? Just then, at that moment, Tsunade saw a group of youngsters gathering. Just as Hadake Kakashi and Might Guy from the same generation of Jonin gathered, these genin of the same generation also gathered, even bringing along peers like Tent. Because Karin was also their classmate, even the work en route was actually easier than that of these genin who frequently undertook missions. She occasionally appeared at these gatherings. I really don't understand. Uzumaki Naruto held the back of his head, the least understanding of the village rumors. Although I also think that Kagura isn't quite suitable to be a Hokage's assistant, he seems pretty good to everyone in the village, right? The other genin were a bit at a loss. Because this matter was still too early for these kids, the group of genin quickly moved past this topic, discussing some of the troublesome missions they had recently undertaken, then dispersed to continue with their tasks. Only Karin idly returned to the root base. That kid named Karin! Tsunade stopped Karin, actively sharing her thoughts. I want you to become my disciple. Your talent is very suitable. Sorry, I don't want to leave root. Karin quickly interrupted Tsunade, continuing on her own. Lady Tsunade, you were able to discover my talent because Lord Kagura saved me when I was 6 years old, taught me up to today. Unless I die, I will never leave Lord Kagura. Karin had always been by Akihara Kagura's side. She knew nearly all of Kagura's secrets, and also knew of many things Kagura had done. From the age of 6, Karin was brought to Konoha, sent to the ninja academy, even worried she couldn't keep up with the pace, especially finding a home tutor for supplementary lessons. After graduation, Karin became Kagura's assistant, continually receiving Kagura's teachings, even getting supplementary classes from Kabuto and Dean Nan. During the Chunin exam, Kagura helped her find suitable teammates, worried that the little one might not have food to eat during the Chunin exam. If one day, Akihara Kagura was gravely injured, Karin would give all her blood to him in exchange for Kagura's survival. That's how it is. Tsunade thought for a while, sighed, and then handed Karin a scroll as a gift. You can learn this. Go tell Kagura I won't transfer you anymore. I hope this turmoil will soon settle down. However, when Tsunade returned to the Hokage building, she saw the 4 Hokages. Grandfather, great-uncle, Sarutobi-sensei Minato. When Tsunade saw their arrival, she felt a bit panicky. This panicky feeling was like she, this foolish ruler, had just done something foolish, and the previous Hokages had collectively come to scold her. Ages had collectively come to scold her. We are here because of your conflict with Kagura. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing Tsunade still distressed, took the initiative to speak. Tsunade, don't worry. This time it's because you wanted to transfer Karin from his side. Kagura, that kid just reacted a bit excessively. All right. Tabarama stopped Sarutobi Hiruzen from continuing, speaking solemnly. We've already advised that kid Akihara Kagura. Now we are just here to provide a solution to resolve the conflict. Let Koharu Yudate and Hamura Mitokado take responsibility for this matter. The 2 of them will resign to take the blame, also giving the villagers an explanation. The expressions of Koharu Yudate and Hamura Mitokado suddenly turned odd. It seems something isn't quite right. Why would the 2 Hokage advisors have to resign over a conflict between the Hokage and his assistant? Why does this trouble fall on their heads? However, with all 4 Hokages here, Koharu Yudate and Hamura Mitokado couldn't speak out against it. Surely, for the stability of Konoha, the 2 Hokage advisors couldn't sacrifice themselves within Konoha village. This matter soon settled down, because Koharu Yudate and Hamura Mitokado, the 2 Hokage advisors, issued wrong orders under the guise of the Hokage's command, leading to a conflict between the Hokage and his assistant, and the 2 Hokage advisors had no choice but to resign to take the blame. This conflict was thus declared over. For Tsunade and Akihara Kagura, this resolution was actually excellent. Tsunade, the newly appointed Hokage, was free from the restraint of the 2 Hokage advisors, and Akihara Kagura no longer had to bother dealing with the Hokage advisors. The upper echelons of Konoha truly only had 2 people left. System prompt: abandon the political struggle with Tsunade, maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. The task has been completed. Reward Ashura Chakra, Senju Hashirama. System prompt: Ashura Chakra has been integrated into the God of Ninja's trait. Akihara Kagura couldn't believe the task reward he had received. Is this some kind of joke? Is the mine going to collapse? How could mining still dig up the chakra of Hashirama's past life? Akihara Kagura furrowed his brows in thought. He could feel that the chakra inside his body was already abundant, as if it were endless. Even the shell of the 10 tails could provide chakra. Ashura Chakra was even more terrifying than that of the 9 tails. The only problem is, he couldn't find a comparable object. If speaking seriously, the amount of chakra should have increased quite a bit, but this still far from reaching the potential for a qualitative change. However, when Akihara Kagura looked down, he knew that the mine of Hashirama could continue to be mined because the mine of Tabarama was really about to collapse. System prompt: abandon the political struggle with Tsunade, maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. The task has been completed. Reward combat experience, Senju Tabarama. This boss, for the sake of Konoha, left behind all the forbidden techniques he had researched and studied in Konoha, and they were all mastered by Akihara Kagura. This means this second Hokage mine was mined dry. Only then were these combat experiences dug up. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was the same. As a professor of ninjutsu, the 3rd Hokage mastered many Go-style techniques. After his death, Kagura learning those techniques was no longer hindered. The 3rd Hokage's lifetime of combat experience lay in his application of the 5-element release. The only mine left, probably only Minato Namikaze. System prompt: abandon the political struggle with Tsunade, maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. The task has been completed. Reward Yin 9 Tails Chakra Minato. System notification: Yin 9 Tails Chakra has been integrated into the 10 Tails shell. Akihara Kagura sensed that the 10-tails' eyes immediately lit up with two. This nearly alive, half of the 9 tails being absorbed into the 10-tails shell. The revival progress of the 10-tails shell suddenly increased by a quarter. The entire revival progress had already surpassed 60%. However, since the reward of half of the 9 tails chakra had been dug up, it seems that Minato's mind was also basically about to collapse. Konoha's mind is about to be exhausted. Akihara Kagura watched Minato, but his mind was on this 4th Hokage rogue student. Must quickly dig out Uchiha Madara's legacy from Albedo. How to deal with an Uchiha. For many ninjas in the ninja world, dealing with an Uchiha is a challenging problem. However, for the Anbu Root division of Konoha, dealing with the Uchiha is a tradition. Whether it's the first leader of Root, Danzo, or the second leader, Akihara Kagura, they are both adept at handling Uchihas, especially since there is a master of dealing with Uchihas within Root as well. The second Hokage of Konoha, Tabarama, Root base. Akihara Kagura and the 4 Hokages began to discuss the threat posed by Uchiha Albedo, the man behind the 9 tails disturbance, who undoubtedly represents the biggest problem. Of course, this calls for a discussion of the roots of Uchiha Albedo's rise, and a man lurking behind Uchiha Albedo. White Zetsu emerged from the ground. He would be the instructor for this lesson, teaching the 4 Hokages about the origins of Uchiha Albedo. This is Zetsu. Akihara Kagura pointed to Zetsu beside him and whispered, Zetsu and I were both subordinates of Albedo, and he understands Uchiha Albedo very well. The 4 Hokages felt mixed emotion. Uchiha Albedo has you two as his subordinates. That seems a bit unlucky. However, Uchiha Albedo poses a threat to Konoha and caused the 9 tails disturbance, which they must eliminate. Akihara Kagura's desire to handle Uchiha Albedo didn't feel out of place to them. That kid Uchiha Albedo. Tabarama had never met Uchiha Albedo, but spoke with a hint of scorn. Do we even need to know his past? Just find his location and kill him. I suggest we understand a bit more. White Zetsu shook his head, laughing as he said, After all, Uchiha Albedo has become a rogue ninja of Konoha, and Mr. Tabarama has made quite a few mistakes too. Tabarama looked annoyed at Zetsu, then turned to Kagura. Are you going to criticize my initial policies towards the Uchiha clan again? No. White Zetsu shook his head again, mentioning a person that made both Tabarama and Hashirama tremble. The real mistake was that you forgot to destroy Lord Madara's body. Madara! Hashirama's expression grew complicated. That guy Madara, Tabarama frowned. Wasn't he killed by Big Brother during the battle at the Valley of the End? From the beginning, the battle at the Valley of the End was a conspiracy. White Zetsu looked at the brothers, chuckling as he spoke. Because Lord Madara knew from the start that Tabarama wouldn't destroy his body but would keep it for research, so Lord Madara set up a transference seal within his Sharingan, devising a jutsu called Izanagi, which can turn his death into an illusion. Remember this jutsu name well. Kagura cut off White Zetsu's speech and took the initiative to explain. Izanagi is a forbidden jutsu of the Uchiha clan, which can sacrifice the light of one Sharingan eye, allowing an Uchiha to negate unfavorable factors during combat and turn them into an illusion, preserving favorable elements. That means killing him won't do any good, right? Tabarama nodded, understanding the effects of the jutsu. But after the jutsu ends, one Sharingan eye must be sacrificed. That's right. Kagura nodded and continued, but Uchiha Albedo got at least 100 Sharingan eyes on the night of the clan's massacre. The people present felt a chill, but quickly calmed down. But he needs a safe surgery room to transplant eyes, right? It's uncertain. Kagura shrugged. He didn't fully understand the situation. Uchiha Albedo also transplanted cells from the first Hokage, so his healing speed shouldn't be slow, and perhaps directly removing a blinded eye and stuffing in a new one isn't entirely impossible. The 4 Hokages realized the true horror. Because this way, they couldn't really be sure when Uchiha Albedo used Izanagi, when he removed the blinded eye, and when he transplanted a new Sharingan as a sacrifice for Izanagi. Dealing with just Izanagi is hard enough. Not to mention, Uchiha Albedo also possesses the most troublesome Mangekyo Sharingan. Keep talking about Madara. Hashirama was more concerned about Uchiha Madara, speaking softly. So you mean Madara already knew he would lose, thus used Izanagi to escape death? Then why did Madara control the 9 tails to attack Konoha? It was for a piece of your flesh. White Zetsu chuckled, showing his wood release. Big Brother's cells would release, huh? Tabarama immediately realized this and quickly thought about the use of Hashirama cells, not just for wood release. Big Brother's cells must have other uses for him, possibly to enhance his Sharingan. That matter. Tabarama had witnessed it himself. Kagura used Hashirama cells to cultivate a group of Uchihas with dual Kekkei Genkai, indicating some connection between Hashirama cells and the Sharingan bloodline. You guessed right. White Zetsu nodded, continuing. But Hashirama cells are even more terrifying when White Zetsu nodded, continuing. But Hashirama cells are even more terrifying when combined with Lord Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan, as his Mangekyo Sharingan had eternal power. After transplanting Hashirama cells, Lord Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan finally evolved into a Rinnegan just before his death, and even the blinded Mangekyo was enhanced. Rinnegan! Hashirama was somewhat shocked, suddenly realizing something. Uchiha Madara had once invited him to see the Uchiha clan's stone tablet, allegedly left by the Sage of the Six Paths. When positive and negative forces are combined, they can unlock all creation. At the time, Hashirama thought it meant that the Uchiha and Senju clans coming together could bring peace to the ninja world, but the stone tablet was literally just literal. So you mean? Tabarama took a deep breath, speaking solemnly. Madara wanted to transplant Big Brother's cells to activate his Mangekyo into a Rinnegan, so he started the battle at the Valley of the End, hid in the ninja world after the battle, and finally activated the Rinnegan. That's right, White Zetsu nodded, continuing the lesson for the four Hokages. But time is fair to everyone. Even if Lord Madara activated the Rinnegan, he would inevitably face death. For this, he needed a nurturing ground for the Rinnegan and a contingency plan for his eventual revival. That nurturing ground! Tabarama immediately thought of destroying the Rinnegan. Let's skip that problem. Kagura passed over that issue, continuing, let's continue discussing Uchiha Abaido. What we need to discuss now is Uchiha Abaido. No problem, young man. The Rinnegan is not important because it contains Lord Madara's chakra. No one can activate the real power of the Rinnegan. The most important thing is a person who can guide the Rinnegan. White Zetsu said this, chuckling. Uchiha Abaido is the person chosen by Lord Madara. His life is like a tragedy, easily used by others, leading him astray. Minato furrowed his brow, because Uchiha Abaido was his student. White Zetsu cheerfully told the story he witnessed. During the Kanabi Bridge battle, Uchiha Abaido survived the war because Lord Madara saved him, and from then on he became Madara's chosen tool. To be able to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, to make him completely despair about this world, Lord Madara manipulated the Mist Village, transplanted the three tails into a ninja named Rin Nohara, and placed a curse in Rin's body to prevent her from committing suicide. Minato's pupils dilated uncontrollably. So, Minato recalled his other, more unfortunate student. At that time, did Kakashi have to kill Rin? Yes, that wasn't the purpose. White Zetsu nodded, continuing, Lord Madara's real purpose was for Uchiha Abaido to witness everything, to make him disillusioned with this war-ridden world, and to completely become the successor to Lord Madara's will. Minato closed his eyes, remembering the mysterious masked man, feeling a touch of sadness. 3 students all became tools of Uchiha Madara. Of course. White Zetsu, mimicking Kagura, spread his hands, continuing, Abaido never thought this was wrong. He believed the world was at fault. Even when Abaido, while manipulating the 4th Mizukage, guessed the truth, he still didn't think Lord Madara was wrong. Abaido still believed the world was at fault. He's not entirely wrong. It indeed is the world's fault. Kagura nodded, his tone shifting immediately, but changing the world in such a way, leaving it in his hands, isn't quite right, and certainly not in Uchiha Madara's hands. Leaving it in your hands would be right? Tabarama glanced at Kagura. It's not impossible. Kagura looked back at Tabarama. Tabarama didn't want to deal with Kagura, speaking proactively. Anyway, what's most important now is to kill that guy named Uchiha Abaido, destroy those Rinnegan, and stop Uchiha Madara's revival. But I can't participate. Kagura refused Tabarama's suggestion, stating proactively, the only support I can offer you is to declare that the 2nd Hokage has deciphered the Edo Tensei technique, allowing you to do this. I think my boss Uchiha Abaido would understand my helplessness. Tabarama felt a weight on his back. This damn brat, not doing anything is one thing, but letting me take the blame. Don't look at me like that. Kagura spread his hands, reminding them, this way I can also provide you with information about Uchiha Abaido. When you corner Uchiha Abaido, perhaps he will bring Uchiha Madara's body to me, asking me to use the Edo Tensei to revive Madara, helping him avoid being hunted down. Do you want to revive Madara? Hashirama felt a bit amused. After so long, am I going to battle Madara again? Regardless, he will be revived. Kagura shook his head. He needed to revive Uchiha Madara, just waiting for the right opportunity. He then asked, but aren't you curious about what exactly Uchiha Madara painstakingly planned to do? A bit. Hashirama nodded, the honest first Hokage really curious about what his former friend Uchiha Madara intended to do. Not curious, I just want to destroy his plans. Tobirama's face was stern, uninterested in Uchiha Madara, just wanting to thwart Madara's schemes. Even if he is revived, we must kill him. I agree. But before that, we need a little plan, like choosing a mastermind who knows everything. Otherwise, it might expose me and Zetsu betraying them. Both Zetsu and I are innocents, still wanting to live peacefully, not wanting to be involved in these old-era battles. The expressions of the present Hokages became odd. They all remembered Orochimaru, once considered the mastermind, and the reason the old era is still fighting. Isn't it because of the trouble you, the new era, caused? What plan? Tobirama was very rational, concerned about the outcome of the plan. Who should be the mastermind? A mastermind to counter Madara? Should we let Big Brother do it? Hashirama was a bit excited. Big Brother doesn't have the intelligence. Tobirama looked at the excited Hashirama, negating his own suggestion. Others don't seem suitable either. Should I take the blame? What plan is needed? Can I make the plan? White Zetsu looked excitedly at Kagura, and after seeing Kagura nod, he quickly shared his thoughts. Then let me tell a story first. Many years ago, the battle at the Valley of the End was declared over. The first Hokage had died. The second Hokage discovered that Lord Madara's body was missing, subtly covered up this secret, and during a covert investigation of the Uchiha clan, discovered the secret of Izanagi. To prevent Lord Madara from returning, the second Hokage, Tobirama, researched the Edo Tensei technique, hoping to revive his brother to counter Uchiha Madara. However, a small problem occurred. The second Hokage had to sacrifice himself during the Great Ninja War, and to avoid future mistakes, he instructed Lord Danzo before his death to research Hashirama cells, hoping to create someone capable of countering Uchiha Madara. Wait! Kagura felt this story wasn't quite right, quickly stopping White Zetsu, frowning and saying, "Can we have something more normal? This makes the second Hokage seem not evil enough. When Uchiha Madara is revived, he will laugh at him." Not necessary. Tobirama's face was filled with annoyance. Tobirama felt he didn't need to be evil at all. Only the Uchiha clan was the most evil, like the always lurking Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obaido. Anyway, Minato didn't want to argue with them. He only cared about the mission he was about to undertake. "We are now going to besiege Obaido until we force Obaido to ask you to revive Uchiha Madara, right?" "Yes, but not asking, rather commanding." "Fourth Hokage, your student isn't very good at leadership. He likes to command when doing things. This is the worst leader I've seen." Kagura nodded, hiding his other thoughts. "Perhaps in the meantime, he will also command me to find a way to help him deal with being hunted down. To ensure Obaido doesn't suspect me and Zetsu, to continue passing his information to you four Hokages, your pursuit of my boss might need to be paused occasionally due to his asking for help." The present Hokages were silent. Akihara Kagura had already arranged Uchiha Obaido's life. That this guy could attract such a subordinate like Akihara Kagura showed a lack of discernment. Obaido. Minato sighed at the fate his former student was about to face, reminiscing about the past. Obaido once wanted to become Hokage. Tobirama unusually refrained from speaking. "He is not suitable to be Hokage." Akihara Kagura voiced the truth on behalf of Tobirama. Akihara Kagura knew Uchiha Obaido, his superior, better than anyone present. A true leader doesn't just take without giving anything back to their subordinates, right? So far, I have helped Obaido solve many problems. He hasn't even sent a single ninjutsu scroll, let alone a birthday gift. To be honest, even Orochimaru is far more competent than Uchiha Obaido. If the four Hokages agree to implement the plan, I will have Aoi first convey the message to Obaido, telling him that the second Hokage. I will have Aoi first convey the message to Obaido, telling him that the second Hokage has already deciphered the Edo Tensei technique, and I have lost control over the reanimated individuals. Akihara Kagura looked at the Hokages present and added, "By the way, let Aoi tell Obaido that the second Hokage is the true mastermind. When I used Edo Tensei to revive him, I was already fooled." "Aoi, according to what you said, the second Hokage Tobirama has always been wary of Uchiha Madara. Even after Madara's death in the Valley of the End, Tobirama continued to suspect him, leading to the development of the Edo Tensei technique to prevent future generations from facing an unbeatable Madara." Everyone looked at Tobirama. "Fine." Tobirama slowly nodded, admitting his identity and not denying his purpose. "Then we'll force Uchiha Obaido into a corner until we compel Madara to revive, thwart his plot, and kill him completely this time." Tobirama never took the threat of Uchiha Madara lightly. Although Akihara Kagura was not a good person, Uchiha Obaido, who caused the Nine Tails incident in Konoha, and Uchiha Madara, who had been scheming for decades, clearly attracted Tobirama's hatred. Awe! Akihara Kagura immediately looked at White Zetsu Awe, his expression becoming serious. The second Hokage has agreed. Let's start the operation. All right. White Zetsu Awe quickly sank into the ground. Tabarama watched White Zetsu Awe disappear and asked in a deep voice, "This creature doesn't seem to be something you cultivated, right?" "No." Akihara Kagura shook his head and looked at Hashirama. "It is said that Uchiha Madara cultivated them using the first Hokage cells. My brother's cells, they really can be used anywhere." Tabarama snorted coldly, extremely dissatisfied with Uchiha Madara's actions. I want to visit Naka Shrine." Hashirama, after learning about Uchiha Madara's plot, had not expressed much. After everything ended, this first Hokage still voiced his own thoughts in a deep voice. "It is said that Madara once saw the future of the ninja world on a stele at the shrine and found a new path in front of the stele at Naka Shrine. It was the last place where Hashirama and Uchiha Madara met amicably during their lifetime. At that time, the entire Konoha was bathed in the shade of the first Hokage, who endorsed Tabarama as the second Hokage, making Uchiha Madara feel out of place. In utter helplessness, Uchiha Madara eventually met Hashirama in front of the stele at Naka Shrine and asked if he would choose his friend or his brother Tabarama. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara received a disappointing answer. During that meeting, Madara claimed to have found a path on the stele and decided to leave Konoha rather than continue feeling aggrieved. When they met again, it was during the Battle of the Valley of the End. Hashirama wanted to revisit Naka Shrine to see if he could decipher the reasons behind Madara's conspiracy from the stele. If Uchiha Madara walked the wrong path after his resurrection, he wanted his old friend to understand his mistake. The stele! Akihara Kagura's eyes flickered slightly. The stele at Naka Shrine was passed down by the Uchiha clan for generations, regarded as an honor and made of a very special material hard to destroy. Although Konoha divided the Uchiha territory, it did not destroy Naka Shrine because it was still some distance from the village's residential area. Naka Shrine. Akihara Kagura led the 4 Hokages to the stele at Naka Shrine. Without Sharingan, they could see nothing, not even the content on it. Of course, even if someone could read it, it would be useless. Because this stele at Naka Shrine had been altered, the content was already distorted. No one could decipher the true history it hid. No one could solve the correct question from the wrong answers. But Akihara Kagura was a transmigrator. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, Akihara Kagura couldn't fully decipher the stele's content for now. But that didn't matter, because Akihara Kagura knew the history of the ninja world. This history would become his greatest weapon, completely unreadable. Hashirama gazed at the stele, feeling a bit regretful. If we could see the content on the stele, perhaps we could analyze Madara's thoughts. Madara said only the Sharingan could read the stele's content. It seems we have no way. Kid, don't you have many Uchihas under your command? Tabarama looked at Akihara Kagura and asked. This second Hokage directly examined the stele, finding the content engraved with powerful means, requiring the Sharingan to read. Useless. Akihara Kagura shook his head, answering on behalf of his subordinates. It needs the Mangekyo Sharingan to read some truth and even higher-level eyes to read the full truth. After speaking, Akihara Kagura suddenly looked at Hashirama and Tabarama. After speaking, Akihara Kagura suddenly looked at Hashirama and Tabarama. I remember that both Senju and Uchiha were ancient clans in the ninja world. The Uchiha clan had a stele. Didn't the Senju clan have a corresponding one? No, Hashirama shook his head. The clan. Tabarama furrowed his brow, recalling his clan's origins. The of the forest lived in the woods during the Warring States period and never had such a stele. Could it be hidden on a tree? Akihara Kagura proposed a reasonable suspicion. Honestly, Akihara Kagura should thank Hashirama. If it wasn't for Hashirama's nostalgia for his last meeting place with Uchiha Madara, Akihara Kagura wouldn't have remembered the stele at Naka Shrine, because what it recorded was useless to Akihara Kagura. But now it was useful. Seeing Hashirama and Tabarama unable to recall, Akihara Kagura planned to help these brothers understand. Akihara Kagura's strength had grown too fast. He couldn't find a chance to align with his most desired superior, Black Zetsu, because Black Zetsu wouldn't believe Akihara Kagura truly wanted to align with it. Even if it did, it wouldn't reveal the truth. But this doesn't matter. If the future superior wouldn't speak the truth, Akihara Kagura would for it. If the future superior couldn't decide, Akihara Kagura would decide for it. If Black Zetsu didn't believe or recruit him, he would use special means to make it choose him. Once Uchiha Obaido was besieged by the 4 Hokages, if Black Zetsu still didn't reveal the truth and didn't let him join Uchiha Madara and Kaguya Otsutsuki, Akihara Kagura would force Black Zetsu to rely on him. Root base. Akihara Kagura had an idea and began fabricating. Everything is relative, like the rivalry between Uchiha and Senju. Uchiha had a fake steel by Black Zetsu, so deserved a fake bark by Akihara Kageura. Black Zetsu deceived Uchiha Madara with a fake steel. Akihara Kageura would deceive Hashirama with a fake bark. Of course, faking is a skill. If done haphazardly, it would be easily exposed. However, it can't be entirely true either, because revealing the whole truth would be easily refuted by those who knew it. Some falsehoods are needed to let those in the know refute using truth. Akihara Kageura privately visited the stele at Naka Shrine, read part of it with the Mangekyo Sharingan, and planned to write a new truth for the Senju of the forest in its style. First, the source of the bark. After some thought, Akihara Kageura explained the bark's origin, recording that the Sage of Six Paths was the ancestor of the Senju, and this bark was left to his second son Asura, recording the history of the ninja world. This is the true fact, naturally unrefutable. Second, the reason for the bark's existence. Recalling the Uchiha steel's content, Akihara Kageura decided to modify it slightly, claiming the bark existed due to a tragic story in the ninja world's history. Over 1,000 years ago, the ninja world was peaceful and humans did not have chakra. A man named Otsutsuki Hagoromo appeared, planted a divine tree in the ninja world, and gained its blessing and power. This divine tree was the source of Hagoromo's power and the 10-tailed beast, the aggregation of 9-tailed beasts. The divine tree bestowed Hagoromo with chakra, the first appearance of this energy in the ninja world. Hagoromo, having acquired chakra, found he could bestow it upon others, gathered people, and created ninshu, hoping to use chakra to create a world of understanding. Thus, he was known as the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo established ninshu, married, and had 3 children. The eldest son Indra, ancestor of the Uchiha clan, inheriting the sage's eyes, the second son Asura, ancestor of the Senju clan, inheriting the sage's body, and the youngest daughter Kaguya, ancestor of the Hyuga clan, inheriting nothing. These points were mostly true. Akihara Kageura's thoughts slightly diverged, feeling this could be related to the Hyuga clan. They might have an artifact only the Byakugan could read in the future. For now, he needed to fabricate this story. Before his death, the Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo, to choose a successor for ninshu, set 2 tests for his sons Indra and Asura to pick one to lead the ninja world. This segment is also true. Akihara Kageura disliked fabricating history, thought for a long time, and added a slightly false segment. This act angered the youngest daughter Kaguya, who, lacking chakra, was excluded from succession. Furious, Kaguya went to the divine tree, ate its fruit, and gained its chakra. Having obtained the divine tree's chakra, Kaguya transformed into the 10-tailed divine tree, casting an illusion named Infinite Tsukiyomi, binding everyone in the ninja world with the tree's vines to absorb their chakra and rule the world. The Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo had to battle his daughter, eventually reclaiming the divine tree's power, splitting it into 9-tailed beasts, and sealing his daughter Kaguya on the moon. Akihara Kageura was satisfied with this slightly modified historical story, hoping the Black Zetsu, who altered the Uchiha steel, would understand his fake bark. Of course, to gain understanding, one must include others' roles. After sealing his daughter, the Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo's will split, creating a dark part named Black Zetsu. Akihara Kageura believed there was nothing wrong with the history he compiled. All the key figures in ninja world history appeared, even the 10-tails god tree had its role, and he even proactively fabricated a respectable identity for Black Zetsu. Who is Otsutsuki Kaguya? Where did this minor name come from? Who is the Sage of Six Paths? Everyone in the ninja world knows what kind of figure the Sage of Six Paths is. Akihara Kageura painstakingly helped Black Zetsu fabricate a respected identity. The will split from the Sage of Six Paths is far stronger than the will of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Because everyone has heard of the Sage of Six Paths, they would naturally respect the will split from the Sage of Six Paths, Black Zetsu, especially since Akihara Kageura plans to redeem it. Black Zetsu's appearance is coincidental. Since the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, was immortal, he would inevitably suffer from the pains of birth, old age, illness, and death. Upon seeing his younger daughter Otsutsuki Kaguya obtain infinite vitality by devouring the 10-tails god tree, the compassionate heart of the Sage of Six Paths was invaded by the desire for immortality gained from the 10 tails. Black Zetsu is the dark reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. It is the embodiment of his deepest desires, seeking the 10 tails power for immortality and dominion over the world. The Sage of Six Paths could not kill it, so he split it off to prevent it from corrupting his heart. The chakra of the Ten-Tails God Tree had long been scattered across the world as the Nine-Tailed Beasts. His younger daughter Otsutsuki Kaguya, merged with the Ten-Tails husk, was sealed on the moon. Black Zetsu's first goal upon birth was to find a way to gather the Ten Tails and revive his younger daughter Otsutsuki Kaguya, thereby controlling Kaguya to obtain the Ten Tails' power. This is the origin of Black Zetsu. Akihara Kagura planned to turn Black Zetsu's idea of reviving the Ten Tails into a desire for immortality, fitting the role of a behind-the-scenes manipulator. Otherwise, claiming Black Zetsu merely wanted to save someone, that would hardly suit the identity of a mastermind. Moreover, this reason withstands scrutiny because Black Zetsu's goal indeed was to gather the tailed beasts to revive the Ten Tails God Tree. Akihara Kagura merely gave it a more grandiose reason, even though the reason is false. It seems more real than the truth. Apart from the identity, everything else is true. Black Zetsu's power isn't great, but it possesses the yin-yang release left by the Sage of Six Paths and has quietly hidden some of the God Tree's power, making Black Zetsu immortal. No one can kill it, and it has the power to merge with the Ten Tails God Tree. This is necessary. Black Zetsu isn't very powerful, but it is indeed hard to kill. The fabrication of Black Zetsu's origin is complete. The next step in compiling history requires a blend of truth and falsehood to make the story plausible. The Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, to prevent his dark will, Black Zetsu, from reviving the Ten Tails, sealed this history on a stone tablet, passing it to his eldest son Indra, who had the Sharingan and extraordinary talent. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's eldest son Indra was born intelligent, created the hand signs for ninjutsu, and inherited the powerful Sharingan. Hagoromo hoped Indra would bear the responsibility of sealing Black Zetsu. To prevent others from discovering the tablet's secrets, Hagoromo left a restriction on the tablet that only the Sharingan could decipher. His second son, Ashura, was simple and honest by nature. Hagoromo decided to pass the ninja creed to Ashura, hoping Ashura would strengthen the ninja creed. However, the situation changed. Black Zetsu, the will split from Hagoromo, upon learning of the tablet revealing its origin, quietly altered the tablet's content. But Black Zetsu, lacking great power, claimed to be a will born from Indra's increased strength, persuading him to gain the Ten Tails' power, following his younger sister Otsutsuki Kaguya's path. This led Indra to attack Ashura and Hagoromo, attempting to capture all the tailed beasts in the ninja world to revive the Ten Tails. Fortunately, a dying Hagoromo bestowed his power to Ashura, who led the ninja creed. Fortunately, a dying Hagoromo bestowed his power to Ashura, who led the ninja creed to defeat Indra, averting the ninja world's second crisis. In this crisis, a dying Hagoromo discovered that his will, Black Zetsu, had altered the tablet's content. Realizing that the immortal Black Zetsu would inevitably cause turmoil in the ninja world to revive the Ten Tails, Hagoromo predicted that future conflicts would arise due to Black Zetsu's manipulations. To correct the errors born from his desires and prevent the descendants of Indra and Ashura from being exploited by Black Zetsu, Hagoromo decided to inscribe this secret history on the bark of the God Tree, passing it to his second son, Ashura, hoping future generations would be wary of Black Zetsu. The story ends here. Since Akihara Kagura wrote it from the perspective of the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, he added some remorse and shame for not being able to control his desire, which split into the immortal monster Black Zetsu, hoping future generations would be cautious and not be misled by power. As this forged history was left by Otsutsuki Hagoromo, it naturally couldn't include stories of the conflicts between the Uchiha and Senju clans, as the Sage of Six Paths had already died by then. This history is quite good. Akihara Kagura looked at the history he compiled, feeling there was nothing more to add. Of course, if someone who truly knew the history of the ninja world examined it, the story would be full of flaws. But how many people truly know the real history of the ninja world? And how can those who do know prove it? Even if Black Zetsu appeared and said that, in its 1,000 years of existence, the history recorded on this bark was all lies, that it wasn't the will of Otsutsuki Hagoromo but of Otsutsuki Kaguya, and that Hagoromo never knew of its existence, what use would that be? Wouldn't that be self-destructive? After all, Black Zetsu always claimed to be the will of Uchiha Madara. The will of Uchiha Madara, a being only a few decades old, could not possibly know the truth from 1,000 years ago. This explanation wouldn't hold, so Black Zetsu, by refuting the history, would have to be the dark will of the Sage of Six Paths from 1,000 years ago. However, if Black Zetsu chose to remain silent and not refute the history, then everyone would assume the history recorded on the book was true. After all, it was left by the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Black Zetsu would definitely be considered the embodiment of Hagoromo's dark will, having altered the Uchiha clan's stone tablet, instigated the millennium-long war between Indra and Ashura, and sought the Ten Tails' power to dominate the world. This is an unsolvable dilemma. Since Black Zetsu used the name of the Sage of Six Paths when manipulating Uchiha Madara, Akihara Kagura did the same, using the name of Otsutsuki Hagoromo to record Black Zetsu's origin and its alteration of the stone tablet, delivering a fatal blow to Black Zetsu. Thus, whether Black Zetsu would refute these truths or not, it would be thoroughly rejected by everyone in the ninja world, becoming a universally reviled figure. Honestly, the only person in the ninja world who has seen the entire content of the Sage of Six Paths stone tablet is Uchiha Madara. But if Madara sees the supposed god tree bark left by the Sage of Six Paths, he would likely believe the content on the bark more. By then, what could the cornered Black Zetsu do? Akihara Kagura felt only he, this broad-minded and equally ambitious genius ninja, could accept Black Zetsu as his superior and conspire together to seize the Ten Tails' power. Black Zetsu would have no choice but to agree. Let the four Hokages hunt down Uchiha Obaido. Akihara Kagura formulated his action plan, deciding to implement it step by step. Force Uchiha Obaido to have me solve his troubles one by one, exploit all the legacy Uchiha Madara left for him, and wait for Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obaido to force me to revive Madara. At that time, I'll reveal the bark. Let Hashirama discover the truth recorded on the bark and convey it to Uchiha Madara, making Madara completely abandon Black Zetsu, turning Black Zetsu into a reviled monster. Akihara Kagura felt his plan was flawless, except perhaps for Black Zetsu, as the historical account on the bark might make Black Zetsu angry and curse Otsutsuki Hagoromo or suspect another mastermind behind the scenes. Anyway, Akihara Kagura could only wish it well in advance. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu wasn't feeling too good either, because White Zetsu Aoi brought some unfriendly news to it and Uchiha Obaido in the Land of Rain, in the Akatsuki organization's base. Uchiha Obaido and Black Zetsu quietly listened to White Zetsu Aoi's report. The boys' Edo Tensei had a problem. When reviving the previous Hokages as instructed by the higher-ups of Konoha, the boy experimented on them, intending to revive them at their peak and make them his puppets. But something went wrong. After the second Hokage Senju Tabarama was revived, he had prepared a method to break the Edo Tensei's control and gained his freedom. Wait! Uchiha Obaido recalled an important issue and asked in a deep voice. Was the fourth Uchiha Obaido recalled an important issue and asked in a deep voice, was the fourth Hokage Minato revived as well? Regarding his former teacher, Uchiha Obaido had some concerns, as Minato once caused him a great loss despite having the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yes! Zetsu Aoi nodded, ignoring Uchiha Obaido's grim expression, and continued, now the boy can't control the Edo Tensei he revived. This is quite normal. Black Zetsu understood this matter well, speaking in a sinister tone. The second Hokage Senju Tabarama created the Edo Tensei technique. He would certainly have a way to break its control. However, White Zetsu Aoi hesitated for a moment before continuing. Senju Tabarama created the Edo Tensei to ensure his revival. He found Madara-sama's missing body and wanted to use the technique to stop Madara-sama's plan. Even the Hashirama cell transplant experiments were part of his preemptive measures. He knew about Madara and our plan. Uchiha Obaido frowned. Not yet. White Zetsu Aoi shook his head, adding something perplexing. But whatever Madara-sama intends, or whatever you Obaido intend, or even what the Uchiha plan, Senju Tabarama intends to stop it. Uchiha Obaido felt a surge of anger. This second Hokage Senju Tabarama was truly a menace. How could he be against them at every turn? He opposed the obedient Uchiha in Konoha and the rogue Uchiha outside of it. How could he still be antagonistic? This is quite normal. Black Zetsu, understanding the grudge between Senju Tabarama and the Uchiha clan, was concerned about the future with four troublesome individuals. The four revived former Hokages won't be easy to deal with. They will definitely try to stop our plans. That brat Akihara Kagura, I've disliked him for a long time. Uchiha Obaido snorted, venting his dissatisfaction with Akihara Kagura. I've long told him to be more obedient, yet he keeps trying to control powers beyond his grasp, now causing us trouble. Just the fourth Hokage Minato alone was a huge problem, let alone the other revived Hokages. But White Zetsu Awe seemed puzzled by Uchiha Obito's thoughts. The boy has always intended to revive Madara-sama at his peak, using the former Hokages as Edo Tensei experiments. It's not yet time to revive Madara, Uchiha Obito grumbled in dissatisfaction. Now it's necessary. Black Zetsu shook its head, looking at White Zetsu Awe. The four Hokages will pose a significant threat to our plans. They won't let the perpetrator of the Nine Tails incident go unpunished, right? Indeed. White Zetsu Awe nodded, continuing. Before I came, the four Hokages were discussing hunting down Obito. The boy couldn't act, so he could only pass on information or create some trouble in Konoha to distract them.